Okay. Well, a very good morning, one and all. Welcome back to Hove for County Championship cricket. It's been a while due to the schedule that we have these days. The last game we had here was against Hampshire way back when. But now we're back for County Championship cricket. I'm Adrian Holmes. A very good morning to you on a lovely, what is now a lovely sunny day here down on the south coast. We did have some overnight rain that has fortunately cleared, and we are going to start on time. The stumps are up. The toss has been held. Sussex won the toss, and they are going to bowl first. As I say, I'm Adrian Holmes. Before we do anything else, let me just do a quick check around the ground to make sure the commentary is going out around the ground. And it is. There's my good friend Julian, who's waving his cap on the top deck of the Spenkama Pavilion. So great news. We're going out live. So a very good morning to you. And delighted as ever to welcome Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. Anthony, hello to you.
Good morning, Adrian. It's lovely to be here at Hove again for the first time since April last year.
Yes, when Sussex won.
They did indeed. It was a pretty convincing win as well, with Sean Hunt, the star performer for Sussex, and I think he's going to be a threat here this morning as well.
Well, he took 9 wickets in that game. He bowled very nicely at Edgbaston. He's been injury ravaged as poor Sean, but he's hopefully he's got those injuries behind him. I should just give you the team news because Sussex, as they've won the toss, they're going to bowl first. And just the one change from the very narrow defeat at Edgbaston last week with Joey Everson, who was due to come to Sussex. He is coming to Sussex next season, but he's now on loan for the rest of this season in replacement for Finn Hudson-Prentice. And if you're listening, Finn, I understand that Finn's thigh injury means that he's very unlikely to play the rest of this season. So he might well have played his last game for Sussex before his move to Hampshire. So Joey Everson comes into the side. Other than that, Sussex are unchanged.
Somerset make 2 changes from the side that beat Essex by 8 wickets. Earlier this week on Sunday. The expected one is Craig Overton comes back into the side after being on paternity leave for the Essex game in place of Jake Ball. The slightly unexpected one is that Josh Shaw, who's had a not particularly distinguished first season with Somerset thus far, comes into the side in place of Lewis Goldsworthy, which means that Somerset have strengthened their bowling at the expense of their batting, although the batting still looks pretty strong with Craig Overton coming in at 6, Lewis Gregory at 7, Archie Vaughan at 8. So Somerset will bat down to 8, even with Josh Shaw in the side. But I think the first couple of hours are going to be absolutely key here after the overnight rain, which may very well have spiced up the pitch a bit. There's high tide due at 11:52, and history tells us that when the tide is high here at Hove, wickets will fall.
Well, Anthony's done his homework as ever. The 2 umpires make their way out to the middle, Jack Shantry and Tom Lungley.
Which is which?
I think Shantry is the taller, do you?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
So that's good news. In terms of the pitch, I'm told there's 14 mils of grass on the pitch. The pitches have been good pitches here at Hove. If you bowl well, you get your reward. If you bat well, you get your reward. But there's always good carry through to the slip cordon. So Tom Haynes winning the toss, electing to bowl first, suggests, I think, as Anthony said, maybe with... it feels quite humid here, actually, at Hove this morning. It may not be a bad morning to bowl. As the Sussex players make their way out, and behind them, the Somerset opening pair. So I'm not as big a crowd as I thought there was going to be. The weather forecast was not great, certainly overnight and into this morning. And I wonder whether a few people might have been slightly caught out by the fact that this band of rain appears to have disappeared up to the north,
to the Midlands.
Up to the Midlands. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get much play in the Midlands today. But here, the expectation is we're going to get a 4 days cricket. Tomorrow looks a little iffy, but I think in general the weather is unfortunately changing over the next few days. But hopefully we'll get enough.
Unfortunately, as the case may be, if you're a farmer.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's been desperate from a farmer.
Or a gardener.
Yeah, or indeed someone who looks after a cricket ground that doesn't have the ability to use hose pipes on the outfield, etc., because everywhere looks absolutely part. Yeah, something you would know about with the farmers. I mean, it's desperate, isn't it, for the farmers?
It's not quite. It's not as bad as it was in 1976 because we actually had a very wet winter, so there was plenty of moisture in the ground. But certainly, potato crops are very, very poor, and corn harvest down maybe 20%, something like that. So it's been
And we'll see the impact of that, I'm sure, as we go through the winter months. But for the time being, it's going to be JDev Nudcat who's going to open the bowling from the C end of the ground. He's going to be bowling up the hill to Josh Thomas, brother of George Thomas, who
that's right.
Has left Sussex for parsonage. He's joining Worcestershire.
Worcestershire, yeah, very pleased that
next season.
He's got another.
Yeah, and a nice lad as well. And I think Sussex would have been, as with so many of their players, would have liked to have kept him. But the financial constraints here at the club mean they can't. Anyway, here comes a Nudcat. First ball of the match, running in over the wicket, bowls to Thomas, who plays that down towards the third man region. There isn't a third man, but they pick up a single. Now, we're right behind the bowler's arm here, which is good news in one way, because we ought to be able to see what's happening with the ball. But with the tall figure of Jack Shantry, it's quite difficult to see what the angle of the ball from where we are. So we might have to do a little juggling around here in the commentary box. But we shouldn't moan, because we've got an excellent view. And Tom Lammonby is the other opener. So two left-handers, as indeed it will be for Sussex when it's their turn to bat with Tom Haynes and Daniel Hughes. As in comes a Nudcat and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Lammonby. The ball goes through to John Simpson and there is no run.
Two left-handed opening batsmen against two left-arm seam bowlers.
Yes.
Assuming Sean Hunt bowls the first over from the other end.
Yes.
Did he do that?
Yeah, well, certainly last week he did open the bowling, and Henry Crocombe then bowled first change. Henry Crocombe, who's Surrey bound, took wickets last week. Looked expensive last week, Henry at Edgbaston, in that very close game. 4 slips go down as Nudcat is in over the wicket and bowls and hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal from JDev Nudcat, who stands and looks at Tom Lammonby as if to say, oh, that was pretty close. But umpire Chantry's finger stayed firmly in the pocket. Just looking at the replay, and thank you very much to Jack and Isaac, who on the Sussex media team here have set us up with a television inside the commentary box, so we do get an opportunity to see. I thought that was perhaps going down the leg side.
Might have just been clipping leg stump.
Might have been a review.
Umpire's call.
Yeah, if we were in a test match. Which has been delayed up at Lord's as that bad weather makes its way north. As we said, Nudcat is in and bowls. Oof. And, well, that was a leading edge from Tom Lammonby. He was looking to play that away on the leg side. And the ball has ended up in the hands of Cover Point, which perhaps tells you there's a little bit in this pitch.
Yeah, well, I said on X, on Twitter, before the start, that this first session is going to be testing for Somerset. I think we've already seen evidence of that.
And a very warm welcome to listeners on Sports Extra 2 and 3 to our lovely sunny Hove. I know it's not like that across the country. I'm Adrian Harms, Anthony Gibson next to me. We're in the opening over of the match. Somerset batting first, our one without loss as a Nudcat is in, bowls. And forward comes Lammonby and picks up his first run as he works that down to fine leg fielded way down in the distance by Henry Crocombe. The news from the middle is that Sussex have won the toss. They've decided to bowl first. In conditions, well, it is sunny here now. There is a bit of cloud around. We had some overnight rain, and you'd have thought that these would be decent bowling conditions this morning. 14 mils of grass on the pitch. And just the one change for Sussex in this game, Joey Everson, who is now on loan from Kent into the Sussex side, as in comes a Nudcat and bowls, and a nice looking shot through the offside, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot by Josh Thomas. Foot to the pitch of the ball, drove the ball away. A ball of full length through the covers for 4. And at the end of the opening over, Somerset are 6 without loss.
Yeah, he's naturally an attacking batsman, is Josh Thomas. Fresh from 110 against Essex. Got Somerset off to a very, very good start with Tom Lammonby. In that game, Lammonby was looking in very, very good form when he was very unluckily bowled off the outside of his pad by a ball that was going down the leg side. Just clipped his pad, the bottom of his pad, and went back onto the leg stump. But it's going to be tough out there for these two Somerset left-handed opening bats. got 3 slips. We had 4 slips for
Yes.
Bernard Cat, just the 3 for, it is Sean Hunt. Is that Sean Hunt?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Yes. He's in good form. Picked up 5 wickets in the second innings at Warwickshire in that thrilling game at Edgbaston last week that Warwickshire won by 1 wicket.
Here he comes. Tall figure in bowls down the leg side, clipped away, it's in the air, and it's he is caught, brilliantly caught by an Cat, who half missed it, almost fell back over the long leg boundary, but managed to flip the ball into the air and retake the catch without going over the boundary rope. And we had a pretty good view of that, and Tom Lammonby, well, unlucky again. He's paid the price, though, for hitting it in the air, just watching the replay, and a brilliant piece of work by Unad Cat.
I don't know whether we can see it on the camera. Here we go.
Well,
it
was touch and go, wasn't it?
It was touch and go. I mean, had it been anybody shorter than J. Devon Cat, he wouldn't have. Let's just see this again. So he reaches up, he palms the ball in the air. He's looking.
I think he does put his foot on the rope, but that's when the ball is in the air.
In the air, yeah. I mean, to be fair to J. Dave, sometimes you don't know, and Tom Lammonby did wait, and he's perfectly entitled to wait as well. Well, surely I won't get many more wickets like that this season. He's picked up a wicket with his first delivery, but as I say, had it been anybody shorter than J. Devon Cat, I don't think they'd have got that. But the big fast bowler makes an impact, but not in the way he would have expected.
No, it wasn't a very good ball, and but Tom Lammonby, just a little bit of a top edge, just watching the replay again. A good piece of work. Almost put his heel back on the boundary rope with ball in hand, but I think his heel was in the air above the boundary rope rather than actually on it. But Tom Lammonby again can count himself a little bit unlucky. Archie Vaughan is the new batsman. Somerset mixing up the left and right handers. Archie Vaughan not having a great season, and this is a tough commission for him. Hunt in bowls and Vaughan away straight away, square of the wicket. It's going to go for 4 runs. Unad Cat pursuing in vain. It's a short boundary on that eastern side of the ground.
Yeah, for those of you who know Hove, the wicket is cut away to the clock tower scoreboard side of the ground. So as Anthony says, it's a relatively short boundary on that side of the ground, and the ball just raced away for 4 runs, despite there being a bit of rain overnight there. The outfield is immaculate, as indeed it is down at Taunton. But raced away for 4 runs.
Here comes Hunt again from the Cromwell Road end in bowls and goes past the defensive bat of Archie Vaughan. Vaughan, who made 80 here last April, which is still his highest score in first-class cricket.
Right. Okay.
In a losing cause. Was that here or was that at Taunton, actually? No, it wasn't. It was at Taunton. I beg your pardon.
Was that earlier this... Did you make runs this year as well? I forget. I need to look back through my records.
Here's Hunt in bowls to Vaughan, and again goes past the outside edge. There's plenty in this pitch after that overnight rain and humid atmosphere. Tide is coming in, and it's flowing for Sussex at the moment, ebbing for Somerset.
Yeah, I mean, he'd only taken 1 wicket before last week in the county championship. Sean Hunt, he hasn't played an awful lot, but he picked up 9 last week at Edgbaston. He's in good nick.
He's in bowls to Vaughan, and Vaughan this time can let that go through. To John Simpson. We've got Charlie Tier at first slip, Tom Clark at second, and Tom Haynes at third. We've got a backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, forward square leg, so between square leg and mid wicket, and a long leg. That's the field. Here comes Hunt. Oh, it's a long way outside the off stump. Should really have been called a wide, but it wasn't. Plenty of movement, but far, far too wide for Vaughan to have to play a shot at it. Angled across and going away off the seam. End of the second over. Good over for Sussex. The wicket of Tom Lammonby caught down on the long leg boundary by Bernard Cat. How many did he make?
One.
10 for 1 after 2 overs.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms and Anthony Gibson, your commentary team. Delighted to be joined by Nathan Johns a little later on today as we're underway here at Hove. Not the case around the country, as in comes a Nudcat bowls wide outside the off stump, and Thomas rather throws the kitchen sink at that. And the ball whistles into the gloves of John Simpson.
It's the way he plays. He's an attacking bat.
It's quite wide through to John Simpson. Elsewhere around the country, delayed starts in all sorts of places. In the Test match up at Lord's, second Test, England against Pakistan start delayed at Chelmsford in the game between Essex and Surrey. They are playing in Cardiff, where Hampshire are 9 for 1 against Glamorgan. And Nudcat over the wicket bowls, and Thomas plays that into the offside and picks up a single fielded in the offside by Sean Hunt. Thomas goes to 6, the total to 11 for 1. No place so far at Edgbaston, the game between Warwickshire and Notts, and indeed the way the weather forecast looked, I think they might be struggling in the Midlands today for too much cricket.
From the Somerset perspective, we're quite happy for all 4 days of that game to be rained off. But no bonus points.
But they are playing at, I think that was Scarborough this week, Yorkshire against Leicestershire. Yorkshire already 5 for 1. Leicestershire with 2 wins to their credit this season. In comes a Nudcat with the wicket bowls and driven stylishly by Vaughan, but straight back to a Nudcat, and there is no run. In Division 2, no place so far at Wantage Road in the game between Northamptonshire and Kent. They are playing at Durham, where Gloucestershire are 4 for 1, and no place so far at New Road in the game between Worcestershire and Lancashire. And sorry, the one I've missed out, no play also in the game between Derbyshire and Middlesex. So that middle swathe of the country looks like there may not be a huge amount of cricket today if the forecast is to be believed. In comes a Nudcat bowls, and Vaughan is beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery by J.W. Nudcat. Past the outside edge through into the gloves of John Simpson, and there is no run. Sussex have got the 4 slips in place for J.W. Nudcat. A backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg way down in the distance. Plenty of cloud around, but also plenty of blue sky, probably sort of 50-50, and over the downs which are in the distance there's some rather more threatening cotton wool clouds, but I think they've gone.
Forecast is good for the rest of the day.
And Nudcat in bright sunshine now, in and bowls, and Vaughan is forward and plays pleasantly into the offside, fielded by the Australian Daniel Hughes at mid-off, and there is no run. Of course, lots of speculation about who will be at Hove next year and who won't be. I rather suspect that Sussex will be hampered in terms of overseas players next year by budgetary constraints, and it may well be that this will be Daniel Hughes' last season here at Hove. Clearly, we don't know that for sure, but he's been a good servant to Sussex at the time he's been here. He's keen to make some runs. He got a first baller at Edgbaston last week as in comes a Nudcat over the wicket bowls, and forward comes Thomas with a model for defensive shot, plays it down the offside of the track, and Nudcat feels there is no run. Somerset are 12 for 1 with Thomas on 6, Vaughan on 5, and you're listening to live cricket, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Sussex, Sports Extra 2 and 3, Adrian Harms and Anthony Gibson.
Archie Vaughan out there having a difficult season. He's been moved up and down the batting order. He started off the season opening the batting, but without much success. And he was moved down to number 6, and now inserted at number 3 and amongst the left-handers to break up the sequence of 4 left-handers at the top of the order. Here's Hunt in and bowls to Vaughan, who can let that go through to John Simpson. I remember he was out here last year. I think it was probably to Sean Hunt. Caught down by James Coles down at deep backward square leg, going for a pull shot,
Right.
failing to keep it down. It's a weakness that he has been working on. Very consciously rolling his wrists now if he's playing that pull shot. 12 for 1 in the fourth over, being bowled by Sean Hunt into Vaughan, who plays that well. That one nipped back into him from outside his off stump.
That was a good delivery, actually. That was a good delivery and played well as well. He does a little bit of gardening.
I was very impressed with Sean Hunt.
Yeah.
I mean, admittedly, he had his best game for Sussex, but he did bowl very, very well in both innings. But he injured himself, didn't he?
He did. He injured himself in that game, and he was out for weeks and weeks.
He's in, bowls to Vaughan, long way outside the off stump. I met his parents at one stage.
Yes.
When I was doing the post-match interview, that his parents were.
Yeah, nice. But his dad and Sean are big Middlesbrough fans, and I think his dad hails from that neck of the woods.
That's where Matt Renshaw was born.
Right.
Australian left-handed opening batter.
Born in Middlesbrough.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Very nice people, and Sean's a very nice lad as well.
Here's Sean Hunt in bowls to Vaughan, who goes for a big drive, makes no contact, and the ball goes through to John Simpson. That was a rash shot from Archie Vaughan. It wasn't there for the drive. It wasn't a half volley. Trying to drive it on the up through the offside at 11:15 on a humid morning at Hove. Not a good idea, really.
Yes, he's just probing away, isn't he, outside that off stump, Sean Hunt?
He's in past umpire Lungley. Ooh, and that one comes back and goes over the top of the off stump. We're in a very, very good position here, almost in line, wicket to wicket, just to the offside of straight, with the bowling from the Cromwell Road end and a right-handed batsman at the crease.
And in fact, one of my overriding memories from last year, in fact, they're just moving. That's interesting you mentioned about that hook shot, because they've just moved James Coles out there.
That's more or less where he caught it last April. Hunt. Last ball of this over. This is played defensively. Safely enough by Archie Vaughan. It's a maiden over for Sean Hunt, who has figures of 1 for 4 in 2 overs. 4 overs have gone. Somerset 12 for 1.
It was the final game of the season, actually. Nathan was at that game, who's going to come on to commentary in about 10 minutes' time. And Sean Hunt was warming up. He was due to play in that game. And then I noticed he was visibly quite upset on the outfield, and he'd had a reoccurrence of his elbow and problems with his arm. And I remember with that, his parents came into the ground to watch him play, and he wasn't playing. And I felt desperately sorry for Sean. And he struggled through the winter. He really only got things sorted out on the eve of the season. So I'm glad to see that he's back, and he could be a real asset for Sussex in seasons to come. In the meantime, it's going to be J. Devanukat. Now, this is interesting. They've done away with the 4th slip, so there's now 3 slips and 3 men saving 1 on the offside. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket erring to square leg and a long leg, as in comes a Nudcat over the wicket and bowls to Thomas, who works this one away down backward of point. Now running down towards the boundary. The outfielder's a little slow with the overnight rain, but nonetheless he got enough on that, did Josh Thomas, to pick up another boundary. He goes to 10 and Somerset to 16 for 1. Nice shot by Thomas, nicely controlled, and as Anthony was saying, an opener who likes to get on with it.
Yeah, he was given his chance as an opener against Essex at the end of last season and took it with both hands. Top scored in both innings, and has done pretty well this year as well. It's Nudcat to Thomas, who plays this defensively out into the offside. 2 centuries. Got 136 against Yorkshire early in the season. Then had a bit of a fallow spell that came back well against Essex last weekend with 110. 16 for 1 Somerset, having been put in on a sunny morning, but it's quite humid, and we've had overnight rain And there's a little bit in this pitch for the Sussex seam bowlers. Thomas plays that defensively. And a very good morning to Nathan Johns.
Good morning, Anthony. How are you?
I'm fine.
Oh, what a lovely morning it is. A lovely stark contrast to rainy South London, which is where I originated from this morning. Delighted to get off the train at Hove and emerge to glorious sunshine. Dare I say, though, based on the pitch and the outfield, it looks like some of that rain that we've got this morning might have been coming from these parts at some point last night.
Absolutely. I think it was a good toss for Sussex to have won. I'm sure if Somerset had won the toss, they'd have put Sussex in. Madad Cat in and bowls to Thomas, who plays and misses it one outside the off stump. Absolutely crucial couple of hours for Somerset. If they can get through to lunch without losing more than, 2 or 3 wickets, then I think they'll be pretty happy, but it's going to be tough.
I was quite astonished to see the nature of the dismissal this morning. I can't remember seeing, we see them all the time in white ball cricket, they throw the ball in before you go on the rope, fall over the rope. I can't remember seeing one of those in red ball cricket before, in person.
Very good piece of work. And I've cat in a bowls to Thomas, who just lets this run off the face of the bat out into the gully where it is fielded.
Doesn't seem to be quite as prodigious movement off the seam from this end as a Nadcat Hunt down the other end. We've seen a few that have, he's landed them in decent spots, but such is the sideways movement off the pitch, you could almost call some of them wide deliveries.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of leniency being shown, but it's been...
Well, Sean Hunt's bowling from wide of the crease as well, so he's really angling it across the right-handed batsman. The Nadcat into Thomas, and drew his bat inside the line of that one, did Josh Thomas. Just the 4 runs from the over, 16 for 1. We've had 5 overs. Now, for listeners in Somerset, Nathan, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, it's my first time doing a Somerset game. Yes, as based on the accent, as you can tell, I'm not from these parts. Originally from Dublin, but I moved over to work in a slightly larger cricketing nation a couple of years ago, and I've been running around the country for the last year or so doing various different games. Have yet to be sent down to Taunton for a radio assignment. Hopefully that changes someday soon. But
cricketer yourself?
Oh yeah, well, average. But I try when work permits. As Hunt is going to continue, big, tall, bustling left armour. That's a good leave outside the off stump. Plenty of bounce. But yes, I try and occasionally hold a bat atop the order with middling success at let's call it a middling level would be kind to myself.
Good club cricket standard?
Well, I don't play as much Saturday club cricket as I'd like because, you work in cricket, you often have to be work on air on a Saturday. I play a lot of Sunday recreational cricket, which tends to be the best case scenario. Hunt continues. Fuller this time, and he beats him on the outside edge. There's that sideways movement, just leaving the right-handed Vaughan.
Didn't miss that by much.
Oh, it's another excellent delivery from Hunt to start this spell, just pushing it across him, as we said.
Good test for Archie Vaughan, who came into the Somerset side determined to make it as an opening batsman, but he's actually in recent games enjoyed more success as an off-spinner. He only started bowling off-spin during COVID, just to amuse himself in the back garden.
Here's Hunt again. Fuller. That one swung after the stumps. Simpson just had to move across to his left to gather that, but it's left alone by Vaughan.
I'm a great supporter of Archie Vaughan. I think he does have what it takes, but he hasn't been producing the goods so far this season. 13 innings, just 261 runs at 23.7. Sure, he's a better player than that.
Well, he quite a good, from memory, he had a good year last year.
Well, he really, his top score in first-class cricket is only 80.
Hunt in again, shorter this time, left well alone by Vaughan.
Yet to score a century. He's got a century in the Metrobank One Day Cup last year, but yet to score a first-class century.
I just had to remind myself of his age there, looking it up. He's still only 20. He's turning 21 later this year.
Yeah.
But he's very young.
I wonder if Michael's here today, his father. Quite often does turn up.
He's probably working. He's got the test match.
Oh, of course he is.
He'd be on the radio.
He'll be on the radio. Yeah.
Well, I haven't checked, but the last time I checked,
I'm sure he would be.
That was a delayed start up there. Last I checked, Hunt in again to Vaughan, full squirted into the offside. Vaughan was trying to play straight off the outer half, and Adcat does the fielding at point. There's no run. So Michael's regularly following him around the country.
Yeah, insofar as his other commitments allow. He was up at Trent Bridge for most of that game when Somerset beat Nottinghamshire on their home ground, and he's come down to Taunton at regular intervals.
Final delivery of the 16 for 1, Somerset. Vaughan hits him on the thigh pad, and they will come through for what I think will be a leg bye. Keeping an eye on the umpire. There's the signal. Leg bye to finish the 6th. 17 for 1. Vaughan on 5 keeps the strike.
Yes, this is a game that Somerset can't win it. They'd like to take a decent haul of bonus points. But to do that, they need to bat pretty well. They've yet to miss out on a bowling point this summer. Somerset, they've taken maximum bowling points. 3 in every game they've played.
Looks like it's going to be a short enough opening spell for JLF and Adcat. He is standing at mid-off now. And I think it's young Henry Crocombe is coming into the attack.
Ball is right arm medium pace. Season 3 Crocomb's been having a 27 wickets at 27 apiece. So decent season. He's the leading wicket taker for Sussex. Here he comes to bowl to Archie Vaughan on leg stump. Comes off the pad out into the onside. And there's a little bit of inside edge there. So it wasn't a leg bye. Run to Vaughan. I couldn't see any inside edge there on the replay. It seemed to come straight off the middle of the pad.
A good full length to start though from Crocombe. I'm going to see what assistance he can get out of this pitch. Just angling it into the right-hander a little bit.
Going around the wicket to the left-handed Thomas. 3 slips. 2 in the covers, 2 saving, 1 on the onside. Third man and a long leg. Thomas plays this with an open face, picked up in the slips. See, the boundary fielder is more at deep backward point rather than third man. Probably a response to that square cut that Thomas played in the last Adcat over.
That was an angrier length from Crocombe. Hit the bat hard, hit the shoulder of the bat there.
Comes bustling in outside the off stump, too far outside the off stump, and not even Josh Thomas is tempted to go after that.
I didn't see much of his 100 last week, only a second first-class 100 for Thomas, but presumably an impressive knock.
It was a very, very good knock. I mean, he had a bit of luck. But the way that he plays, you need a little bit of luck. No, he wasn't missed or anything like that. He played and missed a fair few times. The likes of Porter and Sam Cook. Driven away through the offside, beautiful shot, 4 runs. Over pitch from Crocombe, and that's what Josh Thomas can do.
He's not going to let 2 very wide half volleys go in consecutive deliveries. The first one he was willing to shoulder arms, but this one he said thank you very much. The thud of the ball as it hit the advertising hoarding, he timed that beautifully.
Beautiful shot. Hope somebody's got a photograph of that. Absolutely classic cover drive. Crocombe to Thomas, and that came off, must have been his pad. It was caught at first slip by Charlie Tier.
Yeah, big nip backer. I think that's just hit him right in the hip almost.
Yes, it has. It hit him on the top of the thigh guard. Or right-handers, that's left-hander run. Crocombe in bowls, and Thomas forward. 22 for 1 Somerset. That's after 7 overs. The man out is Tom Lammonby, who was brilliantly caught on the long leg boundary by Unad Khan, who didn't take the catch cleanly first time, but flipped it up in the air, stepped back over the boundary rope, but came back inside to collect the ball and claim the catch, which looked from our vantage point, which is a pretty good one, and on replay to be perfectly valid. 22 for 1.
Yeah, it's very well judged, that catch. Actually, not me personally, but a teammate last night in a midweek T20 took one like that, which, as you can imagine, an amateur cricketer taking a catch like that elicited quite a celebration. Hunt continues, left arm over, Vaughan resolutely forward to defend. It's always the case in club cricket, isn't it? Everyone's just slightly surprised when anything above a regulation catch gets taken, given the athletic profile of the people playing.
Some standards of cricket, there's always such slight surprise if any catch is taken.
No, this chap was a young Australian, so he plays lots of cricket, and he's over for the summer to play nothing but cricket. So he's perfectly capable of athletic feats such as that. Hunt in again. Driven by Vaughan, nicely on the up, caresses that through cover point, away to the offside boundary.
Beautiful shot from Archie Vaughan, playing it on the up, just a little bit over pitched. And Adrian isn't here at the moment, but I'm Anthony Gibson, and it's 26 for 1. Somerset having been put in here this morning as John Simpson won the toss. And the not-out batsman, Josh Thomas on 14, Vaughan on 10, and the wicket fell to Sean Hunt. Brilliant catch down on the long leg boundary by Unad Khan, flicking the ball up, going over the boundary rope, coming back inside and collecting the ball. That was the end of Tom Lammonby for 1. It's now 26 for 1.
Yeah, Vaughan just lets that one go. Shorter length from Hunt, correcting after the fuller delivery. Vaughan's on 10, having faced 24 deliveries. Thomas, perhaps unsurprisingly, a little bit more brisk with his scoring. He's 14, having faced 16 deliveries so far. Hunt into his 4th over. Very economical. 1 for 8 so far. As he comes in again, full length, defended on the off stump by Vaughan. Do you think it's a coincidence that Archie Vaughan wears number 66 and that's the same number as Joe Root?
No, I don't think it's coincidence. I think it's a tribute to his boyhood hero. Both Yorkshiremen, of course.
Of course, yeah.
And I'm quite sure that I haven't actually asked him, but
because it's such an unusual number, surely it must be some sort of tribute. You're right. Hunt in again. Good length, defended into the offside. Point does the fielding. It's still 26 for 1.
Well, Joe Root, of course, Route 66 is the derivation of his 66, but I'm sure this is just a Joe Root tribute number.
Yeah, well, he is young enough to have grown up as a child watching Joe Root bat, which is a strange thing to say almost. 20 years old, Archie Vaughan. How old is Josh Thomas at the other end? He can't be much older.
He is 21, I think.
Hunt to Vaughan, 3 slips waiting. Full and driven, and this will be a second boundary of the over for Archie Vaughan. Much fuller this time from Hunt. Vaughan just leans on it. Wasn't a full-blooded drive necessarily. Just a little push. Stylish little collapse of the back leg as well. He moves to 14. The score is 30 for 1.
Right, another Crocombe over coming up. 5 runs from his first. And Somerset 30 for 1. 2 boundaries in that last over, giving a boost to their run rate, which is 3.75.
Poor old Adrian's been running about. He hasn't had time to drink this coffee that's sitting in front of him. It's a full cup of coffee, and it's certainly gone cold by this stage.
Here's Crocombe in a bowls, and goes past the pulled his bat inside the line. It's actually quite difficult to see what's happening at the business end with bowling from this end, because you've got the tall figure of Jack Shantry, the umpire, and the bowler in his follow-through is following through exactly on the line of the batsman. So it's quite hard to tell whether he's playing at it or not. Oh, and I think he did play at that one.
He certainly did. I think that, based on the reaction by the slip cord, and that one's just nipped away. He's looked to play that quite straight. Yeah, it just held its line, didn't it?
Yeah, good ball. Lucky not to get an edge on that.
Yeah, because I think that's the first one that Crocombe has got to leave the left-hander. When he has got movement so far in his early spell here, it's been back in to Josh Thomas. Which is why that leave in the previous delivery I thought was quite brave.
It's Crocombe in bowls. Thomas this time plays a model forward defensive shot. The sun has been obscured by some high cloud cover. Not expecting any rain today, judging by the weather forecast on the BBC last night. And they've got it pretty much right so far, with the rain coming up from the south, going through here in the early hours, and now up in the Midlands. Crocombe in and bowls, and this comes off a thick inside edge. He was looking for that off drive, Josh Thomas. It goes down to backward square leg, brings him a single, but distinctly streaky. He goes on to 15. 31 for 1.
It just wasn't quite the right line for that shot, was it? It was tailing in from Crocombe into the left-hander, and he was looking to play it very square, as if it was on a 6-stump line, or it ended up being about middle and off. And he's probably a bit fortunate that took an inside edge, because it certainly would have been interesting had he missed it.
Here comes Crocombe to Vaughan. Oh, and that goes past the outside edge. And this time, my view is being obscured by the non-striker. I was just saying, he's going to be over the wicket, so we'll be able to get a clear view. But there's Josh Thomas, absolutely right in the way. And we are quite low down our commentary position here at Hove, at the lower end of the ground as well. So we're sort of looking up the slope towards the Cromwell Road end and the flats. And the grass banking at the top of the ground, as this goes quite sharply off the seam, but too wide of the off stump for Vaughan to have to play a shot at it. End of that over from Crocombe. And he has 2 overs, no maidens, none for 6. And that was the 9th over of the day. It's 31 for 1, 15 to Thomas and 14 to Vaughan. These 2 young Somerset batsmen, Vaughan 20 and Josh Thomas 21.
Yeah, better over that from Crocombe after his first, just tighter lines. I think he bowled a little bit wide for the left-handed Thomas in the previous over, tightening him up this time. I mean, another change. Unadkat only had 3 overs with the new ball, but he's going to have a change of ends, and he's going to follow Hunt down the hill. He's got the left-handed Thomas in his sights. 2 slips and a gully. There's a gap between second slip and, 4th slip / gully. Man out at fine leg. Point. Cover mid off, mid on, and mid wicket is the field. In that cat. Into Thomas. Worked away off the hip nicely. This will bring a single through the leg side. 32 for 1 now. Thomas moves to 16. Brings Archie Vaughan back on strike. I think that was the first ball since I've come on in this stint that Archie Vaughan wasn't on strike from this end. It's been a case of 2 batters holding up an end so far. Field switches for the right-handed Vaughan. They are going to put 1 man back on the offside, so it's going to be a deep point. Likely in response to Vaughan's pair of boundaries through the offside in the previous over off this end with Hunt bowling. But it's now a Nadcat, and that's flicked into the leg side slightly aerially, but it lands short of mid-wicket. I think it's Coles in there who does the fielding, no run. Looks like they're still delayed up in London. A test match there. For now, albeit it looks like they're going to have a toss at 12 o'clock and start at 20 past 12. That's the latest update from Lord's. Yeah, very wet this morning in London. Nadcat in, very full. Yorker length. Vaughan digs that one out. No run.
Yeah, it was well played that by Archie Vaughan.
Yeah, there is a big gap in that offside if Vaughan is able just to drop and run, but Nadcat's bowling very straight at the minute. Hard to access the offside.
Well, they ought to be looking to rotate the strike. If you've got a left-hand, right-hand combination, which Somerset have, need to make the most of it.
Midway through the 10th over, a Nadcat in. Oh, I don't know how that's missed the off stump. Just tailed in late from a Nadcat to the right-handed Vaughan through the gate. And dare I say, that's only missed off stump by a matter of inches.
Ooh, if millimetres. Well, yeah, goodness me. And that cat must have thought he got his man there.
Yeah, not a lot Vaughan could do about that. I mean, there wasn't a big gap between bat and pad, but supreme piece of skill from Sussex's Indian opener. How does he respond to a delivery that probably should have seen the back of Vaughan? It's a little bit shorter, and there is that straightforward single out to the man at deep point. Vaughan just happy sitting on the back foot and punching into the offside for 133 for one now.
Yes, he got Archie Vaughan got one like that from Shane Snater in the game against Essex. Came back through the gate onto his off stump. It's a very good piece of bowling.
Final delivery then of the 10th. Josh Thomas on strike. He's on 16, having faced 21 deliveries so far. Nadcat into his stride, up past the umpire, left arm. Oh, that was an inside edge from Thomas. Not for the first time from the young Somerset opener, but he survives as it races down to fine leg. A single to finish that over. The score is 34 for 1.
Well, the tide is coming in here at Hove. The high tide is due at 11:52. And my personal statistician, Steve Pittard, who is here somewhere, he's come up from Somerset for this game against Sussex. He tells me the high tide just before midday occurred at Hove on the 15th of July, 1931. Maurice Tate took full advantage, as Northamptonshire were all at sea, with Tate taking 8 for 31 before lunch. Here's Crocombe in and bowls to Thomas, who edges off inside edge down to fine leg, and has a very good attempt at a stop down there. I think that's Sean Hunt down on the boundary, but couldn't quite stop the boundary. And 4 very streaky runs to Josh Thomas. He goes on to 21-38 for 1.
That's moved a long way back in off the seam. I think is that 3 consecutive deliveries faced by Thomas now, which he's scored via the inside edge to fine leg. Definitely the last 2. I'm trying to remember, did he face one before because he had a similar inside edge in the previous over from Crocombe.
Here's Crocombe in again to Thomas, who's up on his toes, playing that out into the offside. Won't get a run here. I'm reading a biography of Maurice Tate at the moment by Gerald Brodrib. Great Maurice Tate. He took the remarkable number of 2,784 wickets during his first-class career, at an average of 18.16 per wicket.
Handy.
One of the greatest bowlers there has ever been, and never more effective than here at Hove. Appeal for LBW, but not from the bowler. Must have been an inside edge there. Crocombe not interested. The slips all went up for it.
Oh, it was quite straight. It must have been an inside edge.
Yeah.
Hit him on the back leg as well, so height unlikely to have been an issue.
Tate took 774 of his wickets here at Hove at a cost of 16.16 apiece. Crocombe into Thomas, who drives this back. Good half stop by the bowler in his follow through, just getting his left hand down to make the stop. He's bowling at I think sort of mid 70s, mid to high 70s. Henry Crocombe, sort of bowler that Rob Key doesn't think very much of. He's in and bowls, and this is turned away. It's on leg stump and turned into the onside. Daniel Hughes will pick up from mid-on. A run is taken, 39 for 1. 1 ball remains in the over.
Adrian will know more about this than me. Was Crocombe, was he called up to train with England at some point? It was for the Oval Test match, wasn't it? Yeah, so he's been in and around the setup. Yeah, he's
the quickest of the Sussex bowlers.
He's definitely not bowling as quickly as he can this morning.
No. He's in and bowls to Vaughan, who draws his bat inside the line of a ball leaving him outside the off stump. Good piece of bowling by Crocombe. End of that over, the 11th over, 39 for 1. And these two not going along comfortably by any means at all. Plenty of playing and missing and inside edges and bottom edges from Thomas in particular. But they're hanging in there through this testing first session after Somerset lost the toss and were put in.
And there has been some glorious stroke play, though, from these two, for all the difficulty. When Sussex have pitched the ball up and right up, some of the drives on display have been beautiful. Although it's been a few overs since we've seen a flowing drive. And that cat comes in and that tails back in towards the off stump, but Thomas survives as he lets that one go. I think the end of the previous over, we actually saw the benefit of that left-hand, right-hand combination, because Crocombe's bowled 2 deliveries to Archie Vaughan, I think, and both of them have been well outside the off stump. He's just not been able to readjust his radar, having honed in on left-handed Thomas. So I think you're right what you said earlier. These two could do with just looking to rotate a little bit more, because it looks like Sussex have fixed their lengths and there's not many boundary balls coming. As soon as I say that might well be a boundary ball. It's dug out, a middle and leg stump half volley. Not particularly well timed by Thomas, but he's managed to flick that away to the square leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, but the bowler's got to be careful about that short boundary. It's, anything to the left-hander from the Cromwell Road end on leg stump is liable to go for 4, and ditto anything a little bit short or over-pitched. That's on off stump or outside the bowling from that end.
Yeah, Nadcat is just checking something with his run-up. Not too sure he was happy with where his marker is, but he's fixed it, turned around, and he comes up past the umpire. Full, wide, left alone. Simpson gathers behind the stumps.
There are only 2 pitches to the right of the one we're using as we look out from south to north. So it's really at one end of the square. As short a boundary, I think, as I've ever seen here at Hove, certainly on this side of the ground.
Yeah, that previous shot, it wasn't even a full-hearted flick from Thomas, was it? He just dug out a very full delivery and happened to find a gap. And Nadcat in again. Ooh, that's a good delivery. Bit of extra bounce off the pitch, I think, as Thomas has beaten all ends up.
It's a good pitch, this, isn't it? It's good bounce and carry. A little bit of seam movement. Ball's coming on nicely for the batsman, so they can play their shots if the bowler gets it wrong.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see how it plays as the day progresses with a bit of sunshine on it. And as you said, the forecast is set fair, so does that flatten things out a little bit? It is just some early on day 1 lateral movement, which all 3 Sussex bowlers so far have been managed to find, and that's worked away off the pad. I think it will be a leg bye down to fine leg. .43 for 1 now. Have I be done by the slow scoreboard? I have 44 for 1. Vaughan back on strike on 15. Josh Thomas, the other Somerset batter, still there. He's on 26, and Nadcat is into his 5th over. Number 19, his figures so far. He's going to come around the wicket, left arm around to the right-handed Vaughan. 2 slips in a gully, 2 men on the rope. They are deep point and fine leg. In comes a Nadcat, full and driven, and that's a beautiful drive from Archie Vaughan. Not for the first time this morning. He has cashed in on that shorter offside boundary from this end.
It was a nice shot, but quite a high tariff. It wasn't a half volley by any means. Maybe just a little bit full of length.
It's a brave man driving on the up at this time of the day. But Bolton's done it a few times now, and
Got his head in a good position though to play the shot. Got right across.
that was the end of the 12th. That boundary moves Archie Vaughan to 19, 48 for 1. Somerset. Tom Lammonby is the man dismissed. He flicked one down to fine leg, where Anadkat took a brilliant catch, throwing the ball back inside the rope to stay inside the field of play.
It's Crocombe in a bowls to Thomas, who goes for a rather wild square cut. Just flung everything at that. Short and wide outside the off stump. But just tried to hit it too hard.
Yeah, again, bit of extra bounce, I think. He's almost beaten by, not quite pace, but that ball's just lifted. It's actually beaten the shoulder of the bat.
Worthy of Pete Trigo, that. Left-handed Pete Trigo. Crocombe to Thomas in bowls. Oh, and he's gone. He's caught behind. Good piece of bowling by Crocombe. There was nothing wild about that shot from Josh Thomas. He just rather felt for the ball outside the off stump, which took the outside edge. Straightforward catch to John Simpson. That's the second Somerset wicket to go down with the score on 48. Yes, I think he was probably just trying to draw his bat inside the line of that, but just too late, and it took the shoulder of the bat through to Simpson. A little bit of extra bounce there, accounting for Josh Thomas. Good piece of bowling. Can't fault the way he played it, really. 48 for 2, and Josh Thomas has gone for 26 from 34 deliveries with 5 fours. Nice innings, but Somerset would have been hoping that he could go on. So this looks like Henry Nicholls, the New Zealander, coming out.
Yeah, it's an excellent piece of bowling from Crocombe. He's ended up playing that Thomas about 4th or 5th stump, but it's just that angle coming into him. He feels the need to play, and it did. There was a little bit of tail back in, and again that extra bounce just took the shoulder of the bat. We were talking in the previous over actually how Crocombe wasn't necessarily hitting some of the speeds that he is capable of, but the first 2 deliveries of this over, he's definitely hit his rhythm. Not necessarily with pace, but just extra bounce off the surface. And I think that is ultimately what did for Thomas there, just that extra lift taking the shoulder of the bat.
Well, Henry Nicholls, the New Zealander, has come into the... Well, he's played 60 test matches, I think, for New Zealand, but he's been sort of in and out of the New Zealand side, but has made the number 3 spot his own since the retirement of Kane Williamson.
Bizarre mid-series retirement of Kane Williamson in that recent Test match series. And he hit 100 at his.
He did
against
at the Oval.
Yeah, and that was the first game after Williamson's retirement, wasn't it?
Yeah. The second innings at the Oval. He's a compact, unfussy left-handed top-order batsman. Not many frills about Henry Nicholls' batting, but pretty businesslike. Somerset need an innings from him here today as Crocombe is in and bowls outside the off stump through to Simpson. They had 96 on debut against Essex last weekend. It was not out in the second innings as well as Somerset chased down the 102 that they needed for an 8-wicket win.
You can tell he's not been around as long as some of his teammates. Look at the colour of his helmet. Very bright, shiny, resplendent maroon colour compared to Archie Vaughan's at the other end, which is much, much darker.
It's Crocombe to Nicholls. Bowls him. That is the end of Nicholls. Well, short and not very sweet. And 2 wickets in the over for Henry Crocombe. And Somerset from 48 for 1 and now 48 for 3. And their star international batsman making a crestfallen way back to the pavilion, the far corner of the field. And, well, very, very good delivery. Angled in and taking middle and off stumps. And leaving Nichols groping at thin air.
That was an even better delivery than the delivery that got rid of Thomas, wasn't it? Again, moving back into the left-hander. Bit of a gap between bat and pad. Exploiting that gap. Quite similar, actually, with reverse angles with left and right hand, but quite similar to the ball that Nadcat bowled to Archie Vaughan that just missed the off stump in the previous over. But Crocombe has a bit more luck as that one clatters into the off stump.
Well, this is rather as I feared it might be. With well, it is high tide now, coinciding with 2 wickets in an over. Although it's more a case of movement off the seam rather than swing. You might expect the tide situation to affect swing rather more than seam, but whatever it is, it's paying dividends for Sussex. Tom Abel is the new batsman. Abel is having a terrific season for Somerset, averaging 76.
Yeah.
3 centuries and 4 50s.
Third highest run scorer in the division. 761 runs at 76.
Somerset need some runs from him today. He's got 2 balls. Archie Vaughan just drops his bat, and Crocombe
It's caused a false start.
has to abandon his run in. He tries again. 4 slips go down. Crocombe in bowls on leg stump, and easy pickings for Tom Abel. Nice juicy leg stump half volley to kick off with. And Tom Abel says, "Thank you very much indeed," and whips it away through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
That's a sign of the point you were making earlier, Anthony, that yes, okay, there's plenty of movement, and if you bowl good balls, as Crocombe has done in this over, it will be threatening, but you can certainly still get value for your shots on this surface. It is a good pitch. I mean, first ball, after watching it nibble around to all sorts, Abel's just come out and flicked a half volley, and he timed it beautifully.
Crocombe to Abel, who's beaten by one that nips away off the pitch. Abel survives. 52 for 3, 2 wickets in that over for Henry Crocombe. Top class piece of fast medium bowling.
All sorts happening in that over. Wickets, boundaries, plays and misses.
I'll give you his bowling figures, but there we are. 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 15. Just come up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, he's certainly built nicely into this spell, hasn't he? That first over was loose. He bowled 2 wide outside the off stump to Josh Thomas and was punished on a couple of occasions, but that rhythm has been built up as he gets into a spell, and 2 wickets in his 4th over. Has really upended this Somerset innings after Vaughan and Thomas looked like they were just starting to get a little bit more comfortable after what was a bit of an inauspicious start, but there. Vaughan is still there. He's on 19, having stood on his bat and watched a bit of carnage down the other end. His turn to face up to Nadcat coming around the wicket, and that's more extra bounce, an attempted cut shot from Vaughan and beating him. I think beating him almost on the inside edge, that one, as it came back in. Oh no, on the outside edge, but you can see the movement.
It's too close to him to play that shot.
Yeah, even when it's short and wide, it's still coming in quite a long way. Sussex capitalising on the helpful conditions so far this morning. 3 slips behind Archie Vaughan. Fuller defended out to the offside, no run, 52 for 3. Vaughan's on 19. Tom Abel down the other end. He's faced just the 2 deliveries. His first ball face was a cracking shot off his pads. He's just doing some shadow batting now at the other end.
Tom Abel's last innings here at Hove, he made 96 in Somerset's 2nd innings in a losing cause.
And Nadcat in again around the wicket. Beats him on the outside edge again, just holds its line. Vaughan looking to play on the back foot.
The ball's doing more now than it did at the start.
Yeah, as
very often the case is the lacquer comes off it.
And it all seems to be off the pitch at the minute. no one's really pitching up and swinging. Apart from, well, I suppose the Thomas delivery did swing back in as opposed to nip. The Nichols delivery was definitely off the seam rather than in the air. Vaughan taps his bat, ready to face, shovels across his stumps, and an inside edge flies away down to fine leg, and I think he'll be happy to get up and stand on his bat for a few deliveries as the score moves to 53 for 3 now.
Yeah, it's not easy out there at the moment. Somerset really can't afford to lose another wicket before lunch. These two have got to somehow battle their way through to lunch. James Rue will be next man in, then the all-rounders. Gregory and Overton, or Overton and Gregory, not sure which order they'll come in.
So Abel now to take strike against a Nadcat for the first time. Same field where he slips. A Nadcat in. Worked off the hip nicely by Abel, and he'll take a single, which moves him on to 5. Okay, just getting a little bit straight with his line there. A Nadcat, who, dare I say, he'll be quite happy that the left-hand, right-hand aspect of this Somerset lineup has been put aside for now, at least, and he has the consistency of bowling to 2 right-handers here. He produced arguably the ball of the morning so far with one that beat Archie Vaughan through the gate, just bounced over the top of the off stump, and he comes to Vaughan again, full driven. That man who had been on the deep point boundary was up inside, well, the imaginary ring, but he saves a single there. End of the 14th, 54 for 3, Somerset.
Yeah, difficult first hour for Somerset. It was always going to be a difficult first session. 3 men out. Lammerby, Thomas and Henry Nichols. Nichols from just 2 deliveries. Clean bowled by the man who's polishing the ball on the bottom of his shirt. Henry Crocombe is going to come in and bowl his 5th over, 2 for 15. He's in to bowl to Tom Abel, and again he gets that wrong, and it's clipped this time down to the fielder, Nadcat, at deep backward square leg. Not missed out there, Tom Abel.
Yeah, he's fortunate there, Crocombe, isn't he? He bowled that exact same delivery to Abel on the first ball that the Somerset man faced, and he flicked it in front of square, timed it beautifully. This one didn't come off the middle of the bat, it was more off the inner half. That's why it went to fine leg as opposed to the square leg fence.
55 for 3 on what's a cloudy morning at the moment, although there's plenty of blue sky overhead, but no sunshine just at present. 2 men out now on the leg side boundary. Crocombe to Vaughan, and that's wide of the off stump. Goes through shoulder high to John Simpson behind the stumps, but no need for Archie Vaughan to play a shot at it. Adrian Harms will come in for me at the end of this over.
Interesting that they have put that second man back. It's almost validation that they do want Crocombe bowling quite straight.
Yeah.
Even if he has drifted down leg on a few occasions since Abel has come to the crease.
He's bowling to Vaughan, who comes half forward and just plays that out to mid-off. Daniel Hughes with the fielding. Didn't go after that with a full-blooded off-drive Archie Vaughan, as he might have done. It was pitched up, just swinging back into his pads. There is a little bit of swing out there, as well as seam movement. Crocombe to Vaughan, who fences at that outside the off stump. Drawn into a defensive push that he didn't really need to play. It was too wide.
He's battling here, is Vaughan. He's probably lucky that wasn't a little bit fuller. Just the shorter length means it beat the edge rather than taking it. Yeah, it's been a very interesting innings. When he has played his shots, he's looked supreme, but in defence he's been a little bit more
This is, again, pitched right up on middle and leg, played up to mid-on.
But even that shot, that's what, twice in this over now, he's just kind of pushed forward and defended down the ground. He's not looking resolute in his defence, is he?
Well, I mean, he's playing with a degree of trepidation, wary of the seam movement that Crocombe's been getting in bowls this time. He does play it securely out into the onside. It's the end of that over. It's the end of me for half an hour or so. 55 for 3, Somerset, after 15 overs.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Adrian's going to come back in now in a moment or two. There is news from the Test match. They have had the toss after a delayed start. England are unchanged, so Ollie Robinson, who, dare I say, would have loved bowling here this morning, he is in the England 11. He won't be bowling this morning, though, as Pakistan have called correctly and unsurprisingly, given the weather. Babar Azam, who's back in their team, missed the first test with a dodgy digit. He's going to have a bowl with Pakistan. And Adcat continues, and that's beaten. Abel on the outside edge. Simpson tidies up with the gloves. Three slips still waiting behind Abel as Adrian joins me. You've been a busy man this morning. You've been running around all over the shop.
Hello, Nathan. It has been busy. Let me just adjust these headphones slightly. We can hear some music in our ears, which is always a bit disconcerting.
Oh, I'm okay. It must be just your headset.
Yeah.
And that cat in left arm around the wicket. Left alone by Abel outside the off stump.
Well, first of all, I owe you an apology, Nathan, because I'd forgotten that we'd met last year in Sussex's last game of the season down at Worcester, which was a game where Sussex were left chasing about 60-odd to win and, from memory, lost 7 or 8 wickets.
Yes, it was a bizarre ending to that game.
In so doing, Ollie Robinson got a stack of wickets. So it's good to see you again. And it's been an entertaining morning.
It certainly has. And Nadcat, the only man to have bowled this morning, has actually been wicketless. As that's defended into the leg side by Abel, no run. Not for a lack of skill or quality, dare I say. I'm not sure if you would have seen it, but he's probably bowled the best delivery all morning, which was that one to Archie Vaughan. I mentioned it a few times now, just completely cut him in half. Was quite similar to the way Henry Crocombe bowled Henry Nichols, with one that just came back in and went through the gate, but it was the extra bounce from Nadcat took it over the off stump instead of clattering into it. Yeah, just looking back at that game actually from Worcester last year, 11 wickets in the match for Ollie Robinson.
Yeah.
And Nadcat's in again. Oh, that's a jaffer. That's an absolute beauty. That's left Abel off the seam, beaten him.
I was interested in the conversation you were having with Anthony about the pitch, because the pitches at Hove here are good cricket pitches, and I don't say that they're any bias towards Sussex. I just think they are. I think if you particularly on the first day, there's a little bit of grass on the pitch, 14 mils, I understand, so there's a bit in it for the bowlers. There's always good carry through to the slip cordon as well, but also if you play your shots, you get value for your shots as well. So I think this is a good surface.
Yeah, well, it's produced 3 wickets and a flurry of boundaries so far this morning. Nadcat in again. That's left alone by Abel. 55 for 3. Now the score. For I think a good example is now was young Josh Thomas's innings.
Yeah,
beaten to no ends on plenty of occasions, but when he did pull out that drive,
yes,
he looked fantastic.
Yeah. And it's a testing attack. I mean, Nadcat is an international bowler. Henry Crocombe, regrettably for Sussex, is off to Surrey.
Yes.
At the end of the season, and as you say, has been sort of in and around the England squad, so he's clearly in the conversation.
Nadcat to Abel. Oh, that's hit him in the pad. He shouldered arms, did Abel. It's jagged back a long way, but I think it was comfortably going over the top of the stump. So only a stifled appeal from the Sussex fielders. End of the over. The score is 55 for 3.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Nathan Johns, and Anthony Gibson, your commentary team here this week at Hove. Welcome to our listeners on Sports Extra 3. If you've just joined us, the news that Sussex won the toss this morning, elected to bowl first, which is unsurprising on a humid morning here at Hove. There's quite a bit of cloud cover around, but the early morning rain appears to have gone, which is the good news. We started on time at 11 o'clock, and Sussex have picked up those 3 wickets of Thomas, Lammonby and Nichols for 26-1 and a duck, respectively. A couple of wickets for Henry Croker, who's now been replaced at this sea end of the ground by Sean Hunt. He's going to be bowling his left-arm seamers up the hill. He's bowling to the right-handed Archie Vaughan, who's 20 not out, not without alarm, but he's still there as the main thing for Somerset. As in comes Hunt and bowls, and that goes away a long way and taken by John Simpson pretty much in front of first slip.
That's been a feature of Hunt's bowling so far this morning, because he came from the top end, didn't he? He came down the hill with the new ball, but exactly the same result. Prodigious movement away from the right-hander. It's almost too much.
Yeah.
You're never going to challenge either stumps or edge if you get that much sideways movement, which seems to be overly punitive on someone who has the skill to get that movement, but it's been the story of his spell so far.
Picked up the early wicket of Tom Lammonby, is in and bowls and let go by Vaughan outside of the stump through to the keeper. No run. As Nathan was saying, England are going to be underway shortly against Pakistan at Lords. Pakistan winning the toss and deciding to field first. Understandable. Ollie Robinson would have loved to have bowled here today in these conditions, and he loves bowling at Lords as well.
He does.
So I can imagine he would have been a bit of a handful at Lords this morning. Elsewhere, still no play in the game at Chelmsford between Essex and Surrey, as Hunt in again, bowls and Vaughan shoulders arms, lets that one go to John Simpson. There is no running. Cardiff, Hampshire are 67-1 against Glamorgan. Hampshire, bottom of the county championship, only 2 wins all season. One of those came here at Hove, and looking ahead to the rest of the season, Sussex's last game is at Southampton against Hampshire. I just think the feeling is that Sussex perhaps need one more win to be absolutely safe, or at least not to lose some games and pick up some bonus points, which will be very important. Hunt in, bowls and defended by Vaughan. Certainly to mid-wicket. There is no run. I mean, of course, without the 12-point deduction at the start of the last round of matches, Sussex would have been top. So it's perhaps a bit odd to be saying, well, hang on a minute, why are you looking over your shoulder? But it is just so tight. And with Leicestershire winning games, and I would like to see Leicestershire stay up, because I think it's good if sides come up and stay up. It's far from certain. And if you lose 3 or 4 on the trot and don't get many bonus points, all of a sudden you are looking over your shoulder. As Hunt is in again, bowls of on beat. Now, that's a good delivery by Sean Hunt. Archie Vaughan rehearses a slightly strange shot, as if he was almost looking to bite their eye on the onside. But there is no run.
I think that's one of those where it's when you just leave the bat inside the line and put it on your left hip, so it's absolutely nowhere near the ball. I think that's what he's practicing there, just nowhere near it whatsoever. And
no play so far in that clash at Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire, which will please Anthony. Both of those sides challenging at the top of the table, together with Somerset. In comes Hunt again, bowls and let go by Vaughan outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. This is the end of the over. A maiden over from Sean Hunt, which wasn't perhaps as threatening as a maiden over ought to have been. 55 for 3. Hunt has bowled 5 overs, 3 maiden, and has taken 1 for 12. I mean, my feeling in terms of the championship, I kind of feel it's between those 3, between Nottinghamshire, Warwickshire and Somerset. Much as I would like to say Sussex, I just feel that 12-point deduction, the fact that they are almost down to bare bones in terms of squad strength, I think it would take almost a miracle, really. I mean, it's not impossible, but I think you have to be realistic, really.
Yeah, especially Nottingham, they come here in a few weeks, don't they?
Nottinghamshire come here, Surrey come here.
Yeah. And Nadcat continues. Forward comes Abel, he defends.
And Sussex just simply cannot afford any more injuries. I mean, Goodman, who they signed from Gloucestershire last winter, he's barely played. My understanding is he could be back for some of the games in September. Tom Price, the same, which is why they're pleased that they've got Joe Everson. It looks like he might be going to bowl, actually. He's doing some warming up.
Yeah, it's been interesting how they've used the bowlers this morning. Just the 3 so far, and reasonably short spells. As Simpson is conscious he's going to be rotating these 3 for most of the morning. I think Nadcat's first spell was only 3 overs with the new ball.
Yes.
He comes in again, left arm around. Big appeal for LBW. That did look to be leg side.
I agree.
Abel tried to flick it through square leg, fell over a touch, which is probably why the slip cordon were so interested. He did get across his stumps, but just with the angle around, left arm around the wicket, always looked to be missing leg.
I just think it's a shame, Nathan, that we've got a very exciting county championship. We've got 6 weeks of back-to-back cricket, but I'm sure injuries, not just for Sussex, they are going to. I mean, it's almost inconceivable to think that these are top-class cricketers. I mean, some of the matches, there's 2 days in between. I mean, it's ludicrous, really, with travel and everything else that's going to happen. Are we going to see the best of the best players? It could almost be a survival of the fittest over the next 6 weeks, 5 weeks now.
And Nadcat in again. That's defended by Abel. Yeah, pity the poor fast bowlers in this month.
Well, absolutely. And I'm looking at Jaydev Anugcat, who is going to have to lead this Sussex attack because Ollie Robinson, you'd think, is going to be playing Test cricket. I was looking at the fixtures. I think Ollie will probably only be back for the Hampshire game.
He'll need some time off after the Test match, won't
he? We don't see anything of Jofra Archer anymore. So,
of course.
So really, you're looking at Jaydev leading the attack. He's probably got to play all 6 games. Which is quite an ask, really, to get the best of them.
Well, he's certainly bowling well here so far this morning. As Abel works that one into the leg side once again. Coles at mid-wicket. That is Coles under the floppy hat, isn't it? Yeah, he does the fielding, no run.
And probably the same with, unless Goodman comes back, you'd have thought that probably Crocombe and Hunt will probably have to play the majority of the games as well. So, but, that Sussex have never made any excuse for this, but I'm sure it will affect other counties as well. I mean, I guess the difference is some of the bigger counties are able to bring in players or bring in an overseas. We're seeing that already.
Absolutely. Change of angle here for Nadcat. He's going to come over the wicket, having been angling the ball back in to Abel's hip. Let's see what he tries to do here. Does he just try and push it across him? The slips move a touch wider now as he comes in, and that one swings a long way back in. But the problem is it swings onto the middle of Tom Abel's bat. It was a low full toss. Reasonably composed shot, not a flourishing flick, just guides that one wide of mid-on for a welcome Somerset boundary.
He's a super player, isn't he? Tom Abel made runs down at Taunton. I need to check my record. I think he made a ton down in that game earlier on this season, and it was a game that Sussex were very lucky to escape with a draw from Taunton. There was rain on the final day, and eventually it put paid to any hopes, but had we had a full day's play on that last day, Somerset would have won down at Taunton. They were very, very good indeed, and Sussex was second best on that occasion. But that was at the end of that first block of 6 championship matches.
Well, he's back around the wicket now. And I'd catch just the one delivery with a change of angle, and that's a better ball. Abel in 2 minds as to whether to play or leave. In the end, he does get his bat out of the way. 18 overs have been bowled. Somerset 59 for 3.
And you could email us Sussex Sport. Get that right? Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk. John Malone has done that this morning. He says, "Hi, Adrian and colleagues. Good to have you back on the stream from Hove." Yes, it's been a long time as the BBC don't cover the one-day cup. Hopefully the weather stays for the cricket today. I guess we could still win the league with maximum points for the remaining fixtures, or is that wishful thinking? You know, say if it looks like the ball is moving around, which it certainly is, John. Yeah, I mean, nothing I would like more than Sussex to win the county championship. But I think, realistically, that it could happen. But it would be probably the championship of all championships if they do win it. In comes Hunt. 4 slips go down. In and bowls to Vaughan, who shoulders arms. Lets that one go through to the keeper, John Simpson, and there is no run. Did I say 4 slips? In fact, there's 3 slips, so I can't count. A backward point.
Oh, I think John Simpson's kind of sold you down the river there by going to talk to first slip. So briefly, he looked like he might have been standing at first slip.
Thank you for getting me out of jail, Nathan. 3 slips. There's a point. Joe Everson going through some warm-ups. I'm pretty sure that Joe Everson made his maiden 100 here for Nottinghamshire a few seasons ago. In comes Hunt and bowls, and Vaughan is beaten this time. Ball goes through to Simpson, and there is no run. He's just probing away here. Sean Hunt. It's suddenly got very overcast. There's some heavier cloud has drifted in. The forecast was dry actually once that early rain had cleared, but there's quite a lot of heavy cloud cover around Hove now. So I don't know whether there's a shower in the offing.
Yes, and the wind has died down. Just looking at some of the hospitality umbrellas to our right, they were blowing to no end earlier. They've now largely still.
Hunt in bowl, short, pulled away, down to fine leg, and Jade Evanughat takes the catch. And I'm afraid that Archie Vaughan has rather given it away. In fact, Anthony was saying earlier on today, prophetically, that that's a shot that he's been working on not playing. He was caught here last week, as Anthony reminding us last year, by James Coles with exactly that sort of shot. He's done exactly the same, and Jade Evanughat has taken his second catch of the day down at fine leg. And Vaughan will be disappointed with the way he's got out. He's gone for 20.
A busy morning down on the long leg rope for Mr. Nadcat. This one, a much more straightforward catch than the one he took off Tom Lavenby, which is a bit of one of those boundary juggling acts. But yeah, of all the ways to get out, with the way that this Sussex attack have been bowling, to pull one that wasn't even that short, just looking on replay, it's not as if he was out of control, hooking around his nose. That one was barely above hip height, and he's just worked it. It's kind of half-hearted stroke, just trying to get inside the ball, and he couldn't have picked out a Nadcat any better. Yes, given all the challenges that have been presented this morning, and the way that Vaughan had managed to survive and score, I think that is a bit of a soft dismissal.
It is, and you can tell how disappointed he is. And in fact, I'm not too sure that Sean Hunt has had too many caught a Nudcat bold hunts. He gets a lot caught in the slips and behind with the keeper. I would just say that the light is not brilliant at the minute. The cloud cover really has rolled in, and it is almost total cloud cover here. So you would think that these are particularly good bowling conditions. 59 for 4 as James Rue makes his way to the crease. So thank you for your email, John down in Bexhill. One from Martin White. Hello, Martin, who's in Twickenham. A rainy Twickenham, he says. He said, can you provide a quick catch up with who's staying and who's leaving Sussex, to the best of your knowledge, and what you're hearing outside the official announcements? Oh, I can't do that. Are there other attempts to economise going on also, says Martin. Well, the ones that we do know and have been publicised are Tom Alsop is going to Gloucestershire, Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to Hampshire, and Henry Crocombe is going to Surrey. So we know those are all confirmed. Sean Hunt gets ready to bowl to James Rue. 3 slips in place. There's a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Hunt on his way. Running away from us, figures of 2 for 12 to make Sean Hunt comes in and bowls, and Rue is forward, plays down the track. Hunt fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So I guess the main speculation around those playing today would be around John Simpson. Uncertainty about John's situation here at Hove. He's out of contract at the end of the season. Various media outlets are reporting that interest from Nottinghamshire. Whether that's true or not, we don't know. Hunt in bowl, where is full to ball a good length, punches that into the covers, and there is no run.
The Simpson one is interesting with the Nottinghamshire links, because would that depend on what happens with Kyle Verreynne? Obviously, he's been there overseas and for the last 2 seasons now.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, I was quite surprised when I heard Nottinghamshire, because Verreynne has been terrific for Nottinghamshire.
Of course, as an overseas, you never know with international availability next summer, etc.
Yeah, so that's been in a couple of publications, podcasts that people do around Hove, that Nottinghamshire has been mentioned. I have no idea, but I think the likelihood would be that John Simpson won't be here next season. I just thought Ollie Carter is on the field, and he's just gone into 4th slip. As Hunt is in again and bowls, and Rue works this one a little uncomfortably away on the leg side and picks up his first run. End of the over. 60 for 4, and a wicket taking over for Sean Hunt. The wicket of Archie Vaughan caught down at fine leg by Jade Evanughat. Exactly the same sort of dismissal as accounted for Tom Lavenby. 60 for 4 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Somerset, 5 Sports Extra 3. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nathan Johns, Anthony Gibson back with us in about 10 minutes' time. Yeah, so they're the ones that we really know about. We know that Tom Clark has signed a year extension, as has Charlie Tier, the young, who I suspect will take over the gloves from John Simpson if John Simpson goes. Interesting, those players have just signed for a year. I suspect that's a little bit about, well, let's see who's around.
Correct.
So you can't really blame a young player for thinking, well, I don't, if we're going to have a very weak side here at Sussex. So I gather there was interest certainly in Tom Clark from other counties. J. Devon Newcat.
Yes.
The light isn't great, you know.
No, it's not. I'm surprised the floodlights haven't come on.
Yeah, it really has got quite gloomy.
Well, in the gloom, a Nadcat is now bowling to Rue, and that's left alone outside the off stop. Any other names out of contract? I mean, I just, as a cursory, given the Irish connection, I just checked to see when Jack Carson, what's his situation.
I think Jack's got another year.
Has he? Right, because this one here, back in 2023, he was announced as signing a 3-year contract.
Right. I think Jack's got another year.
Okay.
I don't think Jack is one of those. Nor is Tom Haynes. I think Tom Haynes has got another year on his contract. So in terms of overseas, Daniel Hughes is the current overseas. My suspicion is that probably Daniel won't be back, not through lack of ability, but through lack of funds.
Nadcat in again, very full, dug out by Rue.
I suspect that probably Sussex, if they can in any way afford an overseas, would probably like to see J. Devon Newcat back because he's been excellent. The other question, of course, hinges around Ollie Robinson. So Ollie Robinson not currently centrally contracted. Now, with his performances in the Test series so far, you'd have thought there's a chance that Ollie Robinson may pick up a central contract. I think they're announced in September.
Yeah, they're always the end of the season, aren't
they?
Yeah,
so if he does, you'd imagine that would free up some budget here. That's the plus. The downside is Sussex won't see anything of him, probably.
And Nadcat in again. Oh, that's a beauty. Just leaves Rue late. Proper play and miss outside the off stump through to Simpson.
I mean, because it is a bit galling, really, when you think the England opening attack at Lords this week is going to be 2 Sussex players. You know, Jofra and Ollie. So,
well, I suppose Jofra doesn't play for various different reasons, given his white ball commitments around the world.
Yeah, totally. So, I mean, we've seen Jofra once in 2 years. He played a white ball game, a red ball game at Durham last year. On a feather bed of a pitch, and wasn't very happy that he was bowling with the Kookaburra, and was saying, well, this is nothing like we're going to see in Australia. And I totally agree with him.
And Nadcat in again, and he's bowled the same ball, just leaving the left-handed Rue, who plays down off stump line and watches it go past the outside edge.
And of course, Ollie Robinson is the Sussex club skipper. He was made skipper this year, and he, at the pre-season press day, I mean, I think Sussex, at that stage, the feeling was that McCullum didn't really fancy Ollie Robinson. And Ollie was just looking forward to a good season here. I think at that stage, he obviously opened the door might be ajar, but I don't think it really was under McCullum, although he was subsequently recalled for that series against New Zealand. Got a stack of wickets.
Well, and he bowled so well in the early championship rounds, didn't he? It was almost impossible to not pick him, as that swung a long way again from a Nadcat. Rue just about keeps it out. You can see he was squared up ever so slightly.
Yeah, absolutely. And so he's got himself back into the England fold, and you'd have thought with the Ashes around next summer, England going to South Africa this winter, I would think there's every chance he'll get a central contract. So if that is the case, that would free up some funds and may allow a little bit more wiggle room. But as I say, the downside is when next season starts, I wouldn't imagine you could have Ollie Robinson skipper because he's not going to be here very much. So it's
a catch-22.
It certainly is.
Final delivery of the 20th here, 60 for 4. Somerset. Rue on strike. He's on 1, and that's hit him somewhere in the pad. A stifled appeal. Not much interest in that. It's a maiden from the Nadcat. The score is now 60 for 4.
And you say you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Nathan Johns. Nathan with us for another 5 minutes or so. Then we'll bring Anthony back in on commentary. Elsewhere in the Test match they are playing, England 4 without loss. Having lost the toss, Pakistan opting to bowl first. Still no play at Chelmsford in the game between Essex and Surrey. Surrey need a couple of wins, Nathan, I mean, they've had a shocking season, really.
Well, I watched them last week, actually. I went down to the Oval, and I can see why they were interested in signing young Henry Crocombe, because apart from Matt Fisher, their seam attack did just look incapable of creating much threat. I mean, Dan Worrell, I think he's only played a handful of championship games for Surrey this year, and we all know his abilities. They've missed him significantly throughout the year. He bowled well without the return of wickets, but Matt Fisher bowled excellently for Surrey last week. But apart from him, the seam attack really did look a little bit listless. So I can understand why they've swooped for Crocombe, who's bowled very well so far this morning.
Yes, he has, and he's coming in again. So Tom Haynes suddenly juggling his bowlers around. He's replacing Sean Hunt as in comes Crocombe, and bowls wide of the off stump taken by Simpson, no run. Interesting, actually, because the game at the Oval back earlier in the season, Henry Crocker bowled really well at the Oval, and he bowled quick. And I just got the feeling, being there was one or two people, because they've got their own live stream, and there was one or two quite well names who were on the commentary who were saying, "Oh, this guy Crocombe looks quite quick," and he did bowl really well. And if Surrey didn't know already, I think after that game they knew that he's a young fast bowler who can bowl at really good pace. As Crocombe is in again, bowls, and forward comes Abel with a model forward defensive shot, plays into the offside, and there is no run. So I guess in a sense it was no surprise. I mean, desperately disappointing for Sussex. I mean, James Kirtley has worked with Henry Crocombe here through the age ranks, got into the bowler that he is now. The only thing I would say with Henry is that, I mean, he's bowled economically this morning. He can go for a few runs, but he's an attacking quick bowler. So get your wickets, but at Edgbaston last week, I think he went for 71 in his own, which in a low scoring game was quite a lot. But he will pick you up wickets. Runs in, bowls, Abel again covers up, plays into the offside, no run.
Yeah, well, he certainly has this morning. He's been much more threatening to the left-handers, yes, I think, than right-handers. I mean, he certainly made Archie Vaughan play and miss a few times, but those are all with deliveries well outside the off-stump that you'd be doing well to nick those. I mean, the 2 wickets that he got in that 1 over were both left-handers, and they were both brilliant deliveries coming back in to the left-hander. So dare I say, he wouldn't mind a single here to get young Rue back on strike.
Crocombe in again, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Abel, back gloves, everything out of the way through to John Simpson, and there is no run. So it will be, I think it'll be a good acquisition for Surrey and a huge loss to Sussex.
When you talk about squad depth in September, I mean, they've got plenty of seamers up there, and
yeah,
they're certainly not going to be,
provided
he's not playing for England by the end of the summer next year. Who knows what happens with...
Yeah, so Henry there was a championship game here, and he got called up because someone pulled out of the game. I forget who it was.
It was at the Oval, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was at the Oval.
Was it might have been a Robinson.
Comes Crocombe, bowls. Oh, lovely shot by Tom Abel. Slightly overpitched by Henry Crocombe, and Tom Abel's such a good player. He just caressed that away. Beautiful timing between mid-wicket for 4 runs. He goes to 14. That should go to, yeah, there we are. 64 for 4. Lovely shot.
It was for Ollie. Yeah,
yes, I think you're right.
The Sussex announcement at the time. He was called up as cover for Ollie Robinson. Robinson experienced knee soreness in the build-up to that Test match.
So Henry went up there, but he didn't actually play. Comes Crocombe, bowls to Abel. Let's let go outside the off stump. Take it by Simpson. No run. End of the over. 64 for 4. Nathan's going to have a breather. We've got a very nice cake that has been left for us, baked by Margaret in the Sussex Cricket Museum, which is away to our left-hand side. If you're a newbie to Hove and you're listening on the headset, then please go and have a look, potter around the Sussex Cricket Museum. Anthony and I are playing musical chairs. Are you happy to go over that side, Anthony? Or... Yeah, thank you. And Margaret, who cooked us these lovely cakes. It's a chocolate cake. So, Margaret, if you're listening, thank you very much. And we will enjoy it, and we'll keep it away from the lads in the media area as long as possible. Because
the gannets in the media.
The gannets will eat it, Anthony. Yeah. They will. And in fact, they're over there from the Cricket Museum. They've got their books and their photographs out, and the volunteers over there who do a sterling job.
I'll go and have a look. Here comes Sean Hunt outside the off stump to James Rue, who aims a rather ambitious drive at that good length ball, leaving him outside the off stump.
See, the lights are flickering on, Anthony.
Yeah.
It had got quite gloomy.
Well, I told you, it was the tide. The tide coming in and the clouds are rolling in. We haven't actually got a sea fret at the moment, but... Up above, I bet dear old Maurice Tate is rubbing his hands at the prospect of bowling under these conditions.
Yeah.
Hunt bowls to Rue, and that's a really good ball and goes past his outside edge. It just held its own, that one. Didn't move sharply off the seam away from James Rue. It's the bounce as much as anything that's causing the batsman problems at the moment.
I mean, really, Sussex couldn't ask for any more here. Very cloudy.
It's a very good toss to win, wasn't it?
There's floodlights on. The ball's seaming around. Sussex need to make the most of this.
Somerset just need to dig in, try and get through to lunch and hope that things improve, conditions improve this afternoon. Hunt in and bowls to Rue, who hits that in the air, but it's safe enough, and Adcap goes to his left at mid-on. to do the fielding. Rue goes on to 265 for 4 as the floodlights come on here.
What sort of a season has James Drew had? Because it was a little unfortunate getting picked for the Test team and had a difficult time, I think it's fair to say, behind the stumps.
He did. He's having a pretty good season. He's scored before today's 612 runs at an average of 51.
That'll do.
As this comes off the edge of Tom Abel's thick edge down to third man, and they're coming back for a second run, and we'll get there as Crocombe has to move to his left down at deep backward point rather than third man. 2 runs to Abel, who's having the season of his life. Is Tom Abel. 761 runs in 11 innings before today.
Sorry, I am here. Sorry. Yeah.
Here comes Hunt to Abel in bowls, and Abel leaves that. It's a very well judged leave. Hunt with his hands on his head. He just brought that one back in towards Abel. I think it would probably have just bounced over the top of the off stump, because there is plenty of bounce in this pitch. Adrian will shortly be bringing listeners to BBC local radio up to date with the situation here. In the meantime, we got Hunt to Abel outside the off stump. No need for Abel to play a shot like that. Wide outside the off stump. End of that over. It's 67 for 4. Somerset have lost Lammonby, Thomas, Nichols and Vaughan this morning against some good bowling from Crocombe and Adcat, and a couple of wickets for Sean Hunt. Rather gifted by Messrs Lammonby and Vaughan, both going for pull shots and not really making proper contact and being caught down at long leg by an Adcat.
So, Henry Crocombe with the floodlights on, and increasingly gloomy here at Hove. We go for our update. Yes, apologies for that, Sarah. I have to say, when we spoke to you earlier, it was a lovely sunny morning here at Hove. Not the case now. It's very overcast and grey. The floodlights are on. Good bowling conditions. And Sussex are making hay here because Somerset, having been asked about this morning, are 67 for 4. The ever-reliable Tom Abel is still there on 16. But 2 wickets for Sean Hunt and 2 wickets for Henry Crocombe. I mean, it's been a good morning for Sussex so far. Meanwhile, at Chelmsford, that's where Surrey have gone this week. But no play so far in that game because of rain in the game between Essex and Surrey. As Rue lets that one go, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. What's Somerset's running like, Anthony?
It's not. We've got Glamorgan at home next week, Leicestershire away, and then Yorkshire away, and then Surrey at home last game.
Crocombe in bowls and clipped firm. That's a nice looking shot by James Drew. That's going to race away probably for 4 runs. Daniel Hughes is in hot pursuit, but I'm not sure he's going to get there. No, he doesn't. Beautifully timed by Rue, clipping that one away through wideish mid on, almost mid wicket for 4 runs. Good shot. He goes to 6, the total to 71 for 4.
And the Somerset faithful are rubbing their hands at the prospect of the last game of the season, Somerset winning the county championship and in the process relegating Surrey.
Well, that could happen. I mean, that really could happen.
Well, it could, but we're a long way away from that, I'm afraid.
Crocombe in and bowls, and Rue is force of all a good length. That did move from Henry Crocombe. Rue played it well into the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't sound like, with due respect to the sides that Somerset have got to play, you know, they've not got to play a Warwickshire or a Notts.
Yorkshire away is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, okay.
Yorkshire at Headingley, always a formidable prospect.
But nice to finish at home.
Yes, yeah. It would be nice if the championship is still a possibility for that last game.
Yes. Crickham bowls, and Reed takes one hand off the bat, works it down to fine leg. Very quickly round down there is Everson, and that's a good bit of fielding. Just stopped it going for a second run, 72 for 4. Rue goes to 7 as the camera zooms in on Joe Everson, who's Sussex's new recruit. Will be here full time next season. He's on loan. Well, I think it's quite a good signing for Sussex, actually.
He's been around a bit, hasn't he?
Yeah,
Started
he's
off
done
with
at Notts.
Notts,
Yeah,
had some games for Leicestershire and Kent.
But played a very good knock here on a T20 a couple of years ago. Again, Kent won when they never should have done, really. It was Everson who did the damage. In comes Crocombe, bowls to Abel. Plays into the offside. Rue was thinking there was a single there at the non-strikers, and there never was. And it is the end of the over. 72 for 4. I thought I pinched your over there, Anthony. I rather think I might have done.
No.
Abel goes to 16. Rue on 7.
How long have we got to go to lunch? 20 minutes for these two to hang in there. They've got a terrific record batting together. Their average batting partnership, thank you, Steve Pittard, for this, is 70.8.
Wow, that's
They've
very
scored
good.
1,770 runs in 27 partnerships, including 5 century partnerships and 8 half-century partnerships. Second best in the County Championship in recent years to Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow, who average 89.65 for Yorkshire in their partnerships. Well,
Great stat.
his Hunt in and bowls outside the off stump to Rue.
And I mean, apart from the fact they're both very fine players, is there the fact there's a right hander and a left hander may be one of the reasons. Is there a reason they complement each other, Anthony?
Well, they know each other pretty well. They understand each other's game, and they're both very good players. I think that that's probably the main explanation for their success together. And obviously they bat close to each other in the order, 4 and 5 or 3 and 4. As Rue comes across to play this defensively out into the offside, and Coles comes in to do the fielding.
Do you think, talking about Somerset never having won the county championship, I mean, the players are clearly very aware of that. Do you think that just might build a little bit of pressure towards the end of the season? Could this be the year?
I'm sure it will. Yeah. I mean, they're very consciously not thinking about it at the moment. The classic taking one game at a time. Yeah. And I'm sure that's the right approach, but yes, it's bound to come into it. Oh, and Rue goes hard at that outside the off stump. Fortunately, it doesn't get an edge, but goes through to Simpson. Good ball from Sean Hunt, who's getting the ball he's angling it into the left-hander and getting it to go away off the seam. Yes. James, I think, to give him credit, just playing the line of that, playing down the line of the off stump, on the basis that if it does move sharply off the seam, he won't be following it. Hunt in bowls. Oh, and again, it goes past the outside edge. And again, he's playing that off-stump line and gets away with it. But he wanders away towards the square leg umpire, deep in thought, just saying to himself, concentrate, concentrate, concentrate.
It's not easy out there this morning. Not easy at all.
No, it was, as we've been saying, a very good toss for Tom Haynes, who's captaining some Sussex in this game, to have won. And again, he goes past the outside edge. But again, James Rue just playing down the line of the off stump, just in case the ball nips back rather than goes away. If it goes away, it's going to miss the outside edge. If it nips back or holds its own, then he's got his defences in place.
I don't think there'd be too many people, I mean, just speaking for myself, and there may be others who will begrudge Somerset a county championship, Anthony.
Well, it always used to be said that they were everyone's second favourite county to their own home county. Whether that's still true, I'm not sure. Oh, and this comes off a leading edge, I think it was. There was a stifled appeal for LBW, but I think there was plenty of bat involved. The ball just skewed out into the offside, really testing over that from Sean Hunt. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 16, 72 for 4, 16 to Abel, 7 to James Rue, and batting really hard work out there this morning.
Nice email has come in, sussexsport@bbc.co.uk. He says, hi Adrian, please could you wish my father, Cliff Comber, I hope I pronounced that correctly, or Comber, Comber, a happy birthday. He shares his birthday with my wife as well. He's an avid watcher, and your discussion surrounding his favourite player, John Simpson, a potential move away, will mean he needs some cheering up too. Thank you, we love the programme, says Mark. That's kind of you. As in comes Henry Croker. Bowls for Tom Abel. Oh, that's got a 6, I think.
Yeah.
Just wait for the umpire's signal. It was short. It was pulled away. The umpire, Jack Shantry, waits. It has gone for 6. He's heaved that one away. It's a shortish boundary on that leg side towards the clock tower scoreboard, but take nothing away from Tom Abel. That's a good shot. Pulls the ball away. It's sailed all the way for 6. So Abel goes to 22 and the total to 78 for 4. Henry Crocombe stands at the end of his run, hands on hips. So happy birthday to you, Cliff. Yeah, I mean, nothing confirmed with John Simpson. What we are saying is, speculation. But
he's got a tremendous record with Sussex, but not quite so good this season.
No, I would agree with him. He's had 2 brilliant seasons. He started off this season well, but hasn't been quite as good. And who knows? Could that be indicative of some of the issues that are around here? I mean, the players, it would seem, were almost the last to know that there were financial problems here at the club. In comes Crocombe. Floodlights on, bold. Oh, that's a good delivery. I think that kept a little low, actually. Judging by the way Tom Abel played that, we might see a replay of that, but he was certainly beaten. Just see this again. To keep a little low.
He had to play at that as well.
He did. That's what I mean about Henry Crocombe. He can sometimes disappear for a few, but he's always likely to pick up wickets.
It was just fractionally outside the off stump, sort of 4th stump line.
Sorry if you can hear some noise on our effects microphone. There are people in the corporate area as in comes Crocombe and bowls. So no, he does beat Abel. And that's a really good delivery and a little nod there from Tom Abel. I think that was he's a fine player, and he was beaten by that delivery.
He's a very sporting player, Tom Abel. If he nicks it, he walks.
Yeah, and he just gave a little nod of the head there to Henry Crocombe. Not all the floodlights are on, which is a little odd. One of the floodlight pylons doesn't seem to be on, so I don't know whether that's not working or. But the other pylons are all on. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Abel works this one down towards third man. He might well pick up 4 runs. Joey Avison is in hot pursuit, but he can't cut that off. So 10 runs off this over.
I'm sure that's exactly where he was aiming. I don't know, just opening the face a little bit, playing it with soft hands.
He goes to 26, to 82 for 4 here on BBC Radio Somerset and Sussex. Also Sports Extra 3. Adrian Harms, Anthony Gibson on commentary duties up to lunch. Nathan Johns will join us after the break. But an intriguing morning in which Somerset lost the toss and were asked to bat this morning as in comes Crocombe over the wicket. Bowls. Abel lets that one. That's good judgment actually by Tom Abel, and the ball rare thumps into the gloves of John Simpson. You might have heard it on our effects microphone.
He's really warmed up, hasn't he, Henry Crocombe? He was bowling well within himself, let's say, at the start of this spell. But
he's by far the quickest of the Sussex bowlers. Rubs the ball on his jersey. It will be a huge loss to Sussex. He's in now. Bowls. I think Abel pulled the bat inside the line, but again, there was a little nod of appreciation there from Tom Abel. I mean, it was a very fine over from Henry Crocombe, and perversely, it went for 10 runs. 82 for 4 at the end of it. Tom Abel is on 26, James Rue is on 7, and Henry Crocombe has held 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 35.
Does he not like opening the bowling? Because it's striking that he didn't open. They gave it to the 2 left armers.
It's a great question, actually. I think probably that Hunton and Nudcat would perhaps do a little more with the ball than Crocombe. But in terms of pace, he's, I would say a yard quicker than certainly Hunt. And
Well, it's going to be Sean Hunt from the Cromwell Road end. And it's cloudy early afternoon now. He's bowling to the left-handed James Rue with 4 slips in attendance, and Rue drives without timing up to mid-off. And there's no run. Decent crowd. How many do you reckon here? A couple of thousand?
I doubt it. It's always quite difficult to say. There's quite a lot at the far end of the ground. There's certainly, I would say, maybe 12, 1,300. I think I thought there'd be a few more here today. I wonder whether a few were slightly put off by the weather forecast. I also understand there were problems on the trains this morning down from London, down through Haywards Heath and other areas where people would hop on the train to get to Hove.
Outside the off stump, no shot from James Rue. Problems on the A23, as I was driving here yesterday afternoon.
Yeah.
The first 160 miles of the journey were absolutely fine. The last 20 not so good.
Where did you get stuck? Around Gatwick or?
No, well south of that.
Right, okay.
Not only about 10 miles north of Brighton.
The problem is it goes to 2 lanes,
Yeah.
and anything happens, it's hopeless.
Is Hunt to Rue, and he's not sure if that was a chance or not, with
Clark and Tier.
Tom Clark going down to his right. Just watch the replay. Very hard to tell. If it was a chance, it was an extremely difficult one, and I'm not sure it carried. Let's watch the replay again. We're not going to watch the replay again.
I think Tom Clark hurt his ankle there, actually. I think the two of them always collided. He's the best fielder in the club, Tom Clark. Very unusual for him.
Singles taken, 83 for 4. Abel gets one down the leg side and is able to watch it go through into the gloves of John Simpson.
He was just annoyed with himself there, wasn't he, Sean Hunt, just erring down the leg side. I wonder whether we might get a better angle on that chance. Yeah, I think Charlie Tier might have banged his knee. I think that the two of them sort of collided as they went for that. It's difficult to say whether it was a chance or not.
Somerset can ill afford another wicket before lunch. Hunt bowls to Abel outside the off stump, and Abel can watch that through to the wicketkeeper.
I'm pretty certain Tom Abel got a ton down at Taunton. And obviously I don't get much chance to watch him, but every time I watch Tom Abel, I think, how come this guy's not got or not had international honours? Because as with good players, they just seem to have so much time.
Yeah, Abel got 119. He got at Taunton.
Yeah, he got.
Craig Overton 111.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah,
big partnership between them. Hunt in bowls to Abel down the leg side. He lifts his bat out of harm's way. End of that over. Clock says 12:51. So certainly 2 more overs before lunch, possibly 3. We'll see. 83 for 4, 26 to Abel, and 8 to James Rue from 26 deliveries. He's having to battle hard. Is young Rue.
Well, there seems to be no break in the weather here. It's cloudy all around Hove, and rather worryingly quite low cloud as well. Joe Everson is going to get a bowl, hence the round of applause around Hove for the new Sussex recruit who was initially signed for next season. But Sussex have negotiated for him to come on loan for the rest of this season, which is indicative of the injury problems that they have. I understand Finn Hudson-Prentice won't play again this season, in which case he's played his last game for Sussex, which is a great shame for his move to Hampshire. And Tom Price, who's had a difficult season. When he's played, he's done well, but he seemed to have picked up a couple of injuries. A nasty injury up at Leeds early season where he hurt his ankle. So, Everson running away from us. My time over the wicket in bowls, and James Rue up on his toes and plays the first ball into the offside. No run. Other seam options for Sussex would be Tom Clark, He bowls a decent medium pace. And Tom Haynes, he might fancy these conditions, but I know Tom has had a side strain. He did bowl last week at Edgbaston. I think it was more out of necessity than anything else because Sussex were leaking runs at the time. But he did bowl a few overs. But as I say, he has been trouble with a side injury he picked up in a club game prior to the One Day Cup. Changing the field, which I'll come back to in a moment, as in comes Everson. Bowls! And that's gone through the slip cord, and that's run away for 4 more. No, it hasn't actually. No. My apologies. It was stopped in the slips. Now, whether that was too... Now, Tom Clark looks disappointed. I think that's a drop. Not sure about the first one. Let's just see this again.
Hard to tell.
Hard to tell from here. He seems to be reaching in front of him, doesn't he, Tom Clark? Well, both... Let's see this again. I'm not sure it was. It's almost like he was in front of him. Everson in bowls. Rue defends down the onside, and there is no run. Total remains 83 for 4 here on Sports Extra 3.
England have lost a wicket. Oh, they've lost 2 wickets. Oh. Duckett and Gay, both to Mo Abbas. Gay caught behind for 8 and Duckett LBW for 17, 26 for 2.
These are kind of Mo Abbas type conditions,
absolutely.
Really. Yeah. Everson in bowls. Rue drives handsomely. Nice looking shot. Henry Crocombe is very quickly round on that cover boundary and gets in. That's a very good bit of fielding. Very quickly round the Labrador. He chases everything, does Henry Crocombe, and he was very, very quick there to get round and prevent the boundary. Nice looking shot by Rue. He goes to 9, 84 for 4. Our Somerset, for those just joining us this morning. Sussex winning the toss. But at the time of the toss, actually, it was a lovely sunny morning.
It was.
But Tom Haynes deciding he'd like to bowl first. And it's been a good decision, I think, if you pick up 4 wickets pre-lunch. But it's been a good battling display by Somerset with the lights on and heavy cloud cover now. Everson in bowls to Abel. Abel works that one down to third man. More runs here for Tom Abel. At least a couple. I don't think they'll come back for the third because James Coles is quickly down to third man and gets in the throw, but 2 more to Abel. The reassuring figure of Tom Abel for the visitors. He's 28 not out, 86 for 4. I almost feel that it could be raining. There's no umbrellas up, but it just sort of feels like it. It's very gloomy indeed as he was in again, bowls and worked onto the onside by Abel. More runs here. They've taken one. They'll be unwise to come back for a second, and they don't because Crocombe is very quickly round at deep mid-wicket to field. And it is the end of Joe Everson's first over in Sussex colours. An over that cost 4 runs. We'll probably or possibly get 2 more overs in before the break. 87 for 4. 27 overs gone this morning. So a respectable over rate for Sussex. 29 to Abel, 9 to James Rue. And we're going to get an over of spin before lunch. It looks to me like Jack Carson is coming into the attack, which probably means we will get a couple of overs before lunch.
This is the 16th innings in succession in which Tom Abel has gone past 25.
Oh, Mr. Reliable.
Yeah. And the last cricketer to do that in English first-class cricket was Murray Goodwin.
Right, okay.
For Sussex.
Various helmets being bought out now, which may delay things slightly, but Jack Carson does tend to whip through his overs fairly quickly, so he may get another over. I mean, just in answer to my earlier question, he hasn't got international honours, Tom Abel. I mean, in Test match cricket, why is that?
Very good question.
Because he just looks such a good player. Is he too old now? Or is that...
Well, he's not. How old is Tom? He's 32 he is now. Right. So you wouldn't say he's too old as a batsman.
No.
Here's Carson in and bowls to Abel, who drives handsomely, but there's a sweeper out on the cover boundary, so it's just single. Abel on to 29, 87. Onto 30, 88 for 4. He's got a slight, or has had a slight sort of technical fault where he picks his bat up a little bit towards gully, so it's coming down slightly across the line of the ball. Steve James pointed that out to me when I saw him a couple of years ago. This is outside leg stump, and Rue misses out. Could have hit that almost anywhere. And he went for the sweep shot, made no contact, took him on the pound, squirted to slip. Tom Haynes, who have we got under the helmet at forward short leg?
Good question. I'll tell you in a moment.
There's Carson in bowls, and Rue stretches forward, plays that
I think it's Charlie Tier. The skipper decided he prefers first slip than short leg.
Well, Charlie Tier would be the most junior member of this side. It's usually something that's reserved position for the youngster. It's swept and hit hard, and it will be cut off in the deep by Hughes. Just the single to Rue goes into double figures, 89 for 4.
I think, look at Charlie's 8. I'm not sure whether it's still him or whether it's James Coles, because James Coles is only just 22. Charlie.
Yes, they're both 22. I'm not sure which is the.
Let's look at what Charlie's birthday is. Yes, it is Charlie Tier, just.
Abel turns this into the onside. Think about a single, but it's not there as Everson's quickly around.
Yeah, left. Sorry, actually, Charlie Tier's birthday is in June. James Coles is in April. So he is the most junior.
Clock says 12:59. 1 ball in this over remaining. Touch and go as to whether we get another over. Abel pushes this into a gap on the offside, sets off straight away for a well-judged single. Score goes on to 90 for 4. Abel on to 31. The player's hurrying to change in, so I think we probably will get another over in, which will mean 29 overs in the morning session.
Jack Gentry's not hurrying, is he? Perhaps he quite fancies his lunch, Jack. But
it's not going to have 12:59, so yeah, we will. So.
Well, it's been an interesting morning. I think considering the conditions, Anthony, I don't think. I mean, someone's will be disappointed in lost 4 wickets, but it's one of those mornings. It could have been worse.
It could. At that time when Morris Tate took 8 for 31 before lunch.
There you go. So Everson runs away from us. Bowls and Abel squirts this one wide of third slip. The despairing dive of Tom Haynes comes back for a couple of runs. Again, I'm not sure if it bounced in front of Haynes, but it was certainly a full shot from Tom Abel. He goes to 33.
It's the sort of session I was expecting.
Yeah, no,
when Tom Haynes won the toss and put Somerset in.
No, I would agree. Everson. In the bowls, Abel defends onto the onside, no run. So just a quick roundup, as Anthony was saying, 26 for 2 England at Lords, no play pre-lunch at Chelmsford in the game between Essex and Surrey. Hampshire, 84 for 4 in Cardiff against Glamorgan. They really are having a poor season, Hampshire, although they did win here before the break in County Championship. Everson in bowls. Abel works onto the onside. Jack Carlson's very quickly in from mid-wicket to field, and there is no run. No play in the game between Warwickshire and Notts, and looking at the weather forecast, that could be the case all day. But Scarborough, Yorkshire have recovered 84 for 2 against Leicestershire. At one stage, Yorkshire was 6 for 2, but Whiteman and Wharton have led the Leicestershire recovery. No play at Derby in the game between Derby and Middlesex so far. Everson in again, bowls. Forward comes Abel, place into the offside, no run. Durham, who look set for promotion back to Division 1. Gloucestershire in all sorts of trouble, 91 for 5.
Poor old Gloucestershire.
Yeah, rough old season, aren't they? Northampton, Kent, no play so far today, and no play either at New Road in the game between Worcestershire and Lancashire. John Lewis, Gloucestershire coach this season, I think he is, isn't he? Formerly here. In comes Everson bowls. Abel defends into the offside, no run.
Mark Lane, Director of Cricket.
Right. Tom Alsop will be Gloucestershire bound at the end of this season.
Good signing by Gloucestershire. He's
a
good player, Tom Alsop.
Yeah, he's a good player, and in many ways sorry to see him go. I think he was very keen to stay here. Was all the indications that we had, and he's, John Simpson's going to stand up to the stumps actually for the last ball before lunch, and also a good multi-form. He played T20 and
plays good white ball cricketer, isn't he?
he was in bowls to Abel, who works that last ball before lunch onto the leg side and picks up a single. So there we are. It's a really interesting morning session. Somerset go to lunch on 93 for 4. Tom Abel on 34. James Rue is on 10. 2 wickets apiece for Sean Hunt and for Henry Crocombe. And although on the face of it, that looks very much like Sussex's morning, and they'll be pleased to have picked up 4 wickets. It's not. I don't think Somerset will be as upset as perhaps they might have been. If that's good English, it probably isn't.
I was just going to say, could be worse.
Yeah, that would have been far better, Anthony. It could have been worse.
Could have been. It could easily have been worse. And at least from the Somerset perspective, Tom Abel and James Rue, their 2 best batsmen, well, with the possible exception of Henry Nicholls, who've got a second ball duck, are still there at lunch, and they will be hoping that conditions ease a little bit this afternoon, because it's been a very bowler-friendly morning with high tide at noon and the clouds drifting over and humid atmosphere and a spicy, bouncy pitch. And I must say, Sussex have bowled very well this morning too.
They have. Anthony, thank you. So we're going to have a break, going to have some lunch, and we'll rejoin you again on Sports Extra 3 and BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Online, when we get underway just before 20 to 2. But for now, thanks for listening, and we'll speak to you a little later.
Let's go see what the sausage fella's got. I don't know, what's the well, I don't know what the billion is. The billion of risk in you can only get to you can always get the I'll take the risk. I'll take the risk. I will go the billion all day. Oh, he's got it. I'll take the risk. No, he didn't. Yeah. I don't know why people said you want to do like basket concept, you want to take the basket, not the set.
Please welcome back onto the field our Sussex team, led by Captain Tom.
Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to Hove, where the umpires are making their way out to the middle, followed by the players. And the good news is that the weather is improving. It all got very grey and overcast before lunch, but the good news is that the sun is now out. The floodlights are still on, but I suspect they may not be on for too much longer because there are, brighter skies on the horizon. I'm Adrian Arms, glad to be joined by Anthony Gibson, and a very good afternoon to our listeners on Sports Extra 3, as well as BBC Online and all the other various ways you can listen. I thought you summed up this morning rather well, Anthony, when you said it actually could have been worse for Somerset on a tricky morning for batting.
Yep, it certainly could have been worse because Rue and Abel, Somerset's two most prolific run scorers, are still there. Just both marching out now in their shirt sleeves. It's quite warm out there despite the jacket cover. And they'll be hoping that conditions get a little bit easier for batting as the afternoon wears on, because the conditions are certainly very bowler friendly this morning, and Sussex bowled pretty well to take full advantage of the conditions.
A bit of chat over lunchtime as to whether James Rue might have been dropped before lunch. There were a couple of chances that went in the area of the slip cord, and I'm not sure myself. The evidence was inconclusive, but we think that probably the ball may be dropped a little short of the slip cord. We'll probably get confirmation of that later. But Sean Hunt's going to get things underway after lunch. He's in and bowls and let go by Tom Abel, goes through to John Simpson, and there is no run. And just as I say, it's brightening up. The sun has gone in, and we've got some heavy cloud back with us. So you'd still think Sussex will be pleased that they are bowling first, but certainly Abel and Rue, I thought, batted very nicely actually in the lead up to lunch, because it wasn't easy.
Tom Abel has looked the less insecure of the two of them.
As Hunt is in and bowls, and Abel is forward to ball of good length, and that would have probably knocked out his middle stump had he not played it. And I can tell you that because we've got a terrific view. We're looking almost pretty much wicket to wicket here at Hove this week. The wicket is set somewhere away to the clock tower scoreboard side of the ground. The pavilion was quite busy at lunchtime. I don't think it's as big a crowd as I thought it might be today. Perhaps the weather putting one or two people off, but those that are here have seen an entertaining morning's cricket as Hunt is in over the wicket, bowls, and Abel again is forward and just plays defensively into the offside. There are three slips in place. Tier number 28, Clark number 27, and Tom Haynes, the skipper, number 20 at third slip. There's a wideish third man. Looks to me like that's Henry Crocombe. Jack Carson busily... Oh no, it's Jack Carson? No, Daniel Hughes busily clapping his hands. No, it is Jack Carson, I apologise, at cover. Jada Vanuka at mid-off. Daniel Hughes at mid-on. James Coles at mid-wicket, as in comes Hunt and bowls, and forward comes Abel. Plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Coles, no run, and Joey Avison is down here at fine leg, as the sun again attempts to come through. The deck chairs at the far end. I do like it when the temporary stands have gone for the T20. You can see those people sitting in the deck chairs at the far end, and I'm pleased to report that the horrible scaffolding that was covering one of the blocks of flats has gone. Looks like they've all been painted actually, as in comes Hunt over the wicket, bowls, and Abel just watches that one pass by outside of the off stump, taken by John Simpson, and there is no run. And with that, Tom Abel wanders away in the direction of square leg, and the total remains on 93 for 4. A couple of patches of blue, so we're getting quite a lot of noise from the corporate area. I'm sorry, our fixed microphone is dangling out of a window in that direction, so we can tend to pick up conversations from that area as in comes Hunt and Bowles. And
That was definitely short.
just short of Tom Clark. I just wonder whether these slips need to go forward a little bit, because that was short of Tom Clark, but it was an involuntary shot by Tom Abel. The ball ending up, just see this again. Yeah. So the end of a maiden over from Sean Hunt, who's scored very nicely here today. 10 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 17. So Somerset, without addition to their lunchtime score, are 93 for 4.
Yeah, Tom Clark not particularly happy out there. He had those two near things before lunch, edges that reached him just about on the half volley, and that one clearly bounced short, but it took him on the fingers of his left hand and obviously stung. But, going to have Henry Crocombe to bowl his 9th over from this sea end. There's patches of blue sky beginning to appear overhead. Conditions still comfortable for the seam bowlers of Sussex. Turned down to long leg by James Root for the first run post lunch.
But it is such a strong batting order for Somerset. You're looking at Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton coming in at 8, who made that very good 100 down at Taunton earlier this season. Miguel Petrolius as well. So.
Well, Miggy Pretorius had been averaging 5.5 runs per innings.
Right.
In this county championship season, until last weekend when he scored 48.
Yes.
In a last wicket partnership of 72 with James Rue, which arguably was the difference between the two sides. Because if Somerset had been chasing 174 instead of 102 in that 4th innings against Essex, it might have been a different outcome. Crocombe into Abel, turns this into the onside, won't get a run as it goes to mid-wicket, fielded by Jack Carson. The weather is going to improve. We were promised sort of unbroken sunshine by the weather forecasters.
Yeah, I agree.
Yesterday evening.
I agree. Anything but. They are playing at Chelmsford, where Surrey are 16 for 1 against Essex.
Crocombe to Abel. Again, that's a leading edge. I was going to say again turned into the onside. That's what Abel had in mind, but it came off the leading edge. It was actually fielded by James Coles in the covers. So there is still movement out there. Abel onto 35, 95 for 4. This one feels the crucial partnership for Somerset. As we were saying before lunch, these two have a tremendous record together in their partnerships. Somerset need one really badly now from the pair of them. Crocombe in bowls, and this comes off a bottom edge almost onto his stumps. Well, Crocombe still asking difficult questions of the Somerset batsman. Leading edge from Abel, bottom edge past his leg stump from James Rue. Goes down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod. The pitch is sort of straw coloured, tinges of green down either side of it, but the main meat of the pitch doesn't look in any way green, but there is quite a lot of grass being left on it. Crocombe in bowls, and this time Rue can let that go through to John Simpson. I think 14 millimetres of grass, did you say, Adrian?
Yes, 14, yeah, which is pretty standard here at Hove, which does sort of allow... Paul Farbrace has always been very keen since he arrived at Sussex that, the slip cordon gets brought into play and that they get decent bounce. I remember prior to that, there was a season here where we had a couple of, really awful draws with very few wickets taken. So they like to be good wickets here.
Crocombe in and bowls, and this is a run as Rue takes his bottom hand off the bat, goes out towards the square leg umpire to go through for the single. 96 for 4 at the end of another testing over from Henry Crocombe. who has figures of 238 from 9 overs. So, rather, as you were saying, Adrian, he's going at 4 runs and over, but he is a wicket-taking bowler.
Yeah, he is. And looking last week up at Edgbaston when he bowled 15 overs and took 3 for 71. So he takes the wickets, but he was a little expensive in a low-scoring game. But he's a fine bowler, Henry, and he's going to be a big loss for Sussex next season. This man will still be there, Sean Hunt, who's coming in down the hill. The 3 slips go down. He's into bowl to James Rue, and Rue is solidly forward to a bowl of good length. Plays to backward point, fielded by the eager Everson. And there is no run. Much brighter skies drifting across Hove now. As Anthony was alluding to in the previous over, the floodlights are still on. And there's much darker cloud up towards the Downs, which are to the north of Hove. As Hunt wanders back to his mark. A couple of people wander behind the sight screen. I'm sure there's should be a steward up there really. In comes Hunt and bowls, and Rue defends out into the offside. And there is no run. It's a big enough sight screen so that probably it wouldn't be in the batsman's vision, because otherwise he'd have pulled away, I'm sure. But I'm sure at the corner of his eye, I'm a little surprised there's no steward just stopping people walking in that particular area. But Rue seems happy enough. 3 slips, point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk if you want to send us an email. As Hunt is in, and has he nicked that behind? He has nicked it behind. And Sean Hunt picks up his 3rd wicket, and James Rue is gone. And that's a good delivery from Sean Hunt. He just moved away from James Rue, who rather followed it, and he'd given it the slightest of edges. It goes through to John Simpson, and Sean Hunt picks up his 3rd wicket of the day, and the 5th Somerset wicket of the day goes down. Somerset now 96 for 5, and a rather disconsolate James Rue makes his way off. He's out for 12.
Yes. Well, just as I was thinking that James Rue was just looking a little bit less uncomfortable at the crease. Haven't seen the replay yet. He has been playing down the line of the off stump, trying not to be drawn into following the ball as it moves away from him. Whether he did that on that occasion, I'm not quite sure. Maybe he was guilty just of groping for the ball. Craig Overton is the new batsman, coming in ahead of Lewis Gregory. He's averaging 48 in the county championship this season. Craig Overton,
Well,
3 centuries.
Yeah. I just wonder how he might approach this innings, because I know he's a fine player, isn't he? But fair to say he likes to get on with it, Anthony.
Yeah.
I mean, I just wonder whether on a pitch that's offering some help, whether you are better sort of chancing your arm slightly. Tom Abel's having a natter to the big fella as he makes his way in. Did you say become a father?
Yep, last Monday.
Right, is that the first time?
Yes, for the first time.
Oh, excellent.
He and
Well,
his wife, Asha,
Oh, many congratulations.
and little girl called Ottilie, £7.
Lovely. Oh, well done to the Overtons. I thought I heard him say, actually, talking to one of the umpires this morning, I thought I heard him say, a couple of sleepless nights. I guess perhaps something he'd had some good news. In comes Sean Hunt over the wicket, bowls, and Overton is forward. I thought for a minute he'd nick that.
He's done pretty well against Sussex. He averages 92.67. He's only played 4 first-class innings against Sussex. 83, 53 not out, 28 and 111.
That's a great stat. Always
Thank you, Steve Pittard.
Well, I was just going to say, well done, Anthony, on your homework.
Steve Pittard does quite a lot of work.
Right, well, I need a Steve Pittard. In comes Hunt and bowls, and Overton again is forward. There's a bit of movement there for Hunt. And Overton rehearses the forward defensive shot. 96 for 5.
I don't think Somerset are going to get many batting points in this innings.
Well, there may not be that many batting points in the game. The way the ball is moving around here, and when it was the case at Edgbaston last week, no batting points in the game at all. And that makes a huge differential between the winners and the losers. I mean, Warwickshire picked up 19 points last week. Sussex picked up 3 for a 1-wicket win. Hunt in and bowls, and Overton turns that onto the onside. He's going to probably get a couple of runs. James Cole's needing to chase back from mid-wicket to field, which he does, but not before Overton is through for a couple of runs at the end of the over. 98 for 5, Abel 35, Overton 2, a third wicket for big Sean Hunt. Why did I think that Lewis Gregory? Because
He would normally, yes.
Yes.
In past Somerset batting orders, Gregory would always come in ahead of Overton. But
Yes.
Overton has been much the more successful of them this season. He's worked very hard on his batting, and it's paying dividends.
Yes.
So I think it's a good decision from Lewis Gregory. I don't think there's any. It's not connected to Gregory's state of health,
Right.
the injury that he sustained against Essex. Here comes Crocombe to bowl to Abel outside the off stump and dropped at first slip.
Oh, that's a huge drop.
Dropped at first slip by Charlie T. It was a loose shot from Tom Abel,
That's a bad
going
drop.
for a square cut and getting a top edge, and should really have been taken. Oh, just slightly to his left, Charlie Tier there.
Oh, I'm afraid that's a regulation chance at this level, Anthony. You know, no means to put them down, but that's a bad drop.
Crocombe tries again. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls to Abel, who just lets this run off the face of his bat down to third man. They're coming back for a second run, and we'll get there. Not comfortably enough, but safely enough. Abel pretty quick between the wickets, although he is liable to hamstring injuries, so I'm always a little bit concerned when he puts on the afterburners to try and turn 1 into 2, but no harm done on that occasion. And that's the 100 on the board for Somerset. 100 for 5 in the 33rd over. Crocombe to Abel, who plays that defensively. Back up the pitch, Abel on 37.
Had a couple of chances put down last week at Edgbaston, Henry Crocombe. That would have been a huge wicket for Sussex. You know, Abel out so soon after James Rue get out, and can't afford to put down a player of Abel's quality.
Crocombe's very straight approach. He's there, bowls to Abel down the leg side, and they're going to take a bye as there's a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end from wicketkeeper Simpson. It's a leg bye. A little bit of pad involved. 101 for 5 in this cloudy afternoon. This low cloud. It's almost like sort of high fog, if you see what I mean,
Yes.
drifting over the ground. It's a warm afternoon, though. Very pleasant conditions for both playing and watching cricket, especially if you're a Sussex seam bowler, as Overton gets an inside edge onto his pad as he comes forward in defence.
Yeah, the weather forecast is I'll say completely wrong. I mean, it's still dry, but as Anthony was saying, the forecast was once the early morning rain had gone, it was going to be a bright day, but only patches of brightness, really.
Crocombe to Overton, comes firmly, decisively forward to play that defensive push. These two Somerset cricketers have 260 games for Somerset between them. 113 for Tom Abel and 147 for Craig Overton. Great servants of Somerset cricket.
Both fine players as well. I'm going to make way, Anthony. I'll see you again about 2:30, and I'm going to hand you over to Nathan Johns.
We're going to have another over from Sean Hunt from the Cromwell Road end. Hunt with figures of 3 for 19 in 11 overs. 2 of those wickets rather gifted to him by Messrs Lammonby and Vaughan. He's in and bowls outside the off stump to Abel, and again good carry through to John Simpson, who took that chest high, too wide of off stump for Abel to have to play a shot at it. But still plenty in this pitch for the quicker bowlers. Perfect start after lunch for Sussex, Nathan.
Well, I think they certainly feel better having gotten rid of Rue, and dare I say, the drop of Abel might be.
Hunted in bowls, and this is turned off his pads by Abel. Should just be a single as Coles does the fielding. 102 for 5. Abel on to 38.
Well, with every run that he gets, that drop certainly sticks in the mind. But it's difficult to quibble with 102 for 5, having won the toss and elected to bowl first. It's pretty much exactly what was required.
Yeah, it's played out very much as a lot of people, myself included, would have expected this morning, given the conditions. Hunt, tall left arm seamer, and Overton plays it firmly back to the bowler. Sean Hunt took 9 wickets here last April. And Somerset were well beaten by Sussex, and when he's picked up 3 already here today. 3 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on. Well, forward square leg and long leg. Pretty much the same field as we've had all day. Hunt in and bowls. This is cracked into the offside without any timing by Overton. I was looking for that to race away to the extra cover boundary, but it didn't.
It sounded quite good off the bat, didn't it? We've been deceived by the quality of Willow in the hand of Mr. Overton. Dare I say, I'd suggest he uses quite a heavy bat.
Yeah, they're both using the same brand of bat. As Hunt is in, bowls to Abel, who thinks about playing at that and decides wisely against it. Both bats made on the county ground, at the county ground in Taunton, by the bat makers Middlechamp and Hall, who are our tenants at the Somerset Cricket Museum.
Very good.
Of which I have the honour of being a trustee. Here's Hunt to Abel. Ooh, an tempting delivery, but Abel resists the temptation as that one lifts past the off stump through to John Simpson. 101 for 5, 38 to Abel, 3 to Overton, and 3 wickets to Hunt, and 2 to Henry Crocombe, who's going to bowl the next over.
Yeah, it's been a funny sort of spell for Hunt. He's bowled quite a lot of those sorts of deliveries, ones that just jag away and look very pretty, but 2 of his wickets were caught at fine leg. So, as well as he's bowled, he's not necessarily gotten his scalps the way his quality this morning would suggest, but he's delighted nonetheless. Crocombe is going to continue. 3 slips await. In he comes. Overton plays a flowing cut shot and it'll race away to the longer boundary on the offside. A handsome looking cut shot that from Craig Overton.
Yeah, he got on top of the bounce well, didn't he? I mean, he's a tall man, so,
yes.
so which helps. But there was plenty of bounce there for Crocombe, but Overton got on top of the bounce, hit it down and very hard.
Takes the score to 107 for 5 now. Overton onto 7, having faced 8 deliveries. Yeah, that bounce is a feature of Crocombe in the early morning, wasn't it? Just that extra bit of lift. If he's going to trouble Overton, though, he needs plenty more bounce given that height, and that's a tighter delivery, still short of a length, but Overton defends down the ground. There is no run. Hughes does the fielding.
It's going to be interesting to see how Overton goes about this. He may take the view that needs to take the fight back to the bowlers, because if he just hangs around, sooner or later he's going to get one with his name on it.
Crocombe into Overton, up past the umpire. It's defended on back of a length again. Well, that's what we've said throughout day 1 so far, isn't it, Anthony? Is that if you are going to look to score, if it's on the right length, this pitch will reward you. It is a good cricket pitch. The problem is when it's just that short of a full of a length, and that's when problems have been caused. But dare I say, I think you're right, based on what we know about Overton. it won't be long before he looks to put a bit of pressure back on. Crocombe in again. Oh, that's a wider delivery. Overton just suggests it nipped away from him as he plays and misses outside off.
Batsmen often do that.
Oh, that's a good ball.
Yeah. That explains why I missed it.
Not that he wafted it one well outside off stump. 107 for 5. Tom Abel on 38. Down the other end, it is Overton who's on strike. Crocombe in up past umpire Chantry. Full, defended down the ground. Bit of nifty footwork from Crocombe on his follow through to cut off a single.
He's moving well, is Craig Overton. Moving head and feet out towards the pitch of the ball. He's not standing there firm-footed and waving at it with his bat.
Yeah, taller men sometimes struggle to kind of get that big stride just because they like to play from the crease. But Overton not doing that today. That's very full, but well down leg. Stifled appeal for a strangle, but he got nowhere near it. Overton 35 gone, 107 for 5. Speaking of strangles, you see Emilio Gay got a strangle down the leg side this morning. Yeah, that was how he was dismissed up in Lords.
Not sure he's quite good enough, Emilio Gay. I've seen quite a lot of him for Durham and before that for Northants.
I always wonder, batters always think they're unlucky when they get out strangled down the leg side. But it happens just about often enough that it should be something that they're able to avoid.
Tom Abel has been out quite often, caught down the leg side, because he just sort of leaves his bat outside his body, as he gets a good one this time from Sean Hunt that cuts back into him, plays it well. And if you're not playing a positive shot to a ball down the leg side, you're inviting the ball just to find the edge. But I think it's a fault that he has corrected. He's being much more determined in his movements to balls down the leg side. He'll either play a proper shot or lift his bat right out of harm's way. Sean Hunt in and bowls. This comes off the inside edge. They're going to go through for a quick single, which was safe enough. Good calling from Craig Overton, whose call it was. Spotted the opportunity. Cole's having to move to his right from forward square leg. 108 for 5. Decisive. That was the adjective I was searching for. Much more decisive in the way he plays balls down the leg side.
Yeah, because after a while, if it happens more than a few times, it's not luck, is it? You're right. You need to probably be a bit more strong with your decision making off balls off the hip.
Hunt to Overton. Overton forward, plays that out into the covers. Carson Fields from extra cover. Weather keeps threatening to, or promising to improve, and then these low, foggy clouds drift over again from the winds coming from the southwest. It's still very bowler-friendly conditions, although there's been more in the pitch than there has been in the atmosphere. More seam than swing. Hunt bowls, driven by Overton, not timed. Undercut Fields at mid-off. Overton in a short-sleeve sweater, as is his wont. I think he's the only player out there. Oh no.
I think
Tom Clark got a short. No, he's got his.
But he's the only one with the cable net on the old-fashioned very. I suppose it's just about cold enough for it. So I'm surprised more Somerset's batters haven't.
I wonder if it's his lucky sweater. He lays back and plays this away through the offside. That'll be 4 runs. Carson wasn't very far away from that at extra cover, but once it had got past him, that was that. It's a short boundary on that side of the ground and a reasonably quick outfield. It's not the quickest we've seen in this drought-stricken summer. It's looking a picture, I must say. The whole ground looks a picture. It's always a pleasure to come to Hove. And certainly this morning when play started under blue skies, it was a sight to behold. 112 for 5 as Hunt is in and bowls to Overton, who won't get a run here as he plays it straight to James Coles. by the square leg umpire. Overton has 11, Tom Abel has 39, and Somerset 112 for 5. Since lunch, they have lost James Rue, who was caught behind off Hunt.
They've done well, the ground staff here, to have it so green. I mean, you mentioned the drought. I mean, it seems like everywhere I go these days to play a club game, you're doing well if you can find any green patches anywhere. And it definitely is
Most
happening.
outfields are sort of straw-coloured now, aren't they?
100%. And you can tell quite a lot of club pitches up and down the country haven't had any rain because it seems to be much easier to bat as a clubby this year. Best so for Somerset so far today is Crocombe continues and he beats Abel on the outside edge. That one looked like it just jagged a little bit, squared him up.
Good piece of bowling. It was angled in and then left him sharply off the pitch. Good luck trying to play that.
Yeah, it is interesting. I think of all the Somerset batters, Overton's probably looked the most solid in his defence, and it probably is with that tall stride. He's able to really come down the wicket and negate any movement that's there. That's short and pulled away dismissively by Abel. Lands just short of the mid-wicket fence. A front foot pull shot punishes Crocombe as that races away to the fence.
Plays that shot well, does Tom Abel. Plays it decisively as well, and playing it in front of square. He's not trying to help it on its way down to long leg, which was what accounted for Lammonby and Vaughan.
Changing the field, no man will go back on that leg side fence. Jack Carson, he's going to go just in front of the square, that deep square, 116 for 5 now. Abel moves into the 40s with that boundary, 43 to his name. Crocombe comes in, straight defended. Crocombe does the fielding on his follow-through. Well, he was going to, and then he decided just to let it go to mid-on in any case.
Crocombe is about 6 foot tall, something like that, maybe just 5'11". Not tall for a quick bowler, but he's got a nice action. Good pair of shoulders.
And he comes again, full on the pad. That's comfortably missing leg stump. From this angle, it will be a leg by into the leg side, 117 for 5 now.
But if you were just to meet Henry Crocombe, you wouldn't immediately put him down as a fast bowler, would you?
Well, not compared to the man currently standing at the batting end, Mr. Overton.
Or Sean Hunt, for that matter.
Or Sean Hunt,
who's every inch a big fast bowler.
Crocombe vigorously shining that ball with the front of his shirt. In he comes into his delivery stride, full edged, but along the ground, and it beats the man in the gully in any case, and it will race away up the hill to the boundary at third. I didn't think that was going to reach at all. It just looked like a little trickle of an edge, but the outfield is good here at Hove. Brings Overton a streaky boundary.
Leading edge, I think that was.
He was trying to play that through mid-wicket, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, they've got good edges on them, these bats.
Yeah, the middle jumping holes.
Yeah.
Crocombe in again, top of his mark. Wearing an elbow protector on his left arm, but not his bowling arm. Short, wide, and that'll be 4. Not for the first time in the last 10 minutes or so. Overton climbs into a cut shot and sends that one racing away to the fence.
No half measures. He fairly cracked that away.
Yeah, end of the over, 125 for 5. That brings Overton up to 19 off as many deliveries faced.
2 comrades in arms, these two. They've been playing together since 2014, when Tom Abel made his debut with 96 against Warwickshire. Craig Overton's debut back in 2011, I think it was, or 2012 possibly. Missed out on selection for England. Has played Test cricket, of course, with 8 Test matches for England. Here comes Hunt going around the wicket to Abel, who turns it to square leg, and Overton has to retreat to his crease in a hurry as the throw comes in.
He's been called for a no ball.
First one of the day. 125 for 5.
Do you know, I was playing a club match very recently, and somebody got in a club match, and it was a friendly, not a league game. He got called for a back foot no ball.
A back foot, what? Breaking the crease at the side.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in a club game. I don't think I've ever seen that in.
Very, very watchful umpire, sharp-eyed.
Dare I say, an umpire who wanted to be involved in the game.
He's hunting to Abel, who drives. It comes off open face down to third man where Crookham fields. Single is taken. Abel on to 44. 128 for 5.
Adrian's just come in with what looks to be slices of his cake that he
he's
had
had
earlier,
cake.
so he hasn't taken him long to get into that. So, dare I say, whenever
It's an enormous chocolate cake.
one of us gets a break, we'll certainly enjoy.
His hunt to Overton. Ooh, I thought he'd nick that. He did grope for that outside the off stump, and he rehearses a very different defensive shot. Bat held in close to pad and body, but he allowed his bat just to drift away from him to that previous delivery. And it could so easily have taken the outside edge.
Sussex skipper Tom Haynes is at gully, and he's just motioned down to fine leg to suggest that he'll be coming on. So I think Crookham's spell is done for now.
Here's Hunt in and bowls, and this is on middle and leg. Played back up the pitch by Craig Overton. It's Joey Everson just doing some stretches down there. Goes through his practice bowling action. Yet again, patches of blue sky appearing overhead. No sign of any decisive improvement in the weather just yet. Somerset will be keeping their fingers crossed that the cloud cover persists for the Sussex innings. Hunt bowls and bowls from wide of the crease, angling that one into Overton, who again plays it. Did I say it's not Hunt? It's
No, it's
Undercat.
a Nadcat. Yeah, it's back for another spell. It almost sounded like a rather pessimistic prediction from you that Somerset will be bowling in the not too distant future.
Well, 5 down. We've got Lewis Gregory to come, but then it's the bowlers.
Overton's looked okay so far, though. I mean, when he's really gotten forward and defended, he's been quite solid.
Bernard Cat into Overton, who goes for a cut shot to a ball that bounced over the top of his intended stroke. Bit of extra bounce there from Bernard Cat.
You've got to be doing well to get the ball extra bounce to beat a man as tall as Overton. That absolutely zipped up off a length.
I think Bernard Cat has bowled as well as any of these Sussex seam bowlers, without success so far. But he's produced any number of plays and misses. He's into Overton. Oh, and he's gone, I think. No, he hasn't. John Simpson thought he'd gone and sort of went up as if he'd taken a catch. It must have been as near as a toucher to the outside edge, but no touch was there, mercifully for Overton and Somerset. And 128 for 5 at the end of the over.
Well, your good self and John Simpson weren't the only people fooled by that. James Coles at mid-wicket had already started celebrating. He started running in and all of a sudden had to kind of sheepishly turn around, realising there was nobody going to greet him to celebrate a wicket that wasn't Overton. Just doing some heavy gardening there, not overly impressed with the patch of strip that caused that deviation.
He'll be looking forward to bowling on it, though, I fancy.
He certainly will. He's been a good season for Overton, 33 wickets at an average just under 20. There is going to be a change of bowling. It is Everson back into the attack. Just the 2 overs so far for the loanee. None for 7, his figures. Tom Abel's on strike. He's on 44, is Abel. just the 2 slips in place for Everson as he comes in to Abel. Short and pulled, and will that go all the way? I think it does. Arms aloft from umpire Chantry. Didn't look like Abel got all of that, but he's pulled his way to bring up a half century.
Yeah, another terrific knock from Tom Abel. That is it's the 8th time he's gone past 50 in this season. 3 centuries and now 4 50s.
Yeah, much needed half century.
5 50s, I beg your pardon, 5 50s.
5 4s, 2 6s. He's played that pull shot well this morning and then into the afternoon session as well as Abel continues his prolific run this season for Somerset. Boy, do they need it given what's gone on elsewhere. Everson in again, short again, but this one's outside the off stump. It's defended into the covers. There is no run. What was he on? Do we know roughly what Abel was on when he was put down?
Yes, I do know it was on.
The inevitable question of how costly that drop was.
It was 35 and the score was 98 for 5.
Put down on 35, so it's
It was 98 for 5.
not the most costly drop as of yet, and well, that was a non-costly full toss. Abel's disgusted with himself. He punches his bat in frustration as he flicks a low full toss straight to Carson at mid-wicket. Missed out there. Everson in again, number 50 on his back. Short again, pulled again, but this one's along the ground. Abel can't find the middle of his bat on this occasion. He picks up a single down to fine leg.
Bit of a bottom edge, I think, that.
Yeah, 135 for 5 now. Abel on to 51. Yeah, first time he's not been able to get that pull shot away, really. Excellent player of the short ball is Abel.
He's a very good player of spin as well, but I'm not sure he'll have much of an opportunity to demonstrate that particular skill.
Man out on the leg side now with Overton on strike. This is full, defended down the ground. Yes, 2 men back, long leg and square leg on that short leg side boundary. 2 slips in place. Deep point as well has gone out. Some sort of assumption that Overton might be playing a few shots here from Sussex as Everson comes in again, up past the umpire, full straight driven. It's a beautiful drive, timed nicely, but it's hit straight to mid-off to end the over. 39 gone, 135 for 5. Abel brought up his half century in that over. He's now on 51. Overton is still there with him on 19.
Yes, I'm not sure we're going to see much in the way of spin from Jack Carson and Sussex, but certainly not while the ball is seaming and bouncing as it is at the moment from the quicker bowlers. Very testing batting conditions. 51 from Tom Abel is worth a good many more in the context of this innings.
Yeah, we did get that one over of Jack Carson. That was the old tradition. Give the spinner an over before lunch.
Here comes an Adcat again from the Cromwell Road end in a bowls outside the off stump. Again, good carry through to John Simpson. That one angled back into Abel, but just too wide of the stumps, and Abel able to let it go.
Yeah, I think an element of leaving it was wide, but it was angling back in. An element of leaving it on length as well. The batters are trusting this pitch by and large. It's the odd one has zipped up off a length, but you're not seeing balls shoot through and shoot low, so comfortable leaving those sorts of deliveries is Abel.
An Adcat to Abel. Plays this defensively. England have lost another wicket. It's Harry Brook who's gone. Clean bowled by Muhammad Ali for 15. England 80 for 4. Jordan Cox 27 not out.
Yeah, looks like they've taken lunch up at Lord's. A later lunch, of course, late start. I think they only started about 20 past 12.
They did, yeah.
Given the rain. 2 wickets from Mohammed Abbas, of course, who he'd love those conditions up there at the minute, wouldn't he?
He would. And I think from the Pakistan point of view, it's just as well they won the toss,
Yeah.
because I think Ollie Robinson would have been a handful. This is turned into the onside by Abel. Won't get a run. Elsewhere in the county championship, Surrey 37 for 1. Chelmsford against Essex. Hampshire 128 for 7. That's Sophia Gardens against Glamorgan. No play yet at Edgbaston. Hooray! And Yorkshire 111 for 2 against Leicestershire. No play at Derbyshire. Gloucestershire in trouble at Chesterton Street, 125 for 6. And no play at Northampton, Worcestershire yet. As Nadcat is in bowls to Abel, who turns this into the onside. Craig Overton thinks there might be a single there, but sent back by Tom Abel.
Yeah, a friend of mine decided to go to Chelmsford today, thinking, based on the forecast, that might be where he sees the most amount of cricket. And, well, he's not completely wrong in that. No cricket in, four games elsewhere in the country. They've only got, they're only halfway through the 14th over, though, at Chelmsford. So there hasn't been much cricket there either.
Jack Leaning is on the pitch at mid-on as a sub. Abel plays this, and Leaning is in business. He'll just do the fielding. They take the single, 136 for 5, Abel onto 52. Don't know who he's on for. Sean Hunt, I would guess. It's usually the big fast bowler who goes off.
Yeah, I'm not seeing him anywhere. It's Everson at fine leg, and the only other man who looks from a distance to be comparably tall is maybe Jack Carson, but that's very much him at extra cover. So I think you're right. I think it is Sean Hunt. He's gone off for some running repairs of some description.
Last ball of this Nadcat over. It's his 11th. Bowled very nicely. He's bowling to Overton. 2 slips and a gully now. Overton gets almost a full pitch. Not quite a Yorker. He's forward, playing it on the half volley out into the offside. Doesn't get a run. End of the over, 136 for 5, 19 to Overton, 52 to Abel. And I'm going to take a spell, and Adrian Harms will come in alongside.
Well,
Nathan Johns.
I think Adrian might be bringing a bit of sunshine with him. Just looking over to the left-hand side, it's just brightening up ever so slightly here at Hove. I mean, I suppose the glass here is probably slightly deceptive. I noticed when walking out for lunch, it is slightly brighter outside than it appears to us behind the glasses. Everson continues, and that's turned away into the leg side by Abel. There is no run. Sorry, Adrian, I've stolen your seat now. Musical chairs, as always. When there's just 3 people, it's just a constant rotation, isn't it? Throughout the day.
No problem at all. I'm just glad we got some play, because as you say, lots of places there's not been too much cricket today.
No, we've got plenty of play into the 41st over now. Everson in, up past the umpire, full flicked behind square on the leg side, and Nadcat will tidy up down at fine leg. Abel picks up a single.
Don't like to make Charlie tear for any worse than he probably does, but that's that, I think that's a massive drop with Tom Abel, and just at that time as well, because that would have been 98 for 6. I know Lewis Gregory's a fine player, but you sort of feel you're into the lower order. Craig Overton, he's played very positively, hasn't he? 19 off 27. I always feel when I watch Craig Overton that he can change a course of a game so quickly. That's what makes him such a good cricketer. And suddenly, the field has to change. Sussex have to go slightly more defensive.
Well, they've made 2 very significant changes to the field with Overton. We'll talk about those in a second as he defends that one resolutely. He has been quite strong in defence, has Overton, more so than quite a few members of his top order, it has to be said. The keeper's up. John Simpson's got his helmet on, so he's going to stand up to Overton. He wasn't standing up to Abel. That seems to be all the rage now, the test matches. I think Joe Root was dismissed today with LBW with a wicketkeeper up to the seamer. So.
Yeah, good. It's not rocket science, is it?
It isn't. He was in again, Overton forward defend. He does get a big stride forward, does Overton. So That would suggest he is a man who likes to bat outside his crease, especially to the more medium pace of someone like Joey Everson. It was Tom Blundell, wasn't it, who started that fad as far as Test cricket is concerned in the last couple of months when he did it so successfully for New Zealand.
And maybe as well, Alex Carey in the Ashes, when he stood up to the likes of Michael Neser and...
He stood up to Scott Boland as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did stand up.
You wouldn't stand up to Cummins and Stark, though, would you?
No, but it just... we have a consultation on the ball now, so whether or not it's going to be changed. If so, we might see Brenda coming wandering out from the pavilion with a new box of balls. Oh, here we go.
It looks like they're going to have a look at changing it, are they?
Yeah. It always makes me laugh why both umpires have to walk off now, and it always seems to take forever, doesn't it? I never quite understand this.
They just need to get the steps in, don't they? They're just standing around all day.
Well, here comes Brenda out with the box of balls, and when Brenda goes off, when she's given the box of balls to the umpire, there'll be a round of applause. She's Sussex's #1 supporter, is Brenda, and here she comes. She's always first in the queue. If you come to Hove, Brenda will be first in the queue.
Must get up early.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, I think to be fair to the umpires, they're trying to be nice and not ask Brenda to walk too far.
No, that's probably true. I always wonder with these delays that shouldn't there be? Can the square leg umpire keep a box of balls by him or something? This sort of busy having to wander off, and
it should be like tennis. You got 2 or 3 in the pocket.
I just think it's slightly ridiculous, isn't it? Really. And then we have a big examination of the ball, and I don't know. Anyway, I'm probably getting old and miserable and grumpy. No. In terms of wicket keeping, I'm just a firm believer that you pick your best wicket keeper. I've always believed that, and I think in the Ashes, clearly Alex Carey can bat, but he's clearly the best wicket keeper that Australia have got, and it proves dividends, doesn't it? And I'm not saying Jamie Smith isn't a good wicket keeper, because clearly he is, but he's I don't think he's quite. Yeah.
There we go. There's your round of applause for Brenda.
Yeah. You get the. You get your rewards when you play your best keeper, in my opinion, anyway.
Yeah, well, Tom Blundell was an excellent wicketkeeper during that series for New Zealand. It helps with him that he averages about 120 when he plays in England. Yes. The last 2 tours, I think he's been prolific. So that certainly helps the equation. But yeah, look, that's always been the thing with Smith, isn't it? He's not that he's a bad wicketkeeper, but he doesn't. He doesn't keep for his county team.
No, and totally, which I don't really understand. We'll do an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, Surrey and Kent in a minute. We are eventually back underway as Everson runs away from us in bowls. Let go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. Nicely outside the off stump, there is no run. Well, the floodlights are on here, Adam, but mercifully we are playing, and we started on time at 11 o'clock despite the overnight rain, which is good news. Not a bad day for Sussex, because Somerset are 137 for 5. 2 wickets for Henry Crocombe, 3 wickets for the excellent Sean Hunt. But Somerset are recovering. Tom Abel batting beautifully. He's 53 not out for the visitors. Meanwhile, at Chelmsford, a delayed start where Surrey are now 37 for 1 in their game against Essex. Rory Burns the man out, and no play so far at Wantage Road in the game between Northamptonshire and Kent, that due to rain. So there we are, that's our update done.
That was very skillfully done, mid-over update.
Oh, well. Perhaps keeps me in work for another day. Sussex over it. I think it's been quite slow today, hasn't it? I'm looking at the scoreboard, shows it as being level, but we've got another 55 overs to be bowled today, and it's already 25 to 3.
They started off reasonably quickly.
They did.
They got about 14. I think there was 3 wickets in the first hour, but they still got through 14 overs, which all things considered is very good. As an Adcat comes in, hits Overton on the pad, but thigh pad, and he's given his height. Anything that hits him that high is going to be comfortably bouncing over the top.
Yeah, so just looking around, to say Jack Leaning on the field, fielding at mid-wicket. Sean Hunt is on the field now.
So someone else has gone off.
Is it Henry Crocombe? No, Henry's down here. I think that's Henry down here at Wideish third man. Or is that Joe Everson?
No, that's him. Joe Everson's at fine leg.
Yeah, so someone else has gone off. It's a bit of musical chairs, really.
Nadcat in, left arm around to Overton, driven firmly. Nadcat stops on his follow through. Good bit of fielding, that.
Yeah, it was. So Daniel Hughes is on, Tom Haynes is on, Tom Clark is on, Charlie Tier is on. Is James Coles off
It
the
must
field?
be James. Yes, there's no floppy hat.
No
so James Coles has gone off.
No floppy hat, so it's a slight revolving door of. The weather seems to be improving currently all the time. There's a bit more blue sky, and I think the weather is coming in from sort of the south or the southwest. Generally, it sort of comes in over the stand away to our left-hand side, and when it's a lot brighter, we probably don't need the floodlights now.
And Nadcat in again. 2 slips and a gully await. That didn't pass too far away from the off stump. I think it probably would have bounced over the top had it been a bit straighter. Overton leaves it go.
Yeah, good leave. He's already changed his gloves once, Craig Overton. Obviously, he's having to do up his bootlace, I think, now.
It's so hard to do that over the top of a cricket pad. You can see on the screen there, he's actually shoved the pad off well to the side.
Yeah, good spot, yeah.
To access it.
Yeah, now he moves the pad back and he's putting his gloves back on. Is big Craig Overton. So we've got another short delay here while he gets himself ready.
Yeah, Nadcat's going to change his angle. He's going to come over the wicket now.
Yeah.
Slips just move a touch wider, given that change of angle. In he comes, up past the umpire, into his delivery stride, cut away by Overton. On top of the bounce, through cover, and away for 4.
He's just such a good cricketer, isn't he? I mean, the minute he's walked to the crease, he's looked to be aggressive without being, without playing any daft shots. I mean, he'll probably get out next ball, but I just feel the tempo of the game changed when he came out. What was he, 24 off 35 deliveries? Tom Haynes will be thinking, well, can't really afford to let him get away. But by the same token, Sussex will still feel that with the overheads okay at the moment, that perhaps there are more wickets that Sussex should be taking.
142 for 5 as Nadcat comes in and it's edged. Don't think it would have carried to slip, but it goes through the gap between gully and second slip. In any case, it's back-to-back boundaries for Overton.
50 partnership.
Thank you, Anthony. And that's come up very quickly. In 63 balls in 45 minutes.
Well, not overly surprising with Craig Overton at the crease.
Yeah.
And Tom Abel pulling as well as he has been whenever Sussex have decided to drop short. Yeah, it was a genuine edge that from Overton, but I think he's played that with reasonably soft hands.
Yes, he has.
He's done well. He was beaten, but he's managed to recover, and you can just see Clark and Haynes in the court and just pointing at that gap between them as if to say, was that yours? No, you should have gone. No, you should have gone. They've just shored up that gap now. Ever so slightly. As a Nadcat comes in again, Overton flicks that one. He'll look for a second run. I don't think he'll get it. Everson at fine leg comes around to field well. It's a good take from Simpson. That was a leap over his head one-handed to take the throw. Single brings us to the end of the 42nd over. 147 for 5 Somerset. This 50 partnership clawing them back into the game.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC on 5 Sports Extra 3. Also BBC Online via the Sussex live stream. Well done to Jack and Isaac, who are in the hot seat today getting things sorted out. Got a cameraman up on the roof whose name I forget. But well done to you, sir. Lots of clubs do have sort of an army of people in the media team, but it's not the case here at Sussex. So certainly the quality of the stream is excellent this year. So well done to the fellas. Elsewhere in the county championship, let's bring you right up to date because everything is so tight at the top of the table. As you were saying, lunch in the Test match, England 80 for 4, 3 wickets there for Mohammed Abbas. As Joey Everson is going to bowl. And a further delay here because now there's a chat going on between Daniel Hughes at mid-off and Joey Everson. I'm a little surprised the over-8 is showing as level, but nonetheless, in comes Everson over the wicket, bowls to Overton, who whips this one away, back to the square on the leg side. Picks up a single fielded by Jack Carson. Deep backward square, one more to the total, 148 for 5. So Surrey 40 for 1 at Chelmsford against Essex. Rory Burns, the man out there. Hampshire in all sorts of trouble again. Down in Cardiff, Hampshire bottom of the table, 137 for 8 against Glamorgan. They really are having another miserable season, are Hampshire. Comes Everson, bowls to Abel, who works this one down towards third man. They've taken one. They'll think about two, but the second run isn't there as it's Henry Crocombe who comes running into field. And so it's just a single. The total goes to 149 for 5. Jake Lehman holding things together for Hampshire. He is 43 not out. So not many from the rest of the players. Still no play at Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Notts. And indeed, the forecast suggesting that may be the case for most of the day. Up at Scarborough, Yorkshire recovered. They were 6 for 2 at one stage, now 122 for 3 against Leicestershire. Everson in bowls to Overton, who plays that firmly to mid-on, fielded there by Sean Hunt. And there is no run. Runs there, James Wharton, 62 not out. Sam Whiteman made 49, so good recovery from Yorkshire. In the second division, and they're not going to play at all today in Derby. Game between Derbyshire and Middlesex called off for the day, which will be frustrating for Middlesex, who are around the top of Division 2 of the Championship. Everson in bowls, and rather pulled across the line ended Craig Overton. I think his eyes rather lit up and was looking, that's not the shot he was looking to play that he rehearsed. He was looking to pull that one away on the leg side.
Yeah, you can see he's just correcting himself there, isn't he?
Yes.
Just playing a much straighter bat down the ground. That probably wasn't short enough for a full-blooded pull shot. It wasn't that far away from off stump.
I think he's got his eyes on that shortish leg side boundary as Craig Overton. Everson is back to his mark. So no play at Derby. There is play up in Durham. Another good day for Durham as Everson in again bowls and Overton is more circumspectly forward, plays out into the offside. And there is no run. But Gloucestershire's pretty miserable season continues. They're 129 for 8 against Durham. Wicket shed around. 2 for Potts, 2 for Cass, 1 for Stokes, and 1 for Aldridge. Sorry, 3 for Aldridge. I apologise. 129 for 8.
Yeah, I saw a video of Cars's dismissal rather. Middle stump went absolutely flying.
In comes in bowls to Overton, who pulls that one away. I think that's gone all the way for. I thought it had gone for a maximum, but it's gone for 4. He was looking for that shot earlier in the over, Nathan, but he's pulled it away over mid wicket for 4 runs. And really, Somerset are batting themselves into a decent position in this match. 153 for 5. Overton goes to 34. Abel is on 54. And a very good partnership. These two coming together when the score was 96 for 5. I'm not saying they've turned the game on its head, but certainly they've made batting look a lot easier than it was. Let me just finish off those scores for you in the County Championship. No play so far at Wantage Road in the game between Northamptonshire and Kent, and a similar story at New Road between Worcestershire and Lancashire.
2 of the floodlights have just gone off.
They have.
So we're now left with 3.
That's a bit odd, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a strange one.
Oh,
They're all going off now. We've got two left, 1 left. Now they're all off as when that cat comes in and that's defended. That must have been quite distracting for
do you know, I agree with you. I'm quite surprised. And funny enough, the game down at Taunton earlier on this year, we did have a stage, Anthony probably remembers, I think it was on the 3rd or the 4th day where the floodlights kept going on and off. And I think there was a fault somewhere in the system, I think. And we kept having delays while they went on and off.
Well, there was the infamous T20 game, wasn't there, with Glamorgan down in Taunton, but the lights was in the last over. The lights went off. Dramatic scenes, and I think Jimmy Neesham batted Glamorgan to victory that night, didn't he, with a late boundary flurry, and that's cut away into the offside by Abel. He'll look for 2, but I think you're always going to struggle to get 2 to that short boundary. Just a single. He moves to 55. But yes, it was quite literally as a Nadcat was running in, the last 2 floodlights went off one by one, and the last one went off just as he was getting into his delivery stride. So Tom Abel clearly has very strong powers of concentration, because talking about the cricket, let alone playing it, I found that quite distracting.
No, I agree with you. Particularly when the first one went off, I thought, oh, that's strange. And this, yeah,
it's quite literally a domino effect of floodlights going off. And Nadcat continues. Overton on strike now. Full flicked into the leg side. That'll be 1 to deep square. These two have found scoring quite easy in the last few overs. Sussex have just started spreading the field, and they're picking off singles with ease.
Well, that almost feels to me like the Overton effect. That he comes to the crease, he's looking to be positive, and as a result of that, I can see James Cole's warming up actually on the outfield. So I wonder whether Tom Haynes is going to turn to a little bit of spin.
Yeah, interesting. If it is him, he's gone with the left arm spin, take it away from the 2 right-handers as opposed to Carson.
Well, he will certainly speed up the over rate, James Coles.
Here comes a Nadcat. Abel back on strike. Short, pulled. This could be a chance. Don't think it's going to carry to fine leg. It lands just short of Everson. A surprise short ball from a Nadcat. It had the desired effect. Abel, who's played the short ball very well so far today, found the top edge, but it landed short of the man in the deep. And Nadcat puts his hands on his knees in frustration. He can't quite believe he didn't buy himself a wicket there.
Yeah, he bowled very well up at Edgbaston last week, did Jado, probably without the rewards that he deserved, particularly in the second innings where he took 1 for 45 in his 16 overs, but he bowled better than those figures suggest. First innings 2 for 27.
And Nadcat again, there's another short ball, and Overton thought about wafting at that and trying to play it over the slip cordon, but he managed to pull out of the shot as it flies through to Simpson. Good carry through to Simpson with the gloves, as there has been all day. So I think that's just a sign, isn't it, that the lateral movement that had Sussex on top throughout the morning and the early part of this afternoon session, that seems to have disappeared if a Nadcat feels the need to go to the short stuff.
Yeah. Interesting email from Matthew in Haywards Heath, which I'll read in a moment. Matthew, thank you for getting in touch. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk.
A Nadcat to Overton once more. Short of a length again, not a proper bouncer. Overton, I think he was trying to play a cut shot there, but he mistimes it straight down the ground. End of the over. 156 for 5 are Somerset. Overton's on 35, Abel on 56.
I can see James Coles has just taken off his sweater and left it on the boundary edge and is coming jogging in. So I think we are going to see a bit of spin from James Coles. So whilst he's running in and getting his field organised, Matthew says, hi, Adrian and team. An interesting discussion about the Sussex playing staff next season. Archie Lenham has turned himself into a specialist batter at Preston Nomads, scoring an extraordinary number of runs and multiple centuries. Yes, the Sussex Premier Division isn't the same standard as the County Championship, but he might be worth a fresh look. That's a very interesting email. Thank you, Matthew. I'm not totally across how Preston Nomads are doing this season. I believe that's Dan Ibrahim's club as well. You might correct me on that, but yes, he suddenly burst onto the scene, did Archie Lenham. And then 2 or 3 sort of indifferent seasons, found himself struggling to get into the side. Sussex always played 2 spinners in the Championship, but he found himself behind Coles and Carson, and then released at the end of last season. So good to see Archie doing well, and he's certainly young enough to find another county or force his way back into first-class cricket. James Coles is going to bowl. He's coming around the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Tom Abel. He's in and bowls, and Abel plays it onto the onside. And there is no run, 156 for 5. Who else is that warming up? Looks like Tom Clark's warming up at short extra cover, so it looks like we could be having a double bowling change. Coles in again, bowl slightly wide of the off stump and played straight to Clark at short extra. And there is no run. James Coles, who went for a huge amount of money in the 100, playing for London Spirit, I think it was. I can't pretend I'm an expert. As in comes Coles, bowls and Abel defends down the track. There is no run.
He didn't bowl last week, did he? Did Coles?
I know,
double checking. No, he didn't. And he was bowling. So this is his first red ball bowl in a while. And I think you could tell the first 2 or 3 balls were just kind of fired in as if he was playing in a white ball game. That's much more flighted this time.
Played onto the onside by Abel. Again, there is no run. He's had a disappointing season by his own standards, James, with the bat. He made a very fine double 100 here against Glamorgan. But apart from that, comes Coles again, bowls and cut away by Abel through the covers. That's a nice looking shot. In fact, it's better than I thought. It could be going to go for 4 runs. He does. That's beautifully played. He just rocked onto the back foot. And that was all in the placement and the timing from Tom Abel. He played it forcefully through the covers, raced away for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Abel, who goes to 60. And Somerset to 160 for 5. And actually, outside of that double 100, James is only averaging about 20 in the county championship. Coles again. Abel tucks that back to the square on the leg side, picks up a comfortable single. End of the first James Coles over that cost 5 runs. Somerset 161 for 5. Abel 61, Overton 35. You're listening to live cricket on 5 Sports Extra 3. and via the BBC Online and app as well. So yeah, it's been a difficult season. I always felt when you go for that much money, it must bring some sort of pressure to you, mustn't it?
You're almost set up to fail, aren't you? Because I mean, it was always going to be difficult for him to replicate some of the success he's had in the last 12 months. Not just in England, of course. He had a good winter as well.
He did
absolutely
in South Africa.
White ball competitions that he's picked up.
And it's not his fault, Nathan, that he went for that money.
Well, I think the other thing to consider about that money as well is yes, okay, he probably didn't perform to the way London Spirit would have liked in season 1, considering the money that was spent on him. But that's as much about getting access to him in future years as well.
Yes.
As they have him now, so they get first dibs on retaining him and what value they retain him at, etc. So it's almost, yes, of course.
So it's an investment for the future as much as anything.
Well, I mean, if you're spending, what was it,
390 grand or something.
Nearly 400 grand on a player, there's certainly an element of here and now. As you were right, Adrian, it is Clark who comes into the attack, and he starts with a bit of a rank one down the leg side, which goes through to Simpson for no run. But yeah, it's as much the here and now. He's in good form. He had some good white ball form over the winter, but it's certainly right. Well, the last thing they want is for him to have a, let's say he finishes the season well in the county championship, gets a couple of more white ball gigs over the winter and does very well, then all of a sudden his price might go up over the course of next season, and another bidding war that's guided away down to the third man boundary by Abel. Delicately played. That Jack Carson is on the fence, but he's more of a deep backward point than at third man, so it's another boundary for Tom Abel as he moves on to 65.
Almost a masterclass, this from Abel, isn't it? I mean, that was beautifully played. He knew there was no third man. It was wide of the off stump. He just eased the ball, didn't he, past Haynes in the gully. Yeah, so it's interesting, and he will come again, James Coles. I mean, he's a fine player.
Clark in again, Fuller this time, driven straight to mid-off.
Interesting to see what he does this winter. I'm not sure he'll get himself in the England squad to go to South Africa. The Lions, I think the feeling was last winter that he'd sort of done the Lions bit, and that's why he found it would be more beneficial to go to South Africa, and it benefited James because he did really. That's how he made his name.
Balance, that's for sure.
Well, it did, absolutely, yeah, and he did really well. And whatever team it was he played for won the competition.
Clark in again, defended, no run.
And I'm sure the Sussex hierarchy, with the exodus of players. I mean, James is still under contract, I think, till the end of next season, but. He's a sort of player they're desperate to keep
for good reason.
But I'm sure that the vultures will be hovering. It's the way that it is, isn't it?
Clark in again. Just one slip in a gully for him as that nips down the leg side. No run. Abel fails to make contact. It was funny, we were talking, myself and Anthony were talking about Abel's tendency to succumb to a strangle down the leg side a few times. There's been a few balls down leg in this over. Yeah. I dare I say, not deliberately from Clark.
He bowls at sort of brisk medium pace, doesn't he, Tom Clark? I mean, Sussex have got hopes of him turning into a genuine all-rounder.
In he comes here, Abel on strike. Back of a length, just fended into the offside, and very easy single for Abel. So he moves to 66, end of the over, 166 for 5.
But he's been out of the side for some time, Tom Clark. Got a really nasty knee injury in the T20 here against Middlesex. That was at the end of May, and then came back and just played a couple of one-day cup games. So I don't think he's actually bowling at full tilt here. I mean, I'll stand corrected on that, but that was a nasty injury he picked up.
Just to finish up the chat on James Coles, the other thing to consider in that price tag, for whatever reason, there is a trend the world over in these auctions. Domestic young players, even if they are uncapped or not consistently in their national sides.
Coles in bowls, clipped away by Abel through mid-wicket, more than a clip actually. There's a good bit of fielding on the leg side boundary, well fielded out there by Jack Carson, who gets in a very good throw as well. Good bit of fielding by Carson, 2 though to Abel.
But those domestic youngsters, they do come with a premium, right? Because domestic teams they're more likely to want them than they would get in other franchise leagues abroad as overseas players. So that is inevitably why there was a bidding war over his services.
Cole's going to get almost a horrible ball. That's a full toss, and he's a bit lucky to get away with that. That's played straight to Jack Carson at deep mid wicket, and it's just a single to Tom Abel, who goes to 69, 169 for 5. Are you a fan of the 100? I mean, do you avidly watch it, or?
I enjoy this the standard of cricket. I think this year it certainly was very high quality. I'm not an avid fan of any of the teams. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not a.
Cole's bowls. Overton forward, plays it down the offside of the track, no run.
But I'm not somebody who desperately wants the London Spirit to win, for example.
Yeah.
I find it entertaining, and if it's on, I'll watch it. If I've not got nothing else to do, but
Cole's bowls. Overton clips this away through backward square leg, picks up another comfortable single as Overton. He goes to 36 of 47 deliveries, 170 for 5.
But it's a different dynamic with these T20 leagues, isn't it? It's one of those where if it's on, or if you've got nothing else to do, you might go along and it's a good night out. But it's not necessarily, it's not like Sussex fans here who are desperate for their side to win.
I was going to say that. In comes Coles, and Abel cuts this one away to backward
Brilliant
point. That's
fielding.
a very good bit of fielding. I think that's is that Crocombe? I think it might be.
It
Henry
is,
Crocombe.
yeah.
Good bit of fielding. Prevented a single being taken diving away to his
I
left.
think he saved a boundary there. The
Yes,
way that outfield is played up down that end.
And it is a beautiful outfield here. I mean, I would, not just because Anthony's here, but the two best outfields in the country for me are here. As he comes, Coles bowls, Abel defends down the track when there is no run. Here and Taunton, I think the standard of the outfield here is as good as any of the test playing grounds. I really do. And certainly better than a couple that we've been to this season. No names, no pack drill. End of the over, 170 for 5. Abel 69. Overton is on 36. And we were talking about something else then, and I forgot what you were saying. You were talking about...
We're talking about the 100 and...
Yeah, so to me, that's one of the issues. I mean... putting all the other issues aside, the fact that we don't get any championship cricket in August, which I think that's a desperate problem for the game, that you've got these 6 games now scrammed into the end of the season. That just feels all wrong to me. The big problem I find is I don't really care who wins. I don't think anyone's got any particular allegiance to sides.
Clark in to Overton, that's defending to the leg side, no run. But there are some... I think some of the franchises have done better jobs than others at cultivating those fan bases. For example, there is a sense that Welsh Fire have managed to tap into something, given that they represent the wider country. Not that Glamorgan don't, but they've kind of tapped into the Welsh rugby sort of spirit and patriotism down on the other side of the Severn. As Clark comes in, full and down leg again. Overton fails to make contact. And I think certainly in the early stages of the competition, they were, I think, the only team that actually had higher attendances than last year. Everyone else was on the way down. I think it kind of stabilised as the competition went on.
Yeah.
By all accounts, Trent Rockets have done a pretty good job at cultivating a fan base there. But again, I think the best team previously was the Oval team. They had, they did a very good job of converting Surrey fans into Oval fans, primarily because the teams are very similar. But then, of course, they changed the team.
Yeah,
it's no longer by that name and with that kit that everyone had bought it. Overton cuts that one out to deep point. He'll pick up a single.
But also with the Oval, it's such an easy ground to get to, isn't it? It's a big population area. I mean, people might go, I'll go and watch a game of the 100 tonight. Because it's the Oval, it's easy to get to.
I think the demographics as well. South London, got a lot of younger people living there. A lot of expats. I mean, Clapham seems to be dominated by Australians and South Africans who love their cricket these days.
But there might be even more matches in the 100. I was reading that somewhere.
With these leagues, if they're successful, they're always eyeing up expansion, as that's cut away.
Sure.
Also by Abel, nice looking punch off the back foot. Carson at deep point does the fielding, 172 for 5 now.
Well, I don't think these investors, these wealthy people, don't put money into something to lose money, Nathan, do they?
They do not.
They're not here to. That's why they're wealthy people.
Especially given some of these valuations. What, London Spirit? Over 300 million quid, I think it was.
Yeah.
And for 49% of it, not even for the whole thing. The MCC still have their controlling stake, as far as I gather. Clark into Overton. Big, thickish inside edge. Trickles to mid-wicket. No run. 2 men back on the leg side. I mean, Clark isn't bowling express pace, but he is giving himself the option of sticking one in short, should he so desire. I mean, knowing Craig Overton, nearly called him his twin brother there. Knowing Craig Overton, he will take on the short ball.
Yes. Well, I think we're seeing here why Somerset are in the mix to win the county championship. What was a very difficult morning.
Well, there is that short ball, and he does take it on, does Overton, but he plays it mightily well. Controlled along the deck, and he picks up a single to end the over. So Overton moves to 38, 173 for 5.
I think, is it what we're doing in the commentary box here? Oh, yeah, it's
my turn to.
So Nathan's going to go. Nathan, good to see you again. Nathan will be back with us after 3:30. Anthony Gibson is going to come back in and continue to watch this excellent Somerset revival. 173 for 5, Abel on 35, Overton on 38. James Coles is going to carry on bowling from the C end of the ground. We'll keep an eye on all the other games because so much happening, and not least at Chelmsford, where Surrey are now 50 for 4 against Essex. Surrey, who are having a very poor season by their own standards. Coles is in bowls and clipped away by Overton through backward square leg, picks up a single. Overton goes to 39, 174 for 5. So who's out there for Surrey? Burns for 6, Sibley 21, Blake for 14, and Ben Folkes for a duck against his former county. So Sussex, Surrey in all sorts of trouble at Chelmsford. Hampshire 158 for 9 at Cardiff against Glamorgan. In comes Coles, bowls, and Abel this time just tucks this backward of square, picks up another single. Does Tom Abel? He goes to 71, the total to 175 for 5. You've got back Anthony.
Batting, I hesitate to say this, but batting is actually looking a little bit easier. It's probably Q Overton getting out.
Coles in bowls, and Overton pulls that one away, and that's for 4 runs, too short from James Coles. And
6.
He's gone all the way for 6. I'll tell you what, he just eased that away for 6. I mean, that was almost just a little, almost like a tap from Overton, really. He's now waving furiously to the dressing room. Perhaps he wants another, but he's already changed his gloves once as Craig Overton. Well, if that's suspicion or something, he wants another pair of gloves brought out. Now Sussex want the ball changed again.
Well, he's wearing his what I'm sure is his lucky short-sleeved sweater, Craig Overton. I don't think he's wearing it because he's feeling the cold. I think that's his lucky sweater.
No, another ball change.
I'm going to ask him if that's the case.
Umpire Chantry, I think, has said it's okay on this occasion. But he's changed his gloves once, and immediately hit that 6. He made another signal towards the dressing room. Yes, Sussex got going on with the ball. They're bowling at 181 for 5. This is a very fine partnership between these two. And this has just got a bit of deja vu going back.
Well, they added 146 together down at Taunton.
There we go.
In May.
Coles in again, and Overton just nips that one down to fine leg. More runs here, and runs are coming at a pace here. And Tom Haynes has got a bit of a problem on his hands. Throw comes in from a Nudcat, not the best of throws. 2 more to Overton, who goes to 45 off just 55 deliveries, and Somerset to 183 for 5. And these two are closing in on a century partnership, you know. Together when the score was 96. Coles bowls. Overton plays firmly to mid-on. Fielded there by Sean Hunt. Overton goes through for a comfortable single. I just like Overton as a cricketer. Anthony, he's one of these players who comes in. I'm sure there's times when he gets out cheaply, but to me he just always looks like he wants to take the game to the opposition, and I like that. And he's done exactly that today. Coles in and bowls down the leg side, taken by Simpson. That is the end of the over. Rather expensive over from James Coles as well. That cost 10 runs. 184 for 5. Abel 71. Overton 46. And Somerset batting themselves. I think comes the 12th man with all sorts of drinks and gubbins for these two who have batted very nicely.
I always think of Craig Overton as a warrior.
Yeah.
He's someone you'd want leading the way if you were going into battle. Whether with bat or ball or in the field. I mean, he's got a tremendous pair of hands. He takes limitless numbers of catches. He tries his heart out with the ball, hits the pitch hard, gets it to move both ways, and he's worked very hard on his batting during the winter. Corrected, he explained to me he had a tendency of, like many taller batsmen, of just sort of falling over towards the offside, and he's standing straighter, and it's enabling him to play straighter, keep his bat at a more horizontal, horizontal, more vertical.
Did he not go away in the winter at all? Was he?
No, he didn't. He had an operation in the autumn, so he had up at the end of the season. Here comes Clark in and bowls to Overton, who tucks this away down to Everson at long leg, sends in the return, 185 for 5. So he spent the winter working on his technique, and also I think the rest probably did him good.
Yep.
He's played every game this season for Somerset except the last one against Essex, and that was not because he was unfit, but because he'd just become a father for the first time. But other than that, he's played every championship game and every T20 game. Abel turns this into the onside, and they go through for a quick single as Nadcat had ground to make to his right. They've run well together, these two.
Didn't he play an amazing innings in one of the T20? Was it the
It was,
quarter-final?
yeah, the quarter-final up at Headingley. Yeah, but he won it single-handedly.
Yeah.
I think he scored 39 off the last 3 overs, something like that.
You were obviously there.
I was there.
Yeah.
Somerset were dead and buried. I was making plans to leave. Overton drives without timing back to the bowler. And there's no run. But yeah, that was an extraordinary innings.
Yes, I remember sort of looking at that game unfolding, sort of watching on the BBC website, and I thought, well, it looks like Yorkshire are going to finals day. And then I thought, oh, hang on, Somerset and Overton. And we were about sort of 7 down or something. And,
oh, yeah, and 8 down.
Right.
Yeah. It wasn't until halfway through the last over that it suddenly dawned on me that Somerset might win. Overton is taken on the pad, and the ball just drops out into the onside. Yes.
And so you got to finals day and
bowled Northants out relatively cheaply and then didn't bat very well.
Right, okay. That must be the umpteenth final day you've been
It was
to.
the 6th in succession.
Really? That's remarkable.
Won 2 of them. Yes, it's been a good season for Somerset, as Clark is in and bowls to Overton, who's forward defensively. Thanks not least to these 2 cricketers out there at the moment.
What about right in saying, and we were saying about, most people wouldn't begrudge Somerset winning the county championship, but they do, they do bring on their own, don't they? I mean, obviously they do bring overseas players, but largely this would it be fair to say home developed players?
Absolutely. I mean, of this side, you've got Henry Nichols and Miguel Pretorius from outside. This is turned away down to long leg by Overton, just for a single, 188 for 5. In the game against Hampshire down at the Utilita Bowl earlier in the season, 10 of the 11 Somerset players had come up through the Somerset pathway.
Yeah, well, I think that's very laudable.
Pretorius was the only one who hadn't. So, yeah, Somerset are very good at producing their own cricketers. And, of course, we've sent a lot of cricketers elsewhere, as Casey Aldridge, you mentioned earlier on, taking 3 wickets for Durham.
Yeah.
Ben Green has been doing good things for Leicestershire, along with Josh Davey.
Yeah,
and Sonny Baker, in the England squad now. And
I didn't realise Sonny Baker was Somerset.
Yeah, Somerset, King's College Taunton.
Right.
And the
George Thomas came here. I mean, I know he's
George
not made
Thomas,
a big impression.
King's College Taunton again.
I gather he scored a ton for the seconds this week. But the date was announced he was moving to Worcester.
Yep.
We should just say there's a change of bowling, and Sean Hunt is going to come in from the C end of the ground. If you're just joining us, a very good afternoon to listeners on Sports Extra 3. Adrian Harms and Anthony Gibson, your commentary team here in the sunshine at Hove, as Sean Hunt runs away from us to bowl to Jamie Overton. He's in and bowls, and Overton is forward and plays that to mid-wicket. There is no run. The James Coles experiment didn't last very long, just the 3 overs. And if you're just joining us, Sussex winning the toss this morning, electing to bowl first on a pitch that's offered a bit of help to the seamers. It's also been a good pitch to bat on as well. But with the overheads, Sussex caused plenty of problems early on, and just after lunch when James Rue was out, Somerset were in a bit of a pickle on 96 for 5. Comes Hunt, bowls to Overton, who steers that to mid-off, fielded by the eager Everson. There is no run. Then perhaps one of the important stages of the game, Charlie Tier putting down what was pretty much a regulation chance at first slip.
Absolutely.
When Abel was on 35 at that stage, Somerset would have been 98 for 6, but the chance went to begging, and Somerset are making Sussex pay in droves. Abel has gone on to 72, Overton on 48. These two closing in on a century partnership, and they batted very well and very positively this afternoon as Hunt is in again, bowls to Overton, who's forward and plays that to mid-wicket. Carson is in quickly from mid-wicket to field, and there is no run.
Not many people sitting on their balconies, on the flats at the far end. Are they just are they holiday flats? Are a lot of them second homes? Or
Do you know, I don't know the answer to that. One thing I would say that all this season, earlier on in the season, end of last season, the paint had come off that building. Always looked derelict, it looked dreadful. Hunt is in again, bowls, and I wasn't sure whether they'd gone. It's ended up just dribbling away on the leg side backward and square. They go through for a single. Is that a leg by or is it a run? No, it's a run.
Caught him on the inside of the right knee.
Yeah.
So they've been given a fresh lick of paint.
Yes, they have, and
they're looking very much smarter.
They do. They look much smarter. But I'm not sure whether they're holiday flats. But I can never understand. Perhaps they just don't like cricket, but I mean, you've got such a brilliant view of the cricket, and you'd have a view towards the sea as well. So, but it's very rare you see anybody sitting on a balcony up there. In comes. Let's it go outside the off stump, and it's a no ball. I think that's the first no ball of the day.
Second.
Oh, well done.
The Nightcap bowled one.
Thank you. 188 for 5. I don't think they're the most attractive block of flats, if I'm being honest, but they've all got, certainly the ones on this side have got balconies overlooking the ground.
Where are they, sort of 1960s, something like that?
Yeah, I reckon, yeah.
I think they've been here ever since I've been coming to Hove.
But very rarely do you see someone sitting up there watching the game. Someone might just prove me wrong. They might be listening and come and give us a wave. In comes Hunt and bowls and played onto the onside by Abel. And there is no run, fielded again by Carson. I mean, these two have, since the drop from Abel, I'm not sure they've given a chance, have they? What's been impressive is the way that they have looked to go on the attack. But they've played sensibly at the same time.
They've played positively, haven't they?
They have. That's the word. Craig Overton is in deep conversation with Jack Shantry. I guess they would have played against each other a few times. Yeah. As Hunt is in again. Bowls wide outside the off stump, and Abel drives firmly to mid-off, fielded by Everson, and there is no run. So the end of Sean Hunt's over. He has bowled 14 overs, 5 maidens, taken 3 for 29. Looks a little weary, does Big Sean, as he takes his cap. He bowled a lot of overs up at Edgbaston last week, and this is going to be the issue into the last few weeks of the season, with bowlers getting very little chance to rest legs, particularly if they're out in the field for a long time. In fact, for that reason, Anthony, I'd imagine Somerset may not be that displeased the way this has turned out to be batting first, because they were in the field for a long time against Essex last week. A game they ultimately won, of course.
Indeed, they were. I can't remember how many overs it was now, but it was getting on for 200 overs, I think.
Yeah, and Jack Bleach bowled a lot of those.
They did. Mind you, Jack Leach would say he needed those overs. He felt, when I spoke to him afterwards, he said he hadn't really developed much rhythm because he hadn't done enough bowling during the season.
Yes.
And of course, he didn't play in all of the one-day cup matches for Somerset, so it wasn't as if he made it, and even then he would only have been bowling 10 overs. Here we got Clark into Overton down the leg side, and Overton misses out on running that down to fine leg.
Yeah, the second innings was 161 overs.
And 42.
Yeah, so you're right, just over 200 overs in the day.
Well, burnout is going to be a real problem with this Somerset bowling attack, because they're not exactly in the first flush of youth.
Yeah.
As Clark is into Overton, who's on the back foot, punching this into the offside for a single, and that's his 50. 50 to Craig Overton. 50 from 67 deliveries with 7 fours and a 6. A typically positive Craig Overton innings. He hasn't given a chance, and he's come out as if he means business, and that is I can reveal to you, fifth time he's gone past, as this is played back by Abel to the bowler. Fifth time he's gone past 50 in the season so far, and on 3 of those occasions he's converted his 50 into a century.
Well, you would bet against it today because he's been very positive, as Craig Overton.
He's averaging nearly 50 with the bat and under 20 with the ball.
Yeah, well,
Can't do much better than that as an all-rounder, can you?
Yeah, well, that's...
Here's Clark to Abel in bowls. Abel drives, edge caught. It's the end of Tom Abel. Charlie Tier taking the catch at first slip. It was pitched up temptingly outside the off stump. Abel took the bait. Outside edge, good low catch from Charlie Tier, and that is an important wicket. Tom Abel gone, caught Tier, bowled Clark for 72, 191 for 6, and a partnership worth 95 has come to an end.
Well, it was a good catch by Charlie Tier, and I'm sure his heart was in his mouth as that came speeding towards him, because it did go very quickly to Charlie Tier. He took it low down to his left-hand side, but having put Tom Abel down when he was on 35, when the score was on 98, he'll be mightily relieved that he's caught that.
Good catch as well. He was standing quite wide at slip, so he had quite a long way to go to his left to take the catch.
Yeah, it was a good catch. No, that's a good catch. Yeah, and you could just see he's delighted, isn't he? 'Cause I'm sure that when you put a chance down, it's on your mind, isn't it? The rest of the day, when you're seeing someone like Tom Abel just accumulating runs like he did.
Tom Abel will be furious with himself, having done all of that hard work when the ball was moving around and establishing a really good partnership with Overton. It was a self-inflicted wound in the end. It didn't need to play that off drive. It was a tempting delivery, and it just didn't quite get across far enough to find the middle of the bat. If he had found the middle of the bat, we'd have been purring about what a lovely shot it was.
Yeah, no, you're right. We'd have said what a lovely cover drive and what a fine player Tom Abel is, which he still is despite getting out.
Here comes Clark then to the new batsman, who is Lewis Gregory, who drives this back, caught and bowled, first ball. A loose shot from Lewis Gregory, very, very disappointing. 2 wickets have fallen with the score on 191, and Tom Clark is on a hat-trick. Lewis Gregory getting one, and, well, it's driving it straight back at Clark, who took the most straightforward of caught and bowls. He now has 2 for 12 in his 4th over, and Sussex are through the batsmen and the all-rounders, just the bowlers to come. And someone is going to need to keep Craig Overton company. We've got, it'll either be Jack Leach or Miguel Pretorius to come in next. There's nobody appearing yet on the Somerset balcony outside their dressing room as Lewis Gregory makes his despondently slow way back to the pavilion.
Yes, there might have been some rather rapid padding up going on in there.
Right. Well, from...
How things change.
Absolutely. From prosperity to poverty in the space of 2 deliveries.
Yeah.
This looks like Mickey Pretorius to me. It is Miguel Pretorius. So he's been elevated. He came in number 11 against Essex. Or is it even Josh Shaw? I think it's Josh Shaw. It is Josh Shaw. Josh Shaw.
Well spotted, Anthony.
Yeah. Josh Shaw.
If I was batting with Craig Overton, he's a big fella, isn't he? And he said, look, come on, you want to play sensibly. I think I'll be saying, yes, Craig.
Josh Shaw, he's done more for Somerset with the bat, actually, this season than with the ball. He's actually averaging 30.5. He's only had 3 innings, mind you, and in one of those he was not out. So he was top scorer of 28. But he can bat.
Hmm.
He can bat, and he needs to bat from the Somerset point of view. And for the moment, though, Tom Clark's got him in his sights for a hat-trick. So here we go, hat-trick ball. Clark to Shaw outside the off stump, and as so often with hat-trick balls, a little bit of an anticlimax. He didn't have to play a shot at it. 191 for 7, but a good over that from Tom Clark. 2 wickets in the course of it.
Yeah, that happened last week actually up at Edgbaston, where Sean Hunt was on a hat-trick. Well, I spoke to Sean after the match, and I said, "Oh, yeah, well bowled." And he said, "Yeah, terrible, wasted ball." He said on the hat-trick. He said, "You've got to make them play, really."
Yeah.
But well, big over that for Sussex. Sussex would have taken, picking up a couple of wickets. It was looking slightly ominous. Just changes things around. Craig Overton perhaps change the way that he's playing, or will he have the faith in Josh Shaw? If he's averaging 30, then Shaw's no mug with a bat.
I think he just needs to carry on the way he's going. He doesn't need to throw caution to the wind, because Somerset need him to bat for as long as possible, and both Pretorius and Leach can bat.
Well, in comes Sean Hunt over the wicket, bowls to Overton, who works this one down to the third man. Now they're going to think about coming back for the second here. They were going to, but James Coles did very well. He got round very quickly down the deep backward point, running towards third man, and prevented Craig Overton from coming back for a second run. So Overton goes to 51, total to 192 for 7. We're in the 53rd over of the day. I mean, tea should be at 20 to 4. But it's not going to be, because we've still got another 14 overs to go until tea. So the Sussex over 8 is showing us +1.
Well, it's all carefully calculated, isn't it?
It is. Overton. Hunt, rather. Bowls let go by Shaw outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. And there's no run. Of course, we're getting to that sort of time of year now. I noticed last night at 8:30 it was dark, which is all getting rather depressing. But it's sort of getting to the time of year when it gets to sort of 5:30, 6:45.
It's not autumn yet. It's still high summer.
Well, it should be, but it was dark last night at 8:30. What are we, 27th of August? Here comes Hunt. Bowled. Shaw is forward, defensively placed to mid on, fielded by Hughes. And there is no run.
My wife gets furious with me if I start talking about the nights are closing in.
Well, it is depressing, isn't it? Oh dear. I won't mention it. England 111 for 4 in the Test match. Jordan Cox not out 40. In comes Hunt, bowls wide outside the off stump. Shaw is not to be tempted, through to Simpson, no run. Played the best knock I saw here all last summer, Jordan Cox.
He's good, isn't he?
Yeah, made just the minute he walked in, I just thought he was going to get a big score. Just the way that he played, and I'm really pleased to see scoring runs.
Yeah, he got 100 against us at Taunton last year.
Good knock.
It was a very good knock.
Yeah.
In a losing cause.
Yeah, he's a fine player. So I'm glad to see him scoring some runs. Hunt runs away from us in and bowls. Shaw is forward, placed to mid on no run. He's in with Dan Lawrence, his former teammate at Chelmsford, who's 13 not out. Surrey could probably do with Dan Lawrence. They're 62 for 4 at Chelmsford. Looking at that Surrey side, actually, no Ollie Pope in it this week. Burns, Sibley, Blake, Thomas, Folkes, Lomraw. Some players I don't recognise the name of. As in comes Hunt, bowls wide outside the off stump, swinging wide. Shaw has nothing to do with the end of the over. 192 for 7. Shaw yet to score. Overton on 51.
They don't seem to have much in the way of talent, young talent coming through. Surrey.
Yes.
We played them in the One Day Cup, and they looked. I mean, apart from Rory Burns and Sibley, the younger batsmen looked a bit callow, and the bowling didn't seem up to very much as well.
Where was that? Down at Taunton.
It was.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you cover those games? Because
Not that, no, not for the
Not-
BBC. No.
yeah, it's a shame. I think it's a great shame we don't cover the One Day Cup, because there were some good crowds and some good matches actually.
Absolutely.
I know Sussex did have a bit of a miserable time, but there's some good crowds for those games.
Here comes Clark in the bowls to Overton down the leg side. He's started almost every over, Tom Clark, from that far end with the ball down the leg side, but got away with it. 2 for 12. His figures in 4 overs.
Yorkshire have slipped at Scarborough. Anthony won 44 for 5 against Leicestershire.
Here's Clark into Overton, who goes for a pull shot to another ball down the leg side and makes no contact through to Simpson. Just needs to be a little bit wary of playing these horizontal bat shots on a pitch where there's extra bounce. We usually just get a top edge down to fine leg or to the wicket keeper.
Off for the day at Edgbaston. No play between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire.
That's best news of the day so far, as Clark is in and bowls, and this is punched to short extra cover where Hughes fields.
So actually there's been called off for the day at Edgbaston and at Derby, and no play at all so far at Northamptonshire or Worcestershire. So we've been pretty lucky here at Hove today. Luckier in the south. The weather forecast at least got that right.
192 for 7. Clark to Overton. Punches this again to short extra cover, and again Hughes is there to do the fielding. Just the one slip and a gully. Now, as Sussex look to contain Overton and bowl as much as possible at Shaw at the other end.
Well, he's certainly batting very conservatively in this over, Overton.
Well, I think he feels the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. He lays back and cuts this one fiercely down to backward point. Carson waits for it, does the fielding. It's just a single, 193 for 7. Overton on to 52. Yes, you feel that. I've been trying to somehow work in the Overton window into Craig Overton's cricket for Somerset. The Overton window, as I'm sure you know, Adrian, is a range of policies that attract wide mainstream support, as this is played defensively by Josh Shaw. And Craig Overton's cricket, both with bat and ball, attracts very strong mainstream support from the Somerset cricket cognoscenti. So yes, he is. The Overton window it's something good, acceptable, and certainly Craig Overton's cricket this summer has been good and acceptable and commanded wide support. Probably not just from Somerset supporters, but more widely through the country.
Well, he certainly wouldn't been one of the cricketers of the Championship, no question about that. A bit more cloud around now. His sun has sort of drifted away. I don't think there's any chance of rain certainly at the moment. It's not forecast as Hunt is in, bowls to Overton, who will look to play that one on the offside. He's got a big thick inside edge. He's going to get a single, but the ball ends up in directly opposite to where he intended it to go, at the backward square leg, fielded by Carson. But Overton goes to 53, 194 for 7 here on Sports Extra 3, BBC Radio Somerset and Sussex, BBC Online, maybe watching via the Sussex live stream, wherever you're watching from. If you'd like to send us a question or an observation, please do so. sussexsport@bbc.co.uk. I can see Henry Crocombe warming up as in comes Hunt and bowls, and that's a loose shot by Josh Shaw. No, it was wide outside the off stump. Didn't need to play it, and he could easily have nicked that through to John Simpson.
Say hello to Annie Chave, who
Annie.
has been watching on the live stream. Has posted a photograph of Sean Hunt on the live stream. Says, "Almost like I'm there." Well, wish you were here, Annie. I'm guessing, but I should imagine that Hove is one of Annie Chave's favourite grounds.
Hunt again, bowls. Shaw this time shows much more discretion and lets it pass by outside of the off stump taken by Simpson, and there is no run. I mean, the season does go ridiculously quickly. I mean, that was the middle of May we were down at Taunton.
With Annie.
Yeah, that's the best part of 3.5 months ago now. In a game where Somerset had much the better of Sussex, and Sussex sort of rather sneaked back.
7 down, Sussex were
Yeah.
following on, still miles from making Somerset bat again when the rain came down.
They were hunting again bowls, and Shaw's right in behind this punch assist, a short extra cover fielded by Everson, and there is no run. Yes, Sussex
I
were.
remember listening to Paul Farbrace, I think you were interviewing him at the close of play, saying we've been outplayed at every stage in this game.
He did.
He does. He's one of the most honest
He's very good. Yeah.
head coaches, or indeed cricket related interviewees, more generally that I've ever heard. Paul Farber. He says it exactly as it is.
We're very fortunate as comes Hunt and bowls and driven by Shaw nicely to mid-off, and there is no run. No, I completely agree. In that game, he said something along the lines of, someone said to me, oh, if we had those extra 12 points we deducted, we'd be top. And he said, well, we could have lost a lot of points and probably should have lost points in that game. That the 8 points Sussex got at Taunton, they weren't entitled to, really. Because they were... the only excuse was that it was the end of that run of opening 6 games and the bowlers were slightly on their knees. But anyway, they were really on the wrong end. Hunt in bowls, and Shaw, I didn't see where that went. I think it dribbled back towards his stumps, but picked up by John Simpson. Is that a maiden over? I think it is from Shaw Hunt. No, that's his one off it. 16 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 31. I've got an update to do to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex and Kent, and I will leave you after that with Nathan and with Anthony, probably up until tea, I think, because after this over, there will only be 8 overs to go until tea. Is that right?
Yeah, so tea will be roughly 4 o'clock, depending on who is bowling for Sussex. Looks like Crocombe is going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. It is indeed.
I thought Henry was sort of warming up. It seems to be quite a long time between, Henry Croker was going to bowl and he's sort of walking miles to bowl. But anyway, he is going to do that. They're the sort of things that I think do wind umpires up a little bit. The over rate is showing us +1.
Got an extra slip in. We've got Tom Clark at second slip.
Yes.
Haynes in the gully and Charlie Tier at first slip.
So here comes Henry Crocombe down the hill, bowls to Craig Overton, who drives firmly into the covers. Nice bit of fielding there by... Wait for him to turn around. Daniel Hughes comes hit firmly by Overton, who wanders away to square leg and contemplates the next delivery from Henry Crocombe, who's quickly back to his mark. He does a bit of a marcher, is Henry, doesn't hang around. And he's another Sussex, and Haynes and Clark were chatting, but they're ready again as in comes Crocombe bowls. Good delivery, pitching round about middle and off, and Overton drives the ball down the ground. Crocombe fields off his own bowling, and again there is no run. We've got a super view here today of the action. We're almost wicket to wicket, and the commentary position here at Hove is just sort of above head high. A bit more than that really, but it just gives us a very good view up the ground. Clark and Haynes again are busy chatting away, discussing a fielding place, and I think as in comes Crocombe bowls down the leg side. Not a great delivery, well taken by John Simpson, sprawling away to his left hand side, and there is no run. Just waiting to see if we're going to get our update, which I'm sure will be in a couple of moments' time. And then,
do I gather there's going to be a members' forum here this evening?
There is going to be a members' forum.
What are going to be the big talking points then?
Well, I would imagine it'll be about who's staying and who's going. That'll dominate proceedings, I'd imagine. I'd imagine they'll also want to know how the club are doing in terms of their savings, because they need to make sure, as in comes Crocombe and bowl, short overturn, looking to pull that whistles into the gloves of Simpson down the leg side, no run. Sussex have to meet certain targets this season, and if they don't meet
them, these are set by the ECB, are
indeed,
they?
yeah, and they'll get a they'll get points deductions next year if they don't do that. But the report from the ECB, because they had external people come in and sort of have the drains up on what's happened here at Sussex, and it was pretty damning, sadly. As Crocombe is in and bowls, and Overton plays to mid-on. There is no run, so I'm sure there'll be questions about that as well, as how on earth could the previous board have not foreseen what was happening on an ongoing basis, and I think they are genuine questions, because the membership here was pretty angry when oh dear, we're not going to have another ball change, are we? And the cat is questioning the state of the ball as we do our update. Umpire Tom Lungley is having a look at the ball and he's saying, no, get on with it. Yeah, so I think there'll be quite a few questions about that. Now, there was a suggestion from one of the journalists here there's going to be some sort of an announcement this evening. Now, I don't know what there is. I'm not a member, so I won't be at the meeting. Sometimes we're allowed in as journalists, but so we'll have to wait and see if anything, what comes out of it. As in comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, Overton forward, plays to mid-wicket, from mid-on, fielded by Nucat. Good over from Henry Crocombe, a maiden over. He has bowled 14 overs. No, he hasn't. He's bowled 13 overs. No, mate, it's 2 for 56. I'll do this update and I'll get out my way. So, yeah, but I think some of the members, the Albion, have got a game in Europe tonight against Tromsø down the road.
Oh, right, this is the qualifying thing.
Yes, yeah. Yes, and Sussex have fought back in the last 15 minutes. Somerset now 194 for 7. 2 wickets and consecutive balls from Tom Clark, accounting for Tom Abel, who batted beautifully for 72. And then the Somerset skipper, Lewis Gregory, was out first ball. Craig Overton is going along very nicely, though. He's 53 not out for Somerset. Elsewhere, Surrey in a degree of trouble in their game at Chelmsford against Essex. They are 80 for 4 and no play so far today in the game between Northamptonshire at Kent at Wantage Road. That because of rain. So, have we got a change of bowling?
We have Jack Carson.
Jack Carson's going to come in. I'm going to leave you. I'm going to leave you with Nathan and with Anthony.
Jack Carson to bowl from this from the C end, bowling his off breaks. He's going to have a slip and a forward short leg. He's bowling to Josh Shaw, who's yet to get off the mark. He's faced 12 deliveries, but his job is to stay there. Carson to Shaw. Shaw reaches that, pushes it out into the offside and trots through for a single. He is now off the mark, 195 for 7. Weather can't make up its mind what it wants to do. 1 minute we got sunshine, the next minute thick cloud drifts across.
No, but crucially, it is dry.
It is. Carson. Your fellow Irishman, Nathan.
Certainly. One that got away, as far as many in Irish cricket circles are concerned.
Turned into the onside. There's no run.
Yeah, certainly. If he'd opted to stay in Ireland, he almost certainly would have had a long and fruitful international career.
We've had 1 or 2 Irishmen playing for Somerset. George Dockrell, most significantly. This is played away by Overton. Out to James Coles, who's sweeping on the cover boundary for a single, 196 for 7.
Yeah, George is fascinating. You would have known him as a left-arm spinner.
Absolutely.
He's a lower-order power bat these days. A T20 finisher is what they call him.
Yeah, he was a more than useful left-arm spinner in the pre-Jack Leach days, as Shaw plays this defensively out to the offside. He must be getting on now, George.
Yeah, he'd be in his
mid-30s?
mid-30s, but he really looks after himself. Like if you saw him, you'd think he was mid to late 20s. Very, very athletic. Looks after his body very well. Will probably continue to play for another while.
Carson bowls. This is lofted down the ground by Shaw for 6. Well, fine blow. Straight 6. Yes, I'll raise my hands in the commentary box just so that it only just cleared the boundary rope by about a yard. But we were in the perfect position to judge that. Well, The 200 is on the board for Somerset, and Josh Shaw has just put down a marker.
And straight away, mid-on goes back. So just one blow it took to spread the field.
Carson bowls, and this time Shaw is forward, playing that defensively back to the bowler. End of that over. And 2 overs for 11 runs. Carson, 202 for 7. 7 to Shaw, 54 to Overton.
A good intent from Shaw. I don't mind that if it has been difficult throughout the day to face the seamers and the moving ball. Granted, there was that 95-run partnership between Overton and Abel. The ball stopped moving around. But if there is always the looming threat of, especially if they keep trying to change the ball, which they did a few overs ago, you might as well take on the spinner. I don't mind that at all from Shaw. Because as much as it's about occupying the crease and trying to take a bit of time out of this game, Somerset, you're going to need to get a score here. They creeped over the 200 mark as Overton looks to pull Crocombe, but he was late on that one. Beaten for pace, just clots it down the ground. He's practicing a more defensive stroke. Perhaps it was just a little bit cramped for room trying to pull that one.
Plenty of singles on offer through the onside.
Yeah, I think they want him to take on the short ball here, don't they? There's two men back on the hook. Another one at, what would you call that? A wide third man, deep backward point. 2 slips in a gully. Crocombe in, full, defended. He fields off his own bowling. Still 202 for 7.
It's a funny old field, isn't it?
Yeah, very in and out. I suppose they don't mind a single here because clearly you'd rather bowl to the number 9 than a man who's on 50 in Overton and batting very well. But equally, if he takes on the short ball, there are catchers out there. So that's not short. It's top of the stumps. Overton defends, no run.
They bowled very well at Overton the last 2 or 3 overs. He's got a bit stuck in the early 50s.
It's an intriguing one for him because it's not as the more senior batter now with Abel gone. Is there a bit more responsibility on him to stick around rather than play some shots? That's fired down the leg side. There's an
he's given
caught
it
behind. He's been given. Oh, I don't think Craig Overton can believe that. I certainly thought that was absolutely nowhere near the bat. It looked pretty innocuous. Don't think Henry Crocombe was overly interested in appealing for a strangle down the leg side, but there was a shout from behind the wicket. I'm not sure. He's going to struggle to tell from that replay. I mean, Craig Overton didn't look overly perturbed. It's fired down the leg side. It's passed close to bat and pad. He's tried to flick the ball, and the umpire's given him out. Very sure of himself. There certainly was a deflection. There's no doubt about that, but it's just difficult to tell what exactly it's come off. And Overton trudges off for 54. Strangled down the leg side. 202 for 8 now.
Yeah. Well, as you say, Nathan, difficult for us to judge, but it's more pad than bat.
It was the body language certainly came. The positive body language certainly came from behind the stumps. I don't think Crocombe was overly.
Crocombe was in a much better position to make the call than the wicketkeeper.
It's one of those where the way Overton turned and looked, and he almost was starting to mark his guard again. He didn't look too worried that he'd be given out. But then when the decision came, he equally didn't look too miffed about it either. He just kind of stood there for a few seconds and then trudged off. Anyway.
Well, there we are. He's gone. And it's a fine innings from Craig Overton, just what the situation demanded. But he will be very disappointed that he hasn't been able to go on and shepherd the tail to get Somerset up to somewhere around a batting bonus point.
It's a huge wicket, that. I mean, with Overton in, you're looking at potentially getting up to something like 250. Whereas now, with numbers 9 and 10 in, Pretorius is the new man. You got Crocombe with his tail up, and all of a sudden, Sussex will be hoping to clean this up as soon as possible. Huge swing in the game, that wicket.
Well, Pretorius, he made 48 in his last innings, but that shines out like a good deed in a naughty world.
Crocombe into Pretorius. First ball, edge! Has that carried? Yes, it has. caught at third slip. Big drive from Pretorius, first ball, and it's a very good catch. I think it's the Sussex skipper Tom Haynes in there who's taken it. It was low, down to his right. For the second time in this innings, Somerset have lost 2-2.
Well, that's fairly typical Miggy Pretorius dismissal, that one. Going hard at his very first ball, outside edge, good catch. But, well, he is a bit see ball, hit ball. When he comes off, he can be dangerous, but he hasn't come off many times this season. In fact, he's come off once so far this season, and that was last weekend. So that brings Jack Leach out. Jack Leach demoted from number 9 against Essex to number 11 against Sussex.
Good bit of captaincy that from Tom Haynes. They packed the slip cord, and they did have just two slips in a gully. But he plugged that gap with the number 10 coming in, and that's exactly where that nick went. Flew down to third slip. And it was the skipper himself who took a good diving catch. So it's a hat-trick ball for Henry Crocombe, and he's also hunting his 5th wicket. So plenty to play for here. What it is, it's the final delivery of the over as well. So Jack Leach just needs to survive in his strides. Hard to miss him, isn't he, with those iconic spectacles? He's also got a cable knit, doing his best Craig Overton impression there.
Yeah, all the Somerset cricketers have cable knit jumpers without the numbers on the back.
So what are they going to do for this hat-trick ball? Looks like James Coles has gone in at leg slip. One man back at long leg, if he does decide to stick a short one up him. But based on the 4 slips, this should be pretty full, albeit just putting the idea in Jack Leach's head that it could be full and outside off with slips, but equally a leg slip and a fine leg. There could be some short stuff coming as well. Hat-trick ball for Henry Crocombe around the wicket to the new man, Leach. It's full! Has he taken a hat-trick? He has! Henry Crocombe has nicked off Jack Leach. First ball, caught Simpson behind the stumps, and the Somerset innings ends with a hat-trick for Crocombe, and it is his 5th wicket of the innings.
Well, what can one say? 3 wickets in 3 balls, and well, Somerset have subsided. What were they? 191 for 5, 202 all out. No, 191 for 6, I beg your pardon. 191 for 6, 202 all out. But, well, very, very disappointing. Very disappointing.
A day that Henry Crocombe will not forget anytime soon. 5-wicket haul, brought up with a hat-trick, blowing away the Somerset tail here at Hove. Just looking at his bowling figures, I believe that's his 2nd 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket. So a notable milestone for the young man. Bowled beautifully early doors. Dismissed. Let's run through his wickets here, shall we? As he takes the applause around Hove. Standing ovation, justifiably so. Nicked off Josh Thomas earlier on today with one that came back in. Beautiful in-swinger to the left-hander. Then got rid of Henry Nichols' 2nd ball, just 2 deliveries later. Nipped backer again to the left-hander. Threw bat and pad. Cleaned up the off-stump. Dismissed Craig Overton with one that, well, we're not 100% sure if it was bat or pad, but it was a strangle down the leg side. That was comfortably the worst of his dismissals, because then after that, he nicked off Miguel Pretorius' first ball with a big drive that was caught at third slip, and then a beauty that just left Leach to complete the hat-trick, taking the outside edge, and with it ending the Somerset innings. Anthony, 202 again. It's not that long ago with that partnership between Abel and Overton.
191 for 5 they were.
Yeah, we were looking at
202 all out.
It's a disappointing collapse, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Well, what have we got? About 10 minutes or so until, or will they take tea?
We'll have tea now.
I expect they'll have tea.
Yeah, I suspect they'll have taken tea.
So we'll just turn off and...
So we will go off for the tea break, and then we will be back for the evening session when Sussex will come out to bat.
Please welcome our visitors from Somerset County Cricket Club, led by Captain Lewis Gregory. And to start the Sussex decline, please welcome onto the field wearing number 89, Dan Hughes.
Well, welcome back to Hove, where the crowd have recovered from the excitement of Henry Crocombe taking a hat-trick and finishing with a 5-wicket haul. The Somerset innings rather subsiding, losing their last 5 wickets for just 11 runs after that excellent partnership of 95 between Tom Abel and Craig Overton. Somerset bowled out for 202. We've got 38 overs left to be bowled in the day. And the way this game has gone, Nathan John sitting next to me, you wouldn't be surprised to see more wickets falling today.
No, you absolutely would not. It's going to be fascinating to see if Somerset can get that same sideways movement that Sussex got throughout the first innings. The exception being the 45 minutes to an hour, really, where Overton and Abel were on top with their 95-run partnership. I mean, Sussex really struggled to get much out of that ball then. But either side of that, it's been moving sideways prodigiously.
Well, Sussex, Daniel Hughes taking the first ball. He was out first ball at Edgbaston last week. He'll be hoping there's not a repeat of that. As in comes Lewis Gregory bowls. He sits on the pad is Daniel Hughes. There's a stifled appeal from Lewis Gregory. The ball bounces out onto the onside and there is no run. So 3 slips, a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg down to our right-hand side.
It's just worth highlighting, Adrian. We were talking about it there in the mid-innings. The last 5 wickets for Somerset cost 11 runs. It was an almighty collapse.
It was a collapse. And a collapse I think we saw coming, really, because Abel and Overton had looked really very comfortable. In comes Gregory. Bowls. Hughes takes a couple of steps down the wicket, and Gregory saw him coming and just was a little shorter and wider of the off-stump and goes through to James Rue behind the stumps, and there is no run.
Interesting approach from Hughes. I wonder if he's just, having watched Overton probably be the most successful with his defensive shots in that first innings, big man, big stride down the wicket, has he decided the best course of action is to use his feet? And obviously Hughes is not as big as Overton, but he can walk down the track to try and replicate that negating of movement.
He likes to do that, does Daniel Hughes, as in comes Gregory. Bowls, and Hughes defends onto the onside, and there is no run. Just elsewhere, bringing up to date, the Test match, England 129 for 5 at Lords. Jordan Cox still there on 44. The last man up was Dan Lawrence, who was run out for 17. In the County Championship, a bit of a recovery by Surrey, who are now 101 for 4 at Chelmsford against Essex. Adam Thomas not out on 13. Glamorgan are 11 for 3 at Cardiff.
Oh dear.
In reply to Hampshire's 162. Gregory in bowls. Hughes 4 to ball, a good length played onto the onside. There is no run. Play washed out for the day at Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire, and now off for bad light at Scarborough, where Yorkshire are 144 for 5. No play at all today between Derbyshire and Middlesex in Derby. Durham 50 for 2 in reply to Gloucestershire's 137. Still no play in the game between Northamptonshire and Kent at Wantage Road, and still no play at New Road between Worcestershire and Lancashire, as Gregory bowls to Hughes, who looks to drive through the onside. Instead plays it back down the track, and I think Gregory, that hit his boot and ricochet to mid-on, and there is no run. So you're right up to date with all the cricket around the country. Very good afternoon if you're listening on 5 Sports Extra 3. Myself, Nathan Johns and Anthony Gibson, your commentary team here at Hove. 37 overs left to be bowled after this one. Whether we'll get those in, we'll have to wait and see. But in a minute the clouds are high, as in comes Gregory bowls, and he beats Hughes outside the off-stump. So a very good opening over by Lewis Gregory, a maiden over to get things underway. And who are we going to see open? We're going to see Josh Shaw opening the bowling. So wait and see. Yes, it is going to be Josh Shaw who's going to open the bowling from the C end of the ground.
Yeah, that last delivery, that's the length that the Somerset bowlers need to be hitting. I think Gregory just a little bit too full, too close to the bat to get that sideways movement that Sussex got with the newish ball, albeit I think It was more so when the ball was 6-7 over his old Adrian, when the lacquer was off it, when it really started nipping around the place. So maybe this Sussex opening pair looking to capitalise on that new ball. It's hard coming onto the bat, trying to make a dent into that total of 202, which is what they're currently trying to get out ahead of. As you said, a maiden start for Gregory. It will be Shaw. He's going to come right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Haynes. Pair of lefties out there for Sussex. Of course, 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. In comes Shaw, his first offering of the match. Round the wicket, 2 Haynes, full defended, straight back down the ground. There is no run.
Yeah, Tom Haynes, who was the top scorer in the match last week up at Edgbaston. He made 67 in the second innings. That was his highest score of the season. Tom Haynes, 49 in the first innings. Beginning of the season, I was discussing this last week, he was very much in the discussion around England openers when everyone felt Zach Crawley would be dropped, which of course he was.
Shaw in again, worked off the hip. I think that, but there was bat involved in that. We'll wait to see if that is Haynes off the mark. It's certainly Sussex first runs of this innings. It's leg buys. So 2 leg buys down to fine leg. Sussex are off the mark, but Haynes is not.
So he was being spoken about, Tom Haynes, together with, Emilio Gay and Ben McKinney up at Durham. And Haynes was certainly in that conversation, but probably needed a really good start to the season. And I say top score of 64, just not quite enough runs, particularly when Gay was scoring so many runs for Durham.
Shaw in again, worked away off the back foot. That's a good diving stop at backward point. It was timed nicely by Haynes, but it's been robbed of a boundary there.
But he's an attacking opening bat, so he'd be, very much in the sort of the McCullum mode. But he's a good player, Tom Haynes. As I say, just filled with weight of runs. When he's in and around the Lions. He played for the Lions in Australia last winter. Now with the additional burden of captaincy for the second time in his career. I think the first time it all came a bit early, really. But he will look to get on with it.
Shaw wastes no time. As soon as he gets to the top of his march, he turns and comes bustling in, and that's a bit of a rank one down leg. Haynes is happy to let that one go through to Rue. Yeah, I think that conversation, there's always going to be an element of kind of whoever had the most runs in that early block. England were talking about paying more attention to county cricket and results rather than necessarily picking players who had attributes they liked. The whole reconnecting with the county game line that was coming out. So I don't think it was a particular surprise to see Emilio Gay and his weight of runs win that race. Shaw in again, right arm round, worked into the leg side, straight to mid-wicket. There is no run. Of course, a few people think that conversation could be reopened before England head to South Africa. There's obviously a big gap between this third test match against Pakistan and then a Christmas series with South Africa. If Mr. Gay is going to do enough to keep his place on the side,
and there's every incentive for someone like Tom Haynes to try and fill their boots in the last few county games of the season and make a case for being on the plane. Because I agree with you, I don't think Emilio Gay is nailed on.
Shaw in again. Haynes just dabs that into the offside. Slip Gordon comes around to do the fielding. 2 gone. Both Sussex openers are yet to get off the mark, but a pair of leg buys sees Sussex 2 without loss.
So
I suppose Gay does have. He's got 3 innings left in this Test series.
Yes.
So, and if he were to score 100 in one of those 3, you would suspect that is him nailed on for the foreseeable future in that spot. But if he doesn't, or if he gets 3 low scores or a couple of middling ones, it would be an interesting conversation, especially if somebody someone
comes out and scores a lot of runs.
Correct. Yeah.
But I still thought that person might be around, April, May time. I saw Dom Sibley make a really good 100 at the Oval against Sussex. Gregory around the wicket bowls to Hughes, who plays and misses at one outside of the off stump through to Rue, and there is no run. A little bit of movement there from Lewis Gregory. And he batted beautifully at the Oval, but he just doesn't seem to fit the mould.
It's a fascinating one, isn't it? Whether they want that kind of innings eater, willing to occupy the crease for longer periods of time. I mean, Dom Sibley is very, very good at what he does, and England, it would appear, made a decision that that's not exactly what they're looking for.
Comes Gregory again, bowls to Hughes, beats him again outside the off stump through to Rue, and again there is no run. But I'll tell you what, I'd have taken Don Sibley in the Ashes last year.
You wouldn't have had a 2-day Test match with Don Sibley.
Call me old-fashioned, that's fine. But I some of the things in Test cricket, I think remain the same. I think you want solid openers. I think you want your best wicket keeper. And you don't have to go to Australia with a battery of fast bowlers. I did an interview down here last year with John Snow, and was asking him exactly that question. What's needed in Australia? Is it 90-mile-an-hour bowlers, which England were obsessed with, weren't they, in the Ashes? And he knows a thing or two about bowling, John Snow. As in comes Gregory bowls, Hughes defends into the offside, there is no run. And he said, no, yes, you need your quick bowlers, but you need your bowlers who can put the ball on the spot, like Nisa did, like Boland did, like Robinson can do. But they got it so wrong in the Ashes, Nathan, didn't it? And it was all completely foreseeable. I don't think it was a shock to anybody who'd watched the county game, to know you're taking a bowler out there with a bad knee. He wasn't going to bowl more than one Test. I mean, the whole thing was bonkers.
Well, it's hindsight, isn't it? But you look at
that was obvious.
Well, but you look at the fact that Josh Tongue didn't play the first Test match in Australia.
In comes Gregory. I'll give Hughes the benefit of the doubt there. But I just think the whole thing was just... I know it's easy to say with hindsight, but some of the things that happened, I think, were foreseeable.
Yeah, but the Tongue one is really what baffled me, because he's the one they've gotten right, so to speak, in terms of... Okay, he is quick, but he also moves the ball sideways quite a lot. He's not just an out-and-out quick bowler, and... as we've seen on countless occasions, both before and after that Ashes series, he's arguably England's best. Gregory
bowls. Always, that's close. That's a good shout. James Rue liked it behind the stumps. Lewis Gregory stands, hands on hips. Oh, that's a long stare at the umpire, isn't it?
That's an umpire who I think he knows and gets on with, and is able to have a little bit of a long stare. Did he get outside the long? He shuffled a long way across. Oh no, it's hit him in line.
I think it's just going down the leg side, actually.
Oh, it's certainly moved back a lot. It's right arm around the wicket, has it on the angle as it missing leg stump. It's very close, that.
Good shout. 3 slips in place. Gregory hasn't conceded a run. Bowls, Hughes is wrapped around the thigh, but the ball bounces out on the offside. This is a good start from Somerset. 3 maiden overs bowled. Sussex are 2 without loss, both of those runs being leg byes. And batting is not straightforward here today.
Absolutely not. And I think what Somerset have done well so far is they've avoided those boundary balls. Because we saw that when Sussex are bowling with the new ball. Yes, there was lots of movement and lots of playing misses, but when they went too full, there were cover drives crashing into the boundary. We haven't seen that yet from Sussex. Somerset have avoided over pitching so far, and as a result they look rather threatening. Shaw to continue, also bowling right arm around. Haynes on strike,
shot
driven down the ground, and that'll be the first runs off the bat for Sussex. Talking of over pitching, that's exactly what Shaw does, and Haynes plays a beautiful drive straight back past the bowler for 4.
So he plays like that, a shot like that, Tom, and he just looks $1 million. But if Shaw lets him have a wide run outside the off stump, he might have a diff at it. But that was a lovely shot.
Yeah, glorious way to get off the mark. See how Shaw responds here. Up past the umpire. Oh, half an appeal. I think there was an inside edge.
Yeah, I think there was.
Because Shaw didn't go up and the slip cordon went down as quickly as they went up.
I think it might have saved him. It's raining now at Scarborough, which rather suggests that might be the end of play there today. We'll wait to see. Yorkshire 144 for 5 against Leicestershire, who are battling away, Nathan. They've won 2 games this season. A lot of people had them favourites to go down.
Yeah, they've done well in recent times, haven't they? I mean, it's kind of like is the county championship like Premier League football, where more often than not the teams that go up go straight back down?
Yes.
Shaw in again, full driven, timed nicely, but he's picked out the fielder at cover, no run.
Yeah, absolutely, and for that point of view, I would like to see both Leicestershire and Glamorgan stay up, because I think it's healthy to see, sides coming up, and otherwise, let's face it, the way it's going to go is you're going to find the sides who are playing in the 100 are going to occupy the first division. So that's why it's good to see. I think it's great to see Somerset in this position. And Essex in the first division, and Sussex as well.
Shaw into Haynes, very full that one. Haynes can't capitalise. He mistimes the drive to mid-off.
I think he'll be annoyed with that, actually. That was asking to be driven straight down the ground as well.
Yeah, Daniel Hughes just doing a bit of gardening there, but I think you need to go a lot further up the wicket to get where that one pitched.
Yeah.
Change at field. Deep mid-wicket has gone out to just like a deep forward square. We'll see, does that change anything in Shaw's plans? A couple of deliveries left in this fourth over. Now he goes full again, and that's off the outside edge, and it'll fly away down to the vacant third man boundary for the second boundary of the over. I think that was somewhat intentional from Haynes. Soft hands, softish hands. He's trying to play reasonably straight, but I think at the last minute he's just realised he's beaten there, so he just opens the face ever so slightly. He moves on to 8. Sussex now 10 without loss.
Well, he's always positive at the top of the order is Tom Haynes. That was a little fortunate. But certainly all the time he's there, Sussex will score at a reasonable rate.
Final delivery of this fourth over then. Shaw into Haynes. Back of a length, worked off the back foot to backward point. There is no run. 4 done, 10 without loss.
Yeah, Hughes yet to score. Tom Haynes on 8 for those just joining us. Somerset bowled out for 202. Tom Abel top scoring with 72. A typically classy knock from Tom Abel. And Craig Overton, I was going to say a robust 54, but it wasn't. It was just a very positive 54, and a partnership of 95 between Craig Overton and Tom Abel, where neither looked in any serious trouble. Tom Abel was dropped when he was on 35. But those two really looked untroubled, and then when Abel got out, when there was this collapse of 5 for 11, and Henry Crocombe finishing off the Somerset innings with a hat-trick, as Lewis Gregory around the wicket bowls to Hughes, and that's a lovely way to get off the mark for Daniel Hughes. That's a beautiful shot. That's probably as good as we've seen today, actually. It's a lovely extra cover drive, just sort of eased into the shot, and the ball whistles across the outfield. 4 runs. That was a classic extra cover drive.
Yeah, just over pitch from Gregory, wasn't it? Both Sussex openers here getting off the mark with handsome looking drives after a few overs of hard graft.
I suppose from the point of view of the bowlers here throughout this game, that you want to pitch the ball up, because that's what's going to induce the edge on a pitch that's just moving around a little bit and giving some help to the seamers. Just overdoing it there was Lewis Gregory, who's in again around the wicket bowls, and he strikes Daniel Hughes on the thigh pad. The ball bounces out into the offside, and there is no run. Total remains on 14 without loss. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Josh Shaw down to our right-hand side doing up his bootlaces.
There's been a few Somerset players with bootlace issues today. Craig Overton delayed his innings. Laces issue.
He did. Gregory back to his mark. Wheels round. He's another bowler who gets on with it. Lewis Gregory, isn't it? No hanging around. He's straight back in. Bowls to Hughes, who works this one back on a square on the leg side. And Josh Shaw comes trotting in from a fine leg to field. Daniel Hughes picks up his 5th run, and Sussex go to 15 without loss.
Yeah, just these last 2 overs, just an extra degree of comfort, isn't there?
Yes.
With these two. Dare I say it, though, I think that the hard bit is still to come. We've mentioned it a few times. It's when that lacquer comes off the ball, that's what we saw in the first innings. A few tidy overs initially from the Sussex opening bowlers, and then it started to go all over the place in terms of movement. And I think Somerset will be hoping for something similar here.
Got some hat-trick facts that have come in on a couple of emails. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk as in comes Gregory bowls. Haynes pulls, and he's caught a mid-wicket. Well, that got up a bit on Tom Haynes. I think he was rather caught in 2 minds. And the ball is spooned up to mid-wicket, and the first wicket goes down, and Tom Haynes is on his way for 8. And Lewis Gregory picks up a wicket. I didn't see who took the catch.
Archie Vaughan.
Thank you. Archie Vaughan with the catch, and Somerset have got the breakthrough.
What a bizarre dismissal that was. I
Yes.
think Caught in Two Minds is dead right. He's neither pulling the ball nor is he just working it off his hip. I think he tried. Well, he thought about pulling it, but then he kind of half tried to pull out and flick it. Just a little tuck it around the corner. And in the end, he's done neither, and he's just ballooned the ball up for a very straightforward catch for Archie Vaughan. Again, a reasonably soft dismissal considering the challenges that are out there for these batters. It's when you're coming forward and the ball is beating the edge that is what we think is going to do the damage, not banging deliveries that just lead to ugly looking shots.
So Stephen in Berkhamsted, a question for Anthony actually said, that is certainly the second hat-trick we've conceded this season. Is it just the second, question mark? So I don't know who's the first.
The second.
Right.
Tom Norton of Glamorgan had the first one.
Oh, right. That was, yes, I remember that. Earlier on this season. So there we are. Jason Lurie in 2001 against Hampshire took the last Sussex first-class hat-trick. And it's the first at Hove since Harry Gurney for Notts against Sussex in 2013. And it's the 31st first-class hat-trick at Hove. Thank you, Callum. That's fantastic. Correction. I think it was the 30th first-class hat-trick at Hove. The first was in 1875. I have commentated on a Sussex hat-trick, but not in the Championship. That was in Lords, when Jofra Archer took a hat-trick.
What year was that?
Great question. Pre-COVID.
Let's see if I can
Thinking
find it.
about 2019, maybe, something like that.
All right, let's test that out.
So the first hat-trick for a Sussex player since 2001. So that could be a nice question, not a nice thing for Henry. In comes Lewis Gregory, bowls to Tom. Well, that's gone miles. It's a good leave by Tom Clark, but that after going past the stumps, it went a long, long way, and James Rew couldn't take it cleanly down the leg side.
Yeah, 2018, that Jofra Archer hat-trick was.
Right, okay.
In a dramatic last over that saw Sussex to a 12-run win over Middlesex at Lords, and apparently the MCC asked Jofra could they put his shirt up.
In the museum, yeah. And I think I think you got Owen Morgan in amongst that hat-trick, actually. That was a really exciting night. Jofra bowling at full steam from the nursery end.
Yeah, it's a great sight, isn't it?
Yeah. Gregory bowls flicked by Tom Clark down to fine leg for his first run. And it is the end of the over. Wicket taking over for Lewis Gregory. Sussex are 16 for 1. Daniel Hughes is on 5. Tom Clark is on 1. The man out, Tom Haynes, caught by Archie Vaughan at mid-wicket for 8. We've still got 33 overs to be bowled tonight. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see more wickets fall.
Yeah, you're right. Owen Morgan had passed 50 off 32 balls in that Middlesex chase. And the Sussex, the match report on the Sussex website says, while Morgan remained, Middlesex were still in the game. And another huge 6 meant he got the equation down to 16 off the final over. But he holed out to Chris Jordan the deep as Archer, 3 for 25, became the brightest light of an evening littered with star performances. Anyway, Shaw continues. That's left alone outside the off stump by Clark. I remember the first time I saw Jofra Archer in the flesh was England played Bangladesh in Cardiff in the 2019 World Cup, as in the group stages. And I can't remember who it was he got dismissed, but whoever it was that he bowled, I think it might have been one of the Bangladeshi openers. But obviously the pace of Archer, and we all know the straight boundaries in Glamorgan are not the biggest. But nonetheless, the bail went for 6 behind the stumps. That's how quick he was bowling that day. Shaw in again, left alone once more by Clark.
Yeah, I mean, prior to getting picked for England, I mean, I remember a game up at Grace Road on a very flat pitch where Jofra was bowling, and Chris Nash was captain actually of Sussex on that particular occasion. And every time Chris threw Jofra the ball, he was picking up wickets. Sussex won the game, and but he was very conscious of over bowling Jofra in that game. But he bowled at the speed of light.
Shaw in again. Full and just pushed on the front foot, straight to Archie Vaughan in the covers, no run.
But he could also bat. I remember a game at Colchester where he and Chris Jordan shared a partnership of 130 odd. It was Chris Jordan's maiden first class century, actually. So I always think when I watch Jofra bat, he can score runs, actually.
Oh, he's
He's
more than accomplished batter, is Archer. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you've seen it in the. It's funny. It's almost as if his IPL batting is actually better than what he puts out at international level at times. He's got a pretty good IPL record actually with the bat. In comes Shaw once more, defended, but kind of off the inside edge from Clark, but he survives. Yeah, we'll probably see him bowling tomorrow for England.
Well, I haven't seen bowling today.
Oh, really? What's the score?
Well, England are
158 for 5.
yes. So yeah, well, it's still
we'll
quite.
see.
It's only 4:30.
Jordan Cox has done well. He's got another 50.
Yeah. Well, as I say, I was saying to Anthony, the 100 he got here last year against Sussex for Essex was the best knock here all season.
Shaw in again. That's defended back down the ground by Clark. But that's an interesting one, isn't it? If Jordan Cox cements himself in that England team, obviously Bethel's out injured. You know, he's scored, what did he get, 70 against Pakistan last week? And now he's got 50, which we'll see where that ends up. He's still batting. What happens? How do you get Jacob Bethel in that team for South Africa? Does he have to open the batting now?
Well,
certainly, if Emilio Gay doesn't nail down his place, there could be one way of solving that conundrum. Is Shaw in again, defended into the offside. There is no run.
another tidy over from Josh Shaw.
Into the maiden.
Yep, 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 8. Mindful people joining us all the time on Sports Extra 3, maybe finishing work for the day or watching on the Sussex live stream. I'm Adrian Harms, Nathan Johns next to me, Anthony Gibson back with us in a few minutes' time. We've had an eventful day here at Hove with Somerset bowled out for 202, having at one stage been 191 for 5. Henry Croker picking up 5 wickets, including a hat-trick to finish off the Somerset innings, but in reply, Somerset fighting back with a wicket for Lewis Gregory. Tom Haynes caught at mid-wicket by Archie Vaughan for just 8. Sussex now 16 for 1 as Gregory begins another over from the C end of the ground, bowling down the hill to Daniel Hughes, who looks to drive on the offside. And if to give us any clues as to whether this pitch is any easier for batting, well, he was looking to drive that through the offside and the ball's ended up at mid-wicket. So it's not been easy for batsmen today.
Well, that's that length, isn't it? Just short of full of a length. That's the one that's been causing the problems. It's just nipped back. Probably started out quite wide, which is why he's gone for the big booming drive, and it's just nipped back to take the inside edge.
A big patch of blue sky just appeared away to our left-hand side. The light at one stage wasn't good at all today, and the floodlights were on, but they're off now as Gregory is in bowls to Hughes, who plays it with soft hands into the slip cordon. Well, I say played into the slip cordon. I don't think that was a chance to Tom Abel.
No, it landed well short of him, yeah, well short.
Yeah, it was just the way that he got patted by James Real, as if to say, never mind. But it was short. Tom Abel at third slip next to the tall, imposing figure of Craig Overton. Gregory wheels around at the far end. For those of you who don't know Hove, it means he's running down the slope here at Hove, around the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who's beaten for, well, the umpteenth time would be wrong, but certainly he's been beaten on at least 3 or 4 occasions.
That's definitely the most movement off the pitch that Somerset have gotten so far. Just a sign maybe that lacquer's coming off the ball. What are we into the 7th over here? That nearly beat Rue behind the stumps. He nearly fell over trying to take that. Such was the nip off the seam.
I'll just get myself ready for our radio updates that are coming in a couple of moments' time. Gregory wanders back to his mark. 3 slips go down. He's in around the wicket bowl. Oh, he's beaten again.
He was happy, excited there for a second.
He's got this on a piece of string at the minute, Lewis Gregory, hasn't he? I mean, it's a terrific spell of bowling. And Daniel stands there, he's got his hands on his hips, as if to say, I'm not quite sure how to play this, really. Sorry, I've lost another wicket at Chelmsford, 107 for 5. Glamorgan 34 for 3 against Hampshire. So Gregory getting plenty of encouragement from his teammates. 16 for 1. Hughes on 5. Clark on 1. As Gregory is in again around the wicket. Bowls. It's another absolute snorter. I think they're sharing a bit of a joke there, are Lewis Gregory and Daniel Hughes. He was beaten again outside the off stump, and well, he's doing pretty well to survive this. Is Daniel Hughes.
Just hand on hip and a wry shrug.
Yeah, he's a lovely fellow, Daniel Hughes. I really. Oh, here we go. Here's our cricket update. Well, a hugely eventful day here, Adam, at Hove. Somerset bowled out for 202, although at one stage they were 191 for 5. They lost their last 5 wickets for just 11 runs, including a hat-trick for Henry Crocombe. In reply, Sussex 16 for 1. The skipper, Tom Haynes, the man out for just 8. Meanwhile, at Chelmsford, Surrey in trouble again in the county championship. They're 107 for 5 against Essex, and they've just got underway in the game between Northamptonshire and Kent at Wantage Road. They've had rain there all day, but Kent are batting first. They are 18 without loss. So, end of the over. An eventful over, 16 for 1. Hughes on 5, Clark on 1. I think we'll do one more over together, Nathan, and then it's Anthony is going to come in for you.
Sounds good. Well, while you were talking there, I mean, Daniel Hughes, after being beaten on the edge, he nearly spooned one up straight to mid-wicket. So it's certainly all happening. In comes Shaw. Short, wide. Oh, he's lucky that's not 4. Absolutely clobbered on the back foot by Clark, but he's hit it straight to extra cover.
He did, didn't he? Absolutely belted to the. That's one you're annoyed with. Earlier on today, Tom Abel did that, didn't he?
He punched the back of his bat,
did. So what? I think it was a full toss from Coles, and he hit it straight to mid-wicket.
Shaw looking to back up the good work of Gregory down the other end, his skipper, and he comes also right around the wicket. Well, that's dragged down the leg side. Rue has to tumble to his right-hand side to gather.
I'm just thinking, actually, with Henry Crocombe with his hat-trick, I don't think he would therefore have been born the last time there was a hat-trick taken for first-class hat-trick for Sussex.
What was it? It was 2000, 2001?
Henry is 24. He was born on the 20th of September. I will check my book. In fact, I'll just check Anthony's one because he's got his Playfair open at the...
Shaw in again. Shorter and pulled out into the deep, and that'll be 4.
I don't think the fine leg fielder saw that.
He didn't see it at all, did he? To be fair, it took me a second to figure out where that had gone. I was looking straight at the fielder, who wasn't giving many clues, but it's a nice-looking pull shot from Clark, controlled along the floor.
Henry Crocombe was born on the 20th September 2001. It just says Jason Lurie in 2001 took the last Sussex hat-trick.
That's probably, odds are it was before September.
Yes, so he may well. So I don't know, if you're listening, Callum, perhaps you could let us know the exact date. I could look it up myself, actually.
Shaw in. Oh, short again. And this will be 4 more. An interesting short ball tactic here from Shaw with just a fine leg out, no one else out in the hook. And this one wasn't even really a pull shot. It was just a little flick off the hip, but it's timed beautifully by Clark. Boundaries off back-to-back deliveries brings him to 9, and Sussex now on to 24 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, stirring in length there, wasn't he? I thought it'd be too long if he carries on that he'll have Craig Overton into the attack.
Well, especially if the ball is starting to just move off the pitch a bit more. I think Mr. Overton will be thoroughly looking forward to having a go on this deck. Shaw in, that's a better length. Fuller, straight, defended down the ground. There is no run.
Yeah, it was on the 6th of July 2001. Jason Lurie took the second hat-trick of his career.
And when was Crocombe born? September 2001.
September, so he hadn't been born.
He hadn't been born.
So there we are. That's a nice line for Henry. So hat-tricks are pretty rare here, Nathan, so you came on a good day.
I have to say, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Clark on strike. He's hit 2 boundaries in this over, and he works that one off the hip. Look to come back for a second here.
Might be a third.
I think it's a good bit of work.
Cheers.
Down there on the fine leg boundary. Miguel Pretorius cuts off 2 runs. Bit of a wayward over that from Shaw. 10 runs off it. Clark moves to 11. Hughes. Oh, so I got confused there. It says on our screen Hughes is on 0, but that was his contribution to this partnership. I could have sworn Hughes had hit a boundary, and he has. He's on 5. The score is 26 for 1 after 8 overs. That's probably me, is it?
It is. Yeah, Nathan's going to wake way, and Anthony Gibson back with us. Nathan back with us after 5. I've made a slight mess of the rotor actually, but anyway, we'll worry about that. I've got one more update to do, but we can sort that out nearer the time. Actually, maybe not. Anyway, doesn't matter. In comes Gregory around the wicket. Bowls a long way down the leg side. That's going to run away for 4 byes, I think. No, fielded down here on the boundary by Josh Shaw, who gets the throw in. The umpire's signal is indeed byes. And Sussex go to 27 for 1. Good afternoon, Anthony.
Good afternoon again, Adrian. Very interesting contrast between Somerset's 2 opening bowlers. Lewis Gregory looking as if he'll take a wicket with almost every ball, and Josh Shaw yet to pass the bat.
Yes. I suspect it won't be long before we see Craig Overton into the attack.
The mystery as to why Somerset signed Shaw as yet unsolved.
Gregory in bowls. Forward comes Clark, plays him to the offside. There is no run. Applause from Tom Abel, who's fielding at 3rd slip. Who's fielding at 1st slip?
That is Henry Nichols.
Thank you.
Josh Shaw came to Somerset with a pretty average record from his time at Gloucestershire. 131 wickets at 38.47, and he hasn't improved on that since he's arrived at Somerset.
Down the hill comes Gregory. Bowls. Clark is forward, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. It remains on 27 for 1.
He has taken 5 wickets in 42 overs before this game.
Interesting that were you surprised he was picked to play in this game? I mean, could that be?
I think it's probably
through
because
injuries,
Jake Ball left the field in the sort of closing stages of the Essex game with what we thought might have been a sort of groin strain of some sort.
Gregory in bowls. Clark leans forward and plays that to wideish mid-off and is able to scamper through for what in the end was a comfortable single.
Although they may just be resting Jake Ball because he's no spring chicken.
Well, I think there's going to be a lot of that over the next few weeks, with players being rested and with this really heavy schedule of county championship matches.
I don't know quite why Somerset have opened with Shaw though, because we've got Pretorius and Overton as alternatives.
Gregory in bowls. Good leave by Hughes, taken down the leg side by James, who sprawling away to his right-hand side. And there is
exaggerated swing after that ball that passed the stumps, wasn't it?
Yes, it certainly was. Gregory, yes, he was pretty quickly. Doesn't hang around Lewis Gregory, does he? He's already back to his mark. And
yeah, Somerset are brisk in the way they bowl.
To see in bowls, and Hughes is hit. Well, sounded a bit woody to me.
Yeah, I think there was some inside edge.
By the way, it's another over drift spy. Lewis Gregory, very impressive figures. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 7.
He has bowled beautifully, Gregory.
He has 28 for 1.
And thank goodness for that.
Yes.
Josh Shaw is coming off, and Craig Overton is going to come on from this sea end.
It certainly seemed pretty likely, didn't it, that was going to happen. So well done, Henry Crocombe, the first class hat trick for Sussex since 2001. And it came today courtesy of Henry Crocombe in his last season for Sussex. Who knows, perhaps he'll come back here later on in his career. But he will be a big miss when he moves at the end of the season.
Here's Overton in and bowls, and Clark just gets up on his toes and plays this down into the offside. Archie Vaughan comes across to pick up. It's cloudy here at Hove, but the clouds are higher than they were this morning and early afternoon.
Yes.
And atmosphere probably not quite so humid. Wouldn't expect so much swing. Not that there was been huge amounts of swing at any stage during the day. It's more been seam movement that's caused the problems. Overton in bowls, and this is bottom edge from Tom Clark as he looks to cut. Ball just runs out into the offside.
We've still got 28 overs to be bowled tonight. Whether we'll get all those in, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
But certainly if the light does get bad, the lights will come on and Somerset won't be upset about that, I'm sure.
Overton into Clark, pitches this one right up, finds the inside edge out into the onside. He's bowling a good full length. Is Craig Overton, getting the batsman playing on the front foot. It's not a particularly quick pitch, but there's bounce on a good length. Henry Crocombe, particularly bowling from this end, got the ball to bounce quite markedly. Overton in bowls to Clark, who whips this away through the onside for 4 runs. Over pitched on leg stump that time, Craig Overton, and Tom Clark said thank you very much. Picks up 4, he goes on to 18, 34 for 1 now. Sussex replying to Somerset's ultimately very disappointing total of 202. At 96 for 5, they would probably have been happy to get up to 202 at 191 for 5.
Yeah, I'd agree
Different
with you.
story. Overton in bowls. This is cut 4 more runs. Well, he overcorrected there, Craig Overton. First ball over pitched on leg stump. This one short outside the off stump. The result on both occasions the same. 4 runs. Down to square leg with the first one and deep cover for the second. 38 for 1.
Yeah, 2 good shots from Clark. He doesn't like that clip on the leg side.
Overton again. 3 slips go down. He's in, bowls to Clark and gets him in a little bit of a tangle there, but he manages to get it backward of square and the offside for a single. We'll keep the strike. 39 for 1. He has 23. And Daniel Hughes hasn't really got going yet, just 5 from 24 deliveries. 11 runs from that Craig Overton over. So maybe there's more in this pitch from the Cromwell Road end than there is from this sea end, as neither Overton nor Shaw before him have looked as likely as Lewis Gregory to make the breakthrough.
You're listening to Live Cricket on 5 Sports Extra 3. Adrian Harms and Anthony Gibson, your commentary team here at Hove, where Lewis Gregory is going to carry on this very fine spell from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls to Tom Clark, who's up on his toes, plays that into the offside, and there is no run, fielded by Archie Vaughan. 39 for 1, as Anthony was saying. Hughes on 5, Clark on 23, about out Tom Haynes for 8. Just to say, no play today in a number of games, the latest of which is the game at New Road between Worcestershire and Lancashire. Due to rain, much earlier today, play was called off at Derby in the game between Derbyshire and Middlesex. No play there today. And no play at Edgbaston in the game between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire, as Gregory is in bowls. Clark lets that one go, taken by Rue behind the stumps, no run. And they're off for the day now at Scarborough, where Yorkshire had reached 144 for 5 against Leicestershire. So the games they are playing at Lords, England 180 for 5 against Pakistan. A late start there. Jordan Cox on 55. Jamie Smith, 44 off just 53 deliveries. Seems to be motoring along with 7 boundaries. The floodlights are coming on. Gregory in bowls to Clark, who's forward defensively, plays onto the onside. There is no run. But Surrey's season gets no better. 119 for 6 they are at Chelmsford against Essex. There was a delayed start there as well. Glamorgan recovering in Cardiff the first three in the order, Al Hassan, Tribe and Carlson, were all out for ducks. They were 2 for 3, Glamorgan, but now 43 for 3. Kellaway and Ingram rescuing the situation earlier. Hampshire bowled out, just break off as in comes Gregory again. Bowls, Clark lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run for just 162.
Floodlights are on.
Yeah.
I was just about to say the light is
No,
fading.
it is. It definitely is. I mean, there is some bluer sky around, but I'm just on the right-hand side. I'm not entirely sure where the weather's coming from now. There was some thought. One of the ground staff said to me this morning they thought that there was a chance of a shower later on in the day. There does seem to be some thicker cloud rolling in. But the lights are on at the moment as Gregory makes his way in around the wicket and bowls, and Clark drives handsomely through the covers. That's a nice shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Nicely played by Tom Clark. He's a very elegant player. Out of contract at the end of this season, but has signed for another season. As with, you imagine 1 or 2 Sussex players just hedging their bets a little bit about what's going to happen here over the winter and what the squad's going to look like next season. But he's a Sussex lad, is Tom Clark, and that's a nice shot. He goes to 27. Sussex to 43 for 1.
Got some promising youngsters coming through.
Yeah, I mean, I think there has been this crop of younger players. The Clarks, the Coleses, that comes Gregory Bowles. Oh, he had a little flirt with that one outside the off-stump. Good bit of bowling by Lewis Gregory. He just hung the bait out there, and Clark was a play and a miss. A little dabble at that one. Goes behind, not taken cleanly by Rue. End of the over, 43 for 1. But I guess the danger for Sussex is with all these young players. The bigger clubs are circling and knowing that players are going to be out of contract. It's going to be very difficult to hang on to them, as we've seen with Henry Crocombe. So we shall see how things progress during the winter months.
Just going back to your conversation with Nathan about Geoff Archer after this delivery from Craig Overton in bowls and played up to mid-on. You and I think, saw him. It was not his first appearance for Sussex. It was one of his very first appearances in a 20-over game against Somerset at Taunton, when he took 4 wickets and scored very useful runs as well.
I remember that. Yeah.
And I said at the time, "This is a cricketer to watch."
There you go.
He looked,
You could just tell.
he looked special.
Yeah.
Overton in bowls, and Hughes won't get a run here. That's just out into the offside. That must be a few years ago now.
Yes, I can't remember if that was a T20 or a 50 over, but I remember the game, and at that stage he hadn't got a contract, and I remember actually.
It was one of the, if not the first game, it was one of the first games that he played for Sussex.
I remember sending a tweet saying that the Sussex chief exec needs to make sure he gets Geoff Archer on a contract. He looked pretty useful.
Overton into Hughes, who pulls this away and will just get a single as it goes down to Pretorius on the bounce at long leg. It was in the air for quite a long time, but Pretorius is right back, well, not quite on the boundary rope, about 5 yards in from it, but it's a long way back.
The light isn't great, actually. I must admit, I didn't pick that up actually at all. I mean, it's Nathan was right earlier. It's we're behind sort of slightly darkened glass here. It's never quite as dark out there as it looks.
Overton in bowls to Clark, who plays that back to the bowler. The threat all seems to be coming from the top end at the moment.
Yeah.
For Somerset. Not much movement for either Shaw or Overton from the C end. We are in the 12th over, so the lacquer, the famous lacquer, ought to have come off the ball by now, or be coming off it. Overton in bowls, pitches this one up. It's played defensively out into the offside. And there's no run.
Yeah, you can see the floodlights shining brightly now in these sort of windows of the flats at the far end of the ground that Anthony and I were talking about earlier on.
There was a gentleman right at the top, standing outside on his balcony, yeah.
As he was shining
about half an hour ago, I noticed up there, but...
he was the sole watcher.
Overton bowls. This is pulled in the air, but perfectly safely away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Short from Overton. He scrapes away angrily at the bowling crease. Takes his sweater and cap from umpire Chantry and grumbles and mumbles his way back to his fielding position at second slip. 48 for 1. Good start now this for Sussex. 12 overs gone. They're going along at 4 runs and over. And it's Lewis Gregory. No, I think I was going to say he's bowled 6 overs, and for Gregory that's enough.
So we're going to get Pretorius into the action?
I think so.
Okay.
Unless he's just going to give... Oh, no, perhaps he's just giving Gregory the ball.
Well, they are going at... I mean, Gregory alone has bowled 6 overs, 3 mains, 1 for 11. So he's only going at... I think you're going to have a look at the ball here.
Yeah. Be surprised if he gets the ball changed.
This is Lewis Gregory. He's showing it to umpire Lungley. He's pointing out something on the ball and saying that doesn't look quite right. And I think Tom Lungley is saying, I think that's all right, Lewis, actually. Well, they're all joining in. Tom Abel's joining in. No, he says that looks all right.
Not quite why Tom Abel feels he needs to intervene, unless he's got a particular specialism in the condition of cricket balls.
So,
he's not the vice captain even. Craig Overton is.
48 for 1. Well, it's not the best, but we're carrying on as we should do. Lewis Gregory from the Cromwell Road end. In and bowls and pulls. Short delivery by Daniel Hughes. Pulls that one away with mid-wicket for 4 runs. Too short on that occasion for Lewis Gregory, which hasn't been the case. He's been giving Daniel Hughes a very torrid time. And Hughes... no, that was someone else.
On the board.
I made some announcement there about Daniel Hughes. I don't know if that was a landmark in Daniel's career. I ought to look that up.
No, don't think so.
He goes to 10, 52 for 1.
6,589 first-class runs and 1,832 runs for Sussex. So he's some way from a landmark.
Thank you. Perhaps it was just the 50 up as Gregory involves. Hughes works this one down to fine leg, fielded by Josh Shaw. 1 more to the total. Hughes to 11, 53 for 1. 3 slips in place for Somerset. Lewis Gregory trying to keep the pressure on, but at the minute the runs are coming at a reasonable lick.
It's important that Somerset don't try and bowl wicket-taking balls, just keep it there or thereabouts.
Gregory around the wicket, bowls, and Clark defends onto the onside. You probably heard the cry of no in our effects microphone.
Keep the pressure on the Sussex batsman on a pitch where there is some seam movement, sometimes some exaggerated bounce. We haven't seen anything keeping low so far.
No, I think there was just one to Tom Abel that just kept a little low from Henry Crocombe, but you're right, apart from that. There's been good carry through to the keeper throughout.
Yes, it's been a good cricket wicket.
Gregory. In again, bowls, and Clark is playing a lovely shot straight down the ground with a little bottom hand in that from Tom Clark. He's racing away towards the mid on back. Very good bit of fielding out in the distance. Clark's going to come up for a 3rd run.
Pretorius out there.
A very good chase from Pretorius, very good indeed. Only prevents a single, but sort of setting the example. 56 for 1. And Clark goes to 34 off 34 balls. Nice little innings this from Tom Clark, but you'll know that there's a lot more work to be done yet. Gregory. Big patch of blue sky at the far end of the ground, but that's gone, and bowls, and it's a little wide of the off stump taken by a diving James Drew, and there is no run. And away to our left-hand side where the weather seems to be sort of creeping in from. Not too much of a break in the weather. The cloud is sort of a little low. So we'll have to see how many more overs we get. We've got another 25 after this. Hughes waits, and Gregory is on his way around the wicket. Bowls. Hughes lets that one go outside of the off-stump. I wonder whether that might be the end of Lewis Gregory's spell. By far his most expensive, over 8 runs coming off of it. But very good spell. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 19. He might have picked up at least a couple of wickets in that spell. So Sussex going along nicely, 56 for 1. Daniel Hughes is on 11. Tom Clark is on 34. Thank you again to Margaret from the Sussex Cricket Museum for the lovely chocolate cake that she's made today. And also the Sussex Cricket Museum do devise a quiz every home game, which you can get online. And there are 1 or 2 questions. Perhaps I'll just read out. You'll probably know the answers to a lot of these, Anthony. What was special about the Somerset cricketers Alfred Bowerman and Montague Toller?
I know this.
We don't have to answer it now.
Dear. Montague Toller. I was talking about him in the last game or the game before. Here's Pretorius in bowls, and this is played back to the bowler. They put on the record 10th wicket partnership for Somerset in 1919.
Right. Okay.
I think.
Okay. I'll make a note of that, and they give us the answers later on in the match.
Here's Pretorius, 56 for 1. He's in bowls, and this is turned into the onside. Interesting that Pretorius has come on in place of Overton.
Yes.
I think Craig Overton prefers bowling from the top end.
The scoreboard in the championship match Somerset v Surrey at Taunton in 2023 reported C. Overton caught Folkes bowled J. Overton. What is special about it? Well, I know there's 2 brothers. That wouldn't be the first time.
First time a twin has dismissed another twin. This is taken on the pad, must be close, gone. That looked pretty plumb from our position. It's the end of Daniel Hughes after a rather tortured 11 from 32 deliveries. It's the 2nd wicket that Somerset have taken. Sussex 57 for 2 in the 14th over. And good piece of bowling by Pretorius. Gets his man.
You have to say, good bowling change from Lewis Gregory. Pretorius immediately in the wickets. And I always worry slightly when Daniel Hughes is out for Sussex.
It looked pretty plumb, didn't it?
You know, just see this again. Yeah.
Stone dead.
Yeah. That's not just, obviously.
Just came too far across his stumps, didn't he?
He did. Charlie Tier, James Coles, John Simpson, plenty of very good batting to come, but I just feel that Hughes is that kind of experience. I know he's struggled out here today, but it's always a blow. Yeah, I can't believe that's the first. Is Ben Folkes a twin? Maybe he is. Maybe that's what's special about that. So I'll ask you one more today.
Right.
Sussex's reserve wicket-keeper in 1930, goodness me, was a railwayman who played in 5 championship matches but achieved wider recognition for his batting. Who was he and what was special about his batting?
I don't know.
Right. Well,
do you know? You're the Sussex man. You ought to know that.
Somerset's reserve wicket-keeper.
Oh, Somerset's reserve wicket-keeper.
Yes, did I say Sussex? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Somerset's reserve, yeah. So this is a quiz all about Somerset or Somerset related.
Wicket-keeper. Say it again.
Somerset's reserve wicket-keeper in 1930 was a railwayman who played in 5 championship matches but achieved wider recognition for his batting. Who was he and what was special about his batting? I imagine your friend Steve would probably...
Steve Pittard would know the answer to that, I expect.
Yeah.
I confess that.
But some of these are very hard. We're very grateful for the Sussex Cricket Museum for setting the quiz, but sometimes the questions, if Anthony doesn't know, then it's pretty difficult, I reckon.
We've got the new batsman, it's Charlie Tier.
Yes.
Right-hander. Pretorius is in and bowls, and Tier is forward defensively out to the offside. Josh Thomas fielding.
200s in the One Day Cup Charlie tier, a product very much of coached by Chris Adams at Seaford College. If John Simpson does depart Sussex, he will likely be the wicketkeeper next season.
Played 20 one-day internationals for Scotland, I see.
Yes.
But born in Chichester. Pretorius in and bowls to him, and good length, defended stoutly out into the offside, no run.
Yeah, as I say, likely to be keeper next year. James Cole started the season batting at 4. It's maybe slightly a sign of James's form this season that he's dropped to 5 latterly, and I wonder whether Jack Leaning might play in this game, actually. Jack Leaning's partner or wife, I'm unsure which. Jack has recently had a baby, but back in the squad this week.
Pretorius in and bowls, playing a miss. To a good ball, leaving him outside the off stump. Good over from Miguel Pretorius. 1 over, just the 1 run from it, and the
Very
wicket of Daniel Hughes, LBW, 4-11.
Made a half century earlier on this season at the Oval against what was a very good Surrey attack in that game with Matthew Fisher, Reece Topley, Jordan Clark. Hasn't really followed that up in the championship games that he's had, and you were quite right about Craig Overton, who's now going to bowl down the hill. If you're joining us, just mindful people joining us all the time on Sports Extra 3, Adrian Harms and Anthony Gibson, your commentary team. Nathan Johns will be back with us shortly. Just a quick recap. Somerset batted out for 202, 72 from Tom Abel, 5 wickets for Henry Crocombe, including a hat-trick. As in comes Overton and bowls, and he beats Clark with a beauty outside the off stump.
There's definitely more in it from the Cromwell Road end.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And Sussex have lost the skipper Haynes for 8 and Hughes for 11. 57 for 2. The floodlights on the light really isn't all that good. They're sort of low cloud all around us, blue skies in the distance, but I'm pretty sure they're drifting away to the north. So how much more play we'll get, I'm not entirely sure, but we're staying on for the time being as Overton in bowls, and Clark with a bend of the knees plays elegantly through point. Cut shot and picks up a single. Throw comes in, not the best of throws. James Rue can't take it cleanly, but there's no overthrows, and 1 more to the total. 58 for 2 are Sussex. Three slips still in place. Craig Overton in his 3rd over. As Anthony was saying, perhaps going to get more out of this pitch bowling down the slope. He's in and bowls to Tier.
Definitely.
Tier withdrew the bat at the
He
last
did, yeah,
moment.
but there was bounce and lateral movement.
Yeah. So not easy this for Charlie Tier, coming in with the lights on against Overton and Pretorius. This is going to be a stern examination for Charlie Tier, who surveys the field. And waits as in comes Overton again, bowls. Tier lets that one go again. Bounce could carry through to keeper Rue.
Just got to be careful not to get carried away with the bounce here, Craig Overton, and end up bowling too short. Just short of a good length, I think, is the length to bowl from that top end.
Comes. Crumbs almighty. Well, that's beaten Charlie Tier all ends up. I'm not entirely sure how that missed the stumps, actually. It goes through, taken by James Rue. Welcome back to listeners on Sports Extra 3. I wasn't aware you'd left us, actually. But with the light not great here at Hove, the floodlights are on. Somerset will be very keen to stay out there at the moment because Craig Overton is making things happen from the Cromwell Road in bowls to Charlie Tier, who lets that go outside of the off stumps. It's 1 run off the over, end of the over, 58 for 2. Tier yet to score, Clark on 36.
Last delivery again, just too short. Just needs to get it up another couple of yards, 1.5 yards. Pretorius going to bowl another over from this C end. The umpire's not conferring at the moment, but the light is definitely closing in.
Yes, it is. I'm just looking away to the west where there are some brighter skies. Away to I'm not quite. I don't have a. Nathan will be back with us at the end of this over. I'm going to have a little look and see what the it looks like. We're staying on. I think the umpires have to be sensible at this time of year. I mean, you know, I know we've talked night's closing in, but let's hope we get a bit more cricket yet.
Pretorius in bowls to Clark outside the off stump, and no shot from Clark. To the ball leaving him outside the off stump, goes down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod. There is still plenty of seam movement. Plenty in this pitch for Pretorius and Overton and Gregory and conceivably Josh Shaw to work with. Pretorius in bowls, and that one almost gets through. Inside edge, goes down to square leg when he was looking to push it out into the offside. Means that Pretorius will get the chance to bowl at the new batsman, Charlie Tier, yet to get off the mark. He'll be nervous. Young man, just 22 years old, only in only his 8th first-class game. Best of 61. 3 slips go down. Pretorius coming back over the wicket to the right-hander. He's there, bowls, and this is nicely played by Tier away through the offside. I think that'll run away for 4 runs. 2 fielders in pursuit, Thomas and Vaughan, but in vain. Got on top of the bounce nicely there, Charlie Tier. There was width from Pretorius, but it was nicely played. Didn't try and hit it too hard, just timed it away through the offside.
Yeah, nice shot, nice way to get on the mark, off the mark from Charlie Tier.
63 for 2. As Josh Thomas recovers his cap, his navy blue Somerset cap. Pretorius in bowls and goes past the outside edge. Lewis Goldsworthy is on as a sub for Josh Shaw, I think. This Josh Shaw is at long leg, which he might be.
I think it's a bit brighter actually, away to the west. I think we're underneath the worst of this sort of low cloud at the moment, so hopefully it might drift away. It's a very little breeze.
Pretorius bowls, driven nicely, well fielded by Archie Vaughan at extra cover. Didn't field it cleanly, but parried it away to his left, and there was Josh Thomas to
good stop.
Complete the fielding. Light pitch, I don't know who. It's not Josh Shaw, not quite sure who else it might be who's missing. Pretorius to Tier. And shy at the stumps from Jack Leach, knocks out one of them, but Charlie Tier safely home. And all is well. Single is taken, 64 for 2. Tier will keep the strike against Craig Overton.
And you're listening to live cricket here on the BBC on Sports Extra 3, BBC Online. You can probably see the, if you're watching on the TV, you can see the view down the ground behind us actually. I think there are some brighter skies. And so, yeah, that's where the weather's coming from across the English Channel. So maybe this might be the worst of the light. We're staying on for the time being, which is good. That makes it look a lot brighter than it is actually.
It does.
The TV picture. I assure you it's not that bright. But it's bright enough for Craig Overton to carry on. 3 overs for 17 as he runs down the hill to bowl to the right-handed Charlie Tier, who drives uppishly to mid-off, and there is no run. Briefly, England 186 for 5 in the Test match. Jordan Cox 55. Jamie Smith has just gone through to his half-century. He's 50 not out. England at one stage 120 for 5.
Taking the advice of Steve James in the Times, just to go out there and play his shots, play his natural game.
Jamie Smith.
Yep.
Well, actually, just broke off for a minute as in comes Overton and bowls. Tear up on his toes, steers that to backward point. There is no run. So when he came in, it was 120 for 5. He's now 186 for 5, and Jamie Smith has got 50 of those 56.
There you are.
So he certainly dominated that stand with Jordan Cox.
Good advice.
And there was me earlier on saying you play your best wicketkeeper, which I think you do, but either way, Jamie Smith doing well at Lords. His Surrey teammates not doing quite as well at Chelmsford as in comes Overton bowls to Tear, who defends stoutly, plays it back down the offside. Craig Overton not too happy about that and shies if to throw the stumps down. I don't think I want to get on the wrong side of Craig Overton. Surrey are 146 for 7 at Chelmsford. Glamorgan 71 for 4 in reply to Hampshire's 162. No play at Edgbaston all day, called off. Yorkshire 144 for 5. They finished there for the day at Scarborough due to rain. As Overton down the hill bowls, and Tear is going to get runs here, and it's a very good bit of fielding at backward point, chasing back was
Josh Shaw. No, it's not. It's Tom Lammonby. Tom Lammonby. I was going to say, remarkably good stop for Josh Shaw.
Very good stop.
Tom Lammonby is one of the best fielders in the side.
65 for 2. Elsewhere, no play in Derby today between Derbyshire and Middlesex. Durham 100 for 3. In reply to Gloucestershire's 137, David Bedingham, fine player, not out 59. Durham, I think, cantering back to the first division at the first attempt. Overton bowls to Clark, who hammers that away through square leg for 4 runs, too short from Craig Overton, and Clark absolutely launched into that and pulled it away through backward square leg for 4 runs. He goes to 41. And Sussex to 69 for 2. That was a good shot.
It was. He's very good against the short ball, isn't he?
He enjoyed that. Elsewhere, Kent going along nicely at Northamptonshire. No play till quite late on today. They're 57 without loss. Kent very much in the hunt for promotion.
As are Northants.
Yes, they are. Big game, that. Zach Crawley not out 32. And no play at New Road today between Worcestershire and Lancashire. Overton in bowls to Clark, who drives down the road. That's going to be 4 more. Now, that's a lovely shot. That's probably the best shot he's played, Tom Clark. So that was a lovely on drive. Just ease the ball down the ground. Nathan Johns behind us said shot, and it was. So into the over. 73 for 2. Tear on 6. Clark on 45. I'll make 12. We'll come back at 20 to 6 to do an update, but we'll resolve that when the time comes.
Thank you, Adrian. That's Adrian Harms. 73 for 2, and Craig Overton not at his best so far. None for 26 in 4 overs. 1 over from the C end, 3 overs from the Cromwell Road end. And Miguel Pretorius is going to bowl another over from this C end. The light is really not very good at all. We can't see, because we're quite low down, whether the players are casting star-shaped shadows, but I suspect they probably are.
Yeah, if you stand up a little bit and kind of jump,
you're tall as well.
Start to see that. The one thing I would say is the nature of this window in front of us. It does make things look 5% darker than they actually are.
Absolutely, just a hint of tint, about it. Pretorius inner bowls to Tear, who just waits on that defensive shot as the ball comes off fairly slowly from this pitch. Miguel Pretorius, tall, strong South African. Fine pair of shoulders on him.
Well, he certainly looked to open up those shoulders with the one delivery he faced in the previous innings. That was it was the shot of a number 10, wasn't it? I think is the best way of describing that.
He has pretensions to be regarded as an all-rounder. He's into Tear, edges down towards third man. Josh Thomas is in hot pursuit, but I suspect the ball is going to win. It does indeed. Crossing the boundary, 4 runs to Charlie Tear. He goes on to 10, 77 for 2. Too much width there from Pretorius. Well, no, that's a bit unfair. It wasn't too much width. It was actually quite a good ball. Came off a thick edge. Lewis Gregory's still unhappy with the ball, giving it a jaundiced look. And Pretorius,
I think they're going
joining
off.
in.
They're going off for light, I think.
I think they are. Yeah.
There was a very quick chat between the two umpires after that delivery, and it took them just a few seconds, and off they pop.
Well, there we are with Sussex 125 runs in arrears on 77 for 2. Charlie Tier on 10. Tom Clark on 45. And the two Sussex batsmen will be the happiest people out, happiest men out on that field of play at the moment to be going off.
So how does it work now? So that Jack Chantry is taking a light meter reading, and that's the baseline for the rest of the evening. So as
rest of the match, I think.
Rest of the match, yeah. So it has to be better light than the number that's just popped up on his meter. Is that correct?
Absolutely right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what are we? There's 20 and a bit. 20 overs and 4 deliveries left today. I suspect it won't get any brighter this evening, which means that might be us for the evening.
That might very well be it for the evening, in which case it's been Sussex's day, but Somerset not without hope. Pitch is still doing plenty for the seam bowlers, and Somerset will have high hopes of knocking over the remaining 8 wickets that they need without sustaining too much of a deficit come tomorrow lunchtime, middle of the afternoon, something like that. Weather permitting, of course.
Weather and light permitting. Right, well, 202 Somerset were bowled out for earlier today. Sussex are 77 for 2. They trail by 125. Tom Clark is raced to 45 after just 42 deliveries, 7 boundaries and 1 6. So that is the state of play here in Hove. If there is any more action later on this evening, there are still 20 and a bit overs in theory to be bowled today, but they've gone off for bad lights, and we shall be back this evening if the light improves. Otherwise, we will chat to you tomorrow morning.
I am indeed. Who's that? Hello, Emma. How are you? Yeah, fine. No problem at all. Yes, floodlights on here, and sadly, Matt, the players are off the field for bad light. But it's been an entertaining day here at Hove. Somerset bowled out for 202, 5 wickets for Henry Crocombe, including a hat-trick, the first hat-trick by a Sussex player since 2001. Tom Abel top scoring for Somerset with 72, who lost their last 5 wickets for just 11 runs. However, in reply, Sussex have also lost a couple of wickets. They're currently 77 for 2, but Tom Clark going on very nicely. He's 45 not out. As for Surrey, another thoroughly disappointing day against Essex at Chelmsford. A delayed start, but Surrey now 161 for 9. You will indeed. Look forward to it. Take care, Emma. Bye. Bye.
I've had an update from the umpires that they're going to have an inspection again at 6 p.m.
Next inspection.